That I can't seem to get my bearings at all? I move in a daze behind Hannah. She's now wearing running tights, an oversized faded purple Protect Our Parks hoodie, and a fleece headband, all of which I can only assume are hers, clothes left at the house, her hair in a ponytail again, a pair of beat-up running shoes. Hannah walking before me, time glitching, shaking, Rose, Mom walking before me. I blink. Ahead of Hannah, a sign that I don't know if I want to laugh or cry. But of course I knew it was here, that there would be something here, something to commemorate him. I should have expected it. John Denver's sanctuary. Still, I follow Hannah through an unthinkably beautiful garden, boulders with plants, flowers, trees. So dizzy, ears ringing, my palms sweating. That glitch, seconds, half seconds, a past version. Rose, in a pink dress, walking in front of me. Here. Hannah. Now. I blink. Shake it off. Grass so green and soft-looking it almost seems fake. On some of the large stones, nearly as tall as I am, are lyrics. The eagle and the hawk. Perhaps love. Sunshine on my shoulders. I follow Hannah through them, and when I see the last one by the water, the river I have been seeing and remembering, Rocky Mountain High. Glitch. Leave your shoes on the rock, Danny. Come sit in the river with me. Mom in her pink dress beside the big stone with the lyrics. I can only read some of it, but she said it's Rocky Mountain High. I've been here before. This is it. We leave our shoes on the grass and take the small path down to the water. It's cold on my feet. I laugh. Mom is headed for the big rock in the middle, sets the picnic basket down and turns back to take my hand. I blink, can barely breathe, a shadow in the river near the rock. I try to catch my breath, to stop the nausea. I turn to where Hannah was, to where Hannah should be. She's gone. Hannah is... Fuck. I was caught in that memory and now she's gotten away. Panic. Have to think. I think if I go left, that's where she'll be, right? Fuck. I don't know. I don't have time. I push my body to move. How fucking stupid can I be? The river. I swear. Go. My feet pound on the dirt path, catching the Rio Grande Trail across a wooden bridge that goes over the river, onto the paved part. I don't see her. I run faster. She couldn't have taken the car. I have the keys. She had to have gone this way, I think. I move, push, my lungs burning in the cold. It's a lot colder here than in Denver, higher up. Running feels different, harder. I take a turn through the trees, through a path that in any other circumstance I would probably marvel at the beauty of, surrounded by towering pines and golden aspen trees. And there, just at the edge of my field of vision, at the farthest visible point on the path, I see her running up ahead. I sprint. Thank my fellow reservists for kicking my ass and keeping me in shape all these years. Hannah's fast, crazy fast. I don't know how long I was standing by the river back there, but it wasn't long. At least I don't think it was. I can't think about that. The river, the memory, that strange smell, and my mom, and... I see Hannah now, closer. The river, wide and flowing, runs on our left now, an upward sloping rock face on our right. She said something on the drive down about running to get food, that there would be a place. I push my pace until I'm nearly even with her. She looks back, and at first I think the look on her face is fear, but when she does it again, I think she's smiling a little. I lean forward and catch up to her, come around on her left. Our shoulders nearly brush as she surges forward again, pushes ahead of me. Trees fly by. She weaves in and out of a couple hiking with their dog. Bikes speeding around us, Hannah dodging all of them. I weave through them a moment later, push my legs. My muscles are burning. I ran far last night. I don't know how many miles, but with the cold and the altitude and pushing my pace faster than I ever do, I feel it. Hannah ran or walked 20-something miles to While Ago Manor, and now this. She said she hasn't eaten. I know she hasn't slept. Who the fuck is this woman? I surge forward again and she turns to me. Thought you'd never catch up, she says, not breaking pace. Seems like you didn't want me to, I say. "I don't," she says, and she surges forward again. I let her run just ahead for 5 miles, maybe 6, but keep close enough behind her. The landscape changes around us as we get farther from town. We gain elevation, the river dropping so far below us down a cliff's edge on the left that I wonder a few times if maybe she brought me up here just to push me off it. Though I guess she could have done that back up at her shelter on the mountain. The sun is high in the sky now. I pull out the phone and glance at it. It's almost 11. Haven't slept, no closer to finding out what's going on. Chasing after a woman who makes my head spin. And my mom, the river, John Denver's sanctuary, that memory, somehow a memory in a place I don't remember ever. My muscles burn and I watch Hannah Lawrence running in front of me, and I can't fathom how Rose and I could have been here, how any of this is happening. But for 1 second, I think my legs hurt, my lungs burn, and despite everything, it feels so fucking good to feel the pain, to move through it, to push in the altitude and cold. Physical pain can take something from the mental. Is that what she's doing? Does she need it too? Maybe we're just wasting time. Probably. Precious time we really don't have. I lean forward, tell my legs to go. I meet her. Then when she picks up speed, I push forward again, pass her. She passes me. A foot from me, that's it. We do it again, she passes, then I do. I don't know how many times. I don't know because maybe I'm not thinking. I'm running and sweating and working and breathing. The next time I surge ahead to pass her, I make the biggest mistake of my life. I turn to look at her straight on. Just once, just one moment. I catch sight of her face, skin flushed and red in the cold, eyes bright and electrified and wild. A small smile there. Something running toward me from ahead, but my eyes are on her. Hannah Lawrence is smiling at me, and I look forward. The thing running toward me, it's a shadow. It collides with my body, shoves its arm down my throat. 3. I blink, and I'm in a restaurant, sitting at a booth. Hannah across from me, adjusting her nose plug, her sweatshirt lifted to cover the lower half of her face. She sinks deeper into her side of the booth. John Denver's Take Me Home Country Roads plays on the speakers. I close my eyes and take a breath, will my heart to slow. Against the music, against everything. I sort of remember coming in, the Woody Creek Tavern sign outside, Hannah bracing when she learned the outside tables were closed, making herself step into the small indoor space. The onslaught of music as we walked inside. The low-ceilinged, lively restaurant wallpapered with labeled photographs of patrons, eating, partying, laughing. Over the photos, framed posters of Hunter S. Thompson's campaign for sheriff, framed art and photos of him and his friends. A disco ball hangs from the ceiling in the middle of the room, and on the other end by the door, there's a bar with 6 stools, a TV playing the news behind it. I scan the space for security cameras. I don't see any. On the wall to our right is a wooden shelf with a fishing trophy, another portrait of Hunter S. Thompson, who seems to be staring at us from behind his sunglasses, a frog lamp, a naked baby doll, and, because everything feels like the biggest fucking joke, a framed photo of John Denver holding his acoustic guitar. I turn and clock the other diners. No one's paying any attention to us. Aspen socialites with those ridiculous wide-brimmed hats, a Hunter S. Thompson fanboy with a notebook and pen, a few grizzled old mountain men, and a table of 3 mountain bikers. A shadow lingers on one of the bar stools, another by the door. The TV behind the bar says a storm's coming, blizzard, across the state. Severe weather warning, stay safe. Hannah's anxious, no trace of the woman on that running path, the wild freedom of her. Even huddled in the corner, in arguably the safest spot here, her back and side covered. Seeing her indoors is like seeing someone entirely different. I think about her 3-sided shelter. Cover, safety, only one exit to defend. She thinks like a soldier. She thinks like someone who's had to fight for her life. When the server comes to take our order, Hannah shrinks back from him. I ask for a burger. Hannah points to the salad on the menu. We both get coffee. Her voice just audible through the sweatshirt to order it. If it were any other circumstance in which I'd find myself here, I would be getting a drink. Could really use one now. Hannah excuses herself to use the restroom, and I almost protest after seeing how fast she can run. But at that same moment, an unfamiliar chime sounds on my person. Also, the bathroom door is right in my line of sight. I pat my outer layer and pull out the burner phone, shrug the jacket off in the warm restaurant. I have an alert. New post in the chat room from Wisdom Teller. Seems our last clue went a little over the head. Have they tried the wolf of no name? I read over the post again. Over the head, obviously calling back to Sky Clue, right? For the life of me, I still don't know what it could have anything to do with. Screw it, I don't know what else to do. I close my eyes in the bar, reach out through my senses into the other place, the one that doesn't exist, the one that my stupid brain says it feels, even knowing that. I repeat the phrase under my breath. Have they tried the wolf of no name? Have they tried... What are you doing? Hannah says. I open my eyes and she's standing beside the booth, watching me, her eyes zeroed in on my face. I'm just thinking, I say. I blink. She's not holding the sweatshirt over her nose anymore. She's not wearing it, in fact. Her arms, throat, chest bare. Her skin. I swallow. She watches me another moment, glances over to the bar, then sits. She smells faintly of that something spicy again, in addition to the ponderosa smell she seems to carry with her. She slips what looks like a small medication tube into the hoodie's pocket in her lap. In her tank top, her tattoo is visible, a hyper-realistic mountain on her arm, tattooed over a thick, jagged scar. Her skin is smooth and tan, all of it. I clear my throat, pull my eyes away, make myself... The song changes, another John Denver. I guess he'd rather be in Colorado. I take a sip of water and try not to throw up. What's your deal with John Denver? Hannah asks, watching me. What is that expression on her face? Confusion, curiosity, something more maybe. I clear my throat again. What do you mean? I mean, she tucks her hair behind her ear. It's been on the radio nonstop. Your car radio that mysteriously doesn't turn off. It played in the motel. I heard it again when I touched the papers you'd held. Why? I take a breath, try to speak. It doesn't come. After a second, I try again. You really heard Annie's song playing there? I ask. She nods, watching me. And I don't know why I say it. Maybe because I need to see her reaction, to watch her eyes and know if this is somehow her doing, if she would put me through this. I used to live in that room, I say. When I was a kid, and I used to listen to John Denver all the time. There was a movie about him, and we had his autobiography. I swallow, make myself say it. My mom used to read it to me, and the movie, it was playing when I think that someone was trying to get to me by playing that music in the room. Trying to get to you by playing the music for me. I shrug. I've got nothing better for her. I've got nothing better for anyone else. She takes it all in, and I don't get a lie from her. Or, I mean, I don't get a feeling. Not that the feelings are real. But I think the way she's watching me now, the way she takes me in, I think that was the first time she heard about me living there. Unless I'm a total idiot. Unless I'm falling for an act, hook, line, and sinker. Which, I look away, glance back. She's watching me still. She swallows too, looks away, her chest rising and falling. The server sets our food down. Hannah leans back further, a sick look crossing her face at my burger. Right, vegetarian. She covers her nose again with the sleeve of the hoodie in her lap. So, she says, not touching her food. Was he your hero, John Denver? No, I say after a minute. He was a complicated guy. His dad didn't support him early in life, and it seems maybe a lot of his life was trying to make something of himself despite and because of that. And John as an adult was gone a lot, cheated on his wife, Annie, for years. At one point, when he was away, Annie had to make a decision about trees on their property in Aspen that someone told her needed to be cut down, and she did it. The story's a little different each way. In the movie, he gets back from tour and sees the trees are gone, and he takes a chainsaw to their 4-poster bed. Comes out of nowhere. This just total rage. He was big on humanitarian missions, helping the environment. He loved nature, loved their property. He was never remotely violent before that moment, was just this sort of dweeby but cool cowboy hippie out saving the world with his music and charity. What happened in the book version? I take a bite, chew, and swallow. When Annie finally wanted a separation after he'd been gone for so long and he'd moved out, she started hosting dinner parties and having their Aspen friends over without him. So he showed up at the house one day with a chainsaw. He says in the book that he could see she was afraid he was going to hurt her with it. He just says that. No apologies. And then he pushes past her into the house and cleaves the dining table in half, the one she'd hosted at without him. He goes into their bedroom and cuts the posts off the four-poster bed. Then he drops the chainsaw and grabs her, puts his hands around her throat. And in that moment, in the narration, he says, "I almost lost it. Like everything that happened up to that moment was just... He almost lost it." Oh, so it makes sense you're obsessed with him. I laugh. I can't help it. I take another bite. Something about the woman in front of me. Something about everything falling apart. I swallow, glance at her again. I say, after a second, I loved the music when I was young, but it was the fact that he could be so complicated, I guess. Nothing ever made me feel as safe as a kid as his songs did. I'm not excusing his behavior, you can't. But people I knew as a kid, things I'd seen. Something about knowing that even people who might not be all the way good could give a lot of good to the world anyway. It made me feel hope. And he was funny. I point to the speakers. Like this song, about a guy in New York who dreams of Colorado and the West. Everything here is so beautiful. Then at the end of the song, the most brutal, savage line. Up in his office, a quiet cough is all he has to show he lives in New York City. John Denver loved this land, Colorado. He loved this place more than anyone. He made Colorado, to me, less dark, less terrifying, like a place worth being. Hannah watches me, and I can't see her nose or mouth, but that bit of light is there in her eyes. It's only after I finish my food and the plate's taken away that she starts to eat hers. "What were you repeating when I sat down?" she asks, when I came back from the bathroom. Wisdom teller, that chat room person, posted again. Have they tried the wolf of no name? What does that mean? She asks. $1,000,000 question. Well, no name. Could it be like the town? What? The town, no name. We passed by it on the way here, right before Glenwood. It's small, like 300 people or something, just like a bunch of houses, maybe a hotel. Is there a wolf there? I don't think... Oh my God, yes, there's a... She tucks her hair behind her ears, puts her hand over her mouth, closes her eyes, thinking. Ranch. Sorry, was trying to picture it. I saw it once when I went for a hike there. There's a trailhead right nearby. There's a wolf on the sign. I pull out the phone and search. No name, Wolf Ranch. The first thing that pops up is No Name Equine Therapy Ranch, but the images show a wolf on the sign. I click on the page and it takes me to a website explaining the history of the ranch, explaining how it used to be a wolf education place, but they moved to a much larger property, and Ryder Smith, the very same from that TikTok talking about a witch walker, the one who went to the same school as two of the victims and one of the drifters, and pulled that shit at his high school all those years ago, took it over, brought in a couple horses and provides rehabilitation for at-risk youth, plans to expand to bigger, wider open land one day. Ryder Smith, the owner. I clear my throat. I know him. We thought he was attached to the case a while ago, but we dropped it. She sits up, watching me. So we have a plan? A starting point, at least, I say. She nods. Okay. This girl I don't know, in a tank top and nose plug, her hair sweaty and pulled back, light green eyes shining, that spicy smell mixed in with her ponderosa pine. Thank you, I say, a little out of breath. Her eyes search my face, I don't know for what, but there's feeling there. Her brow furrows, trying to find something. I let her look. I don't move, don't do anything. Seconds pass. She raises her eyes to mine and... What is this look? So heavy, complicated, charged. My heart racing, her breaths coming a little faster. She bites her bottom lip for just half a second. She glances over my shoulder, then double takes. Her face drains of all color at whatever she sees there, something behind me. I slowly turn around. On the TV, behind the bar, a banner streams across the bottom of the screen. Drifter serial murders are back. Reports of 4 murders since the 5-year hiatus. I think it's a mistake. It's 3 murders back, not 4. And how do they... A photo flashes of a woman on the side of the road, naked and wearing the skin of a man, blurred out for the program, but plain as day. A woman I haven't seen, a new one, and someone got a photo. They got it, and it's on live news. I don't know who she is, don't recognize her, but I pull out the phone, click through articles, one after another, as fast as I can. Someone leaked that the murders have started again. It doesn't matter who one of the victims or killer's family or friends, probably in response to this one being recorded. People know, and there's been a 4th one. Already since we left. Last night there was another. Oh, shit, Hannah says. I turn again, but I already know what I'm going to see before I do. The bartender has stopped to watch the screen. A second headline flashes. Wanted for questioning, armed and dangerous. And beneath it, 2 photographs. One of Hannah and one of me. 4. We duck into the gear shop next door that mercifully has no TV and get a couple fishing hats. I call a taxi back to town and we hide our faces from the driver. We get the Bronco from the park and drive it back up the mountain, pack all our things into the red vintage Wagoneer in the garage. We take cash from James's house. Hannah says he won't care, but I'm taking her word for all of this. We were in the restaurant with the news showing us plain and clear. I grab the duffel Josie gave me from my car, the files, the knife. I pull a pair of blue jeans and my boots out of the duffel, a clean shirt. Change quickly in the garage. Hannah changes too, inside the house. She comes back out in a green sweater and her jeans, her hiking boots. She leaves her USFS jacket in the mudroom, shrugs on a larger one, a black puffer probably belonging to a man, belonging to James. I catch sight of the stuffed mountain lion through a side window as we're leaving the house. Hannah's looking at it too. We don't talk, the road stretching out before us. Hannah's window rolled down with her head leaning out, the heat on high. Take Me Home, Country Roads plays on the radio, even in this car that isn't mine. I slam my hand against the off button and it does nothing. Everything is fucked, beyond fucked, colossally, world-shatteringly fucked. And in an insane moment of dissonance, just 1 second, the sun glints off the hood of the red car, the mountains towering over us and those aspen trees that look like a million individuals but are just part of one staggering whole. And I think, Colorado really looks so beautiful. We shouldn't have left the 3-sided shelter. We were hidden, no paper trail, the car tucked away, no one to find us. Now we're out in the open, and a notice has been put out. How far will it be spread? They put it on the fucking news, for God's sake. Who else has been notified? Cops, probably. Highway patrol. If they get us on the cameras, if they see us. But we have to find out what's going on. We need to solve this. We need something. I don't think we need to worry about anyone at Woody Creek, Hannah says as if reading my thoughts. Why's that? They're all Aspen, maybe New York, LA. They're all people who look around for someone they deem important. And if they don't see that, they just want to be seen themselves. That's all they really want. To just be there and be admired. We're fine. From them anyway. I consider her words. Some of them looked like influencers. Influencers have followings. Could go viral with a clip of 2 wanted, armed, and dangerous people on the run. I don't think I saw anyone taping us, but you can't be sure these days. We take 82 up past Basalt to Glenwood, the Wild West tourist traps and Doc Holiday signs, the sulfur smell of the hot springs coming through the window. All the historic red brick stores selling Colorado merch and Old West costume pieces. We head east on 70, take the exit for No Name, and follow it up to No Name Creek Road. No Name seems to be almost nothing in terms of population, 2 small sections on either side of the highway of homes. Hannah said a hotel too, but I don't see it. We find ourselves moments later in a wooded canyon, a winding road, a big drop on one side, slope up on the other. Houses at intervals on either side. The GPS glitches, shuts off. My phone refusing to tell us where to go. The radio flips on again. Lead Belly's Springtime in the Rockies. We come to a cul-de-sac with a trailhead on our left and an authorized vehicles only sign for the long, windy road ahead. I thought there was a sign, Hannah says. I remember one, but there's no sign. Maybe we were supposed to turn right off the highway instead of left. Maybe this was a wild goose chase and we're no closer to finding what we're looking for. But this looks familiar otherwise, and you remember a wolf on a sign here? She nods. I mean, I think. I just came once for the hike, and now I'm wondering if We don't have time to waste. We're here. Before I let myself hit another dead end, except that this thing just never yields any answers, I exhale. Fuck it. I close my eyes, reach out again into that other space, that place where maybe, sometimes I get answers, if any of it's real. Before I know what I'm doing, my hands are on the wheel and we're going past the sign onto the private road. We follow it, windows down so we can hear the tires gripping the asphalt. After a second, Hannah sits up straighter. You were right, she says. This is it. What? I don't see anything yet, no sign or anything, just this windy, wooded canyon road. We're going the right way, she says. How do you know? You don't smell them? I shake my head, have no idea what she means. Horses, she says. She turns to look at me. I don't smell anything, but in another minute, it turns out she's right. To call it a ranch is certainly a stretch, but No Name Equine Therapy definitely has horses. 2 large paddocks and a couple smaller ones behind a small house. A barn at the far end, all in a fairly wide clearing in the canyon. The horses' tails swish, heads turn, eyes catching as we pull to a stop, dust trailing out from behind our car in the early afternoon light. We step out and I rub my hands together before sticking them in my pockets. Hannah's drawing. My fingers brush against it. I'm starting to see my breath now. The sun shining down into the canyon glints against the horses' coats, against their metal corrals and gates. Snow's coming, I say. I reach into the back seat for my hat. You feel it? No, she says, but I smell it. I look at her again. She shrugs, the nose plug still in. At the far end of the property, near the barn, a man whistles in what I guess is a welcome, or a question. I fight the urge to hover my hand over my gun. It's Ryder Smith. Same guy from the video, same guy from the website and our previous interviews. Blue jeans, dirty boots, tan Carhartt, white hat, saddling a Palomino. We walk through the paddocks toward him, dirt and gravel crunching and shifting beneath our feet. Horses whinny as we pass. We stop before the barn. Couple of trucks, equipment, hay. Beyond it, the canyon walls close in, making this place feel like a 3-sided shelter of its own. I watch Ryder Smith as he starts to walk toward us with the horse. Could he be wisdom teller? Hi, he says. Can I help you? The horse huffs and its eye catches Hannah's. The man turns his attention to her. Is Ryder Smith around? I ask. The man blinks. Yeah, maybe. He pauses. Who's asking? I look him up and down. He has the haunted look of a person who's lived a hard life. Prison will do that. Expedite the whole process. I tap that reservoir again, test my luck a bit. Honesty is what he's gonna respect, that feeling tells me. That other place that isn't real. I open up my jacket and show him my badge. Not long enough for him to see the name on it, just to get a glimpse. Just have a couple questions, I say. The horse lifts a hoof, sets it down, swishes its tail. The man pats the horse, whispers, shh, easy. Am I in trouble? He asks. We're hoping you can help us with something. Is one of my students in trouble? No? Not as far as I know. He deliberates a long time, looks us both over, then eventually sighs, hangs his head a little, and takes a step toward me, reaching out his hand. Sorry, he says. Old habits. Yeah, this is my place. It's beautiful, Hannah says. Ryder smiles a little at that. He keeps his hand on the horse. I'm proud of it. Been a long time since I've seen one of you, he says to me. I'm past my probation period. I glance at Hannah and I wonder if we take the honesty all the way. I don't know if I'm crazy, but I see her head nod just slightly, as if she knows what I'm thinking. Look, Ryder, I say, we need your help. With what? By your students. You mean the people who come here to ride? Yeah, he says after a moment. We work with rehab facilities, kids with disabilities, kids who've gone down a rough path but want to turn their lives around, all kinds. Anyone who needs a safe, judgment-free space to get their lives going in a good direction. We partner with the Wolf Sanctuary that does the same thing. People who used to own this place. All seems to really help them. That's really admirable, especially doing it all at your age. Impressive. Yeah, well, I know what it's like. I mean, you know that. I nod. Look, He trails off, looks up to the sky. I can't undo what I did. I was young, and I was angry, and lonely, and I was a fucking idiot. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I'd never... His head drops again. He looks up with such anguish on his face. I wanted to scare them, he says. I learned a long time later that maybe I just wanted to be noticed. It's just... there's no excuse. There will never be. But I'm not that guy, not anymore, and not for a really long time. And now, here, every day, I am dedicated to trying to give people the second chance they deserve. The horses help with that? Even as I ask, I see the horse leaning in now to Ryder. Ryder just slightly leaning back. His eyes are glassy, and he takes a deep breath and lets it go. Man, it never gets easier, thinking about it. We all strive toward peace, but... yeah, the horses help. They're... He looks at the creature beside him, standing tall, giving him support. They're magic. The words don't come from Ryder. Hannah said them. I turn to her and she lowers her gaze. Doesn't like his attention on her. Maybe doesn't like mine either. She gives a small smile, then steps away from us, slowly walks toward one of the paddocks. Ryder watches her, taking careful steps through the dirt. She stops beside a paint horse in its own enclosure. The horse steps over to her and we watch as Hannah reaches up and runs her hand over the horse's muzzle. The horse leans forward into her touch, and after a moment Hannah drops her forehead to his. Ryder snorts a laugh. I turn to him, still watching. That horse, he says to me. We call her Freebird. She doesn't let anyone touch her, besides me, and only then maybe half the time. Freebird swishes her tail, Hannah's hands running up and down either side of her face, both of them exhaling visible breath into the cold light of day. Ryder snorts again. Well, I'll be damned. She's an agent too? No. I don't know why I say it. I'm not really thinking as I watch this woman with the sun in her hair seek such solace in another creature. Give it. Every time I look at her, really allow myself to look, I think there's something I'm not quite getting. She's... that thing she said. Feeling like she knew me when she first saw me. Was she just saying that she really does know me? Is orchestrating all of this? But if I'm being honest, I feel the same, like I know her too. And yet I think nothing could be further from the truth. I have to look away, my traitorous body's reaction to her. Just a pretty woman, beautiful woman, who is wild and independent and seems to really know herself, who smiled at me running and the memory in the park. All of it, I can't quite. Horses don't like pressure, Ryder says, eyes on Hannah. What's that? I say. Visual, physical, verbal, he says. They don't like it. That's why they respond to it. They don't like it. Ryder's eyes flick to mine, imparting some great meaning. You don't pressure a horse unless you know what you want from it. He jerks his chin toward Hannah again. She reminds me of my students. You have to be careful. Again, I think, maybe honesty here. She's been through some things. Ryder takes that in, nods once and softens. All the horses here are rescues, he says. Look, I say, I'm sorry, I don't have much time. We do need your help. Again, that nervousness, and the horse beside him shifts a little. Ryder nods. Is it you? Could it be? Did you know anyone by the name of Everett Brown? He furrows his brow, thinking, then he shakes his head. What about Kimberly Chen? Ross Thompson? Same thing, shakes his head no. Ramona Lopez? Pete Noland? Tony Howell? Again a shake of the head. The horse beside him stomps its back foot and swishes its tail. I don't know any of these people. Why are you asking me? Can you tell me what a witchwalker is? Ryder goes completely pale. Did you come here to fuck with me? No, I say. Why would you ask me that? It might have something to do with a murder case. He swears. Is this that drifter thing? Again? After a moment, I nod. I told you all I have nothing to do with that. He shakes his head. Fuck! Look, I don't want to invite that shit up here. I'm serious. Have you by any chance heard of a chat room called Drifters Seeking the Truth? I ask. Fuck, he says again and squeezes his eyes closed. The horse leans into him. That motherfucker. Did he tell you to come here? Is he fucking with me again? He's shaken, scared. Who? He swears again, breathes. He says, in jail, people talk. They kept me mostly on my own because of what I did. I wasn't a chomo or an animal abuser, but schools have kids in them. The guards learned real quick that I needed to be on my own or I wasn't going to last long. But before they put me in the psych ward, they all whisper about it. Not much in prison can scare people, especially the tough guys, but that thing. The witchwalker? Jesus, stop. I'm serious. What is it? Why did it scare them so much? Why does it scare you? I mean, the idea that you might be possessed by something, turned into a killer against your will? What's scarier than... You don't think the killers did it? I mean, I don't know. But in jail, the way people talked, it was like it was real. I had a cellmate for about a month. This motherfucker, he was in for forced labor and SA. Crazy dude. Saw himself as a kind of new Manson. Liked attention. The more eyes on him, the better. He would sit there on his bed at night, staring up at the little window out to the sky. This intense look on his face, like he was waiting. Like he was praying with his eyes open. And right as I was closing my eyes to sleep, every night he'd say like he was talking to the fucking night, I feel you watching me. Why don't you take me? Use me, too. They didn't take him to the psych ward? Ryder looks at me like he doesn't understand. No, you don't get it. He wasn't crazy. He acted crazy, like, we knew that. Everyone knew. But even the guards didn't mess with him. He knew things. He'd tell us the weatherman was wrong about the next day's report, and he'd be right. He'd tell us what the next 10 meals served would be before the distributor had made the drop-off. Sometimes he could even tell you if someone you knew had died and was saying hello. I must make a face because he says, you don't believe that some people just feel things? That they can access something the rest of us can't? I clear my throat, watch Hannah and the horse. You were afraid of the thing? Afraid your cellmate might turn into one? Ryder nods. Afraid any of us might. And it's not turning into one. It's like it takes you over. It comes and walks through you, wears you like a coat. But yeah, he was inviting it in. He wanted it there. And it wasn't always just him. Everybody talked about it. Sometimes we could feel something coming in through the window, passing over our skin. This weird sound, like it was testing us, like it was looking for something or someone, and none of us were it. It stayed with my cellmate the longest, would hang around our room. But it always left at the end, and he'd throw these insane fits when it did, punch concrete walls, bang his head against the bars till he bled, yelling. But that sound, when it came, I'll never. Sometimes I still dream about it. What was the sound like? Kind of like intense pressure. I don't know how to say it better than that. Like, vroom. That's kind of what it was like, static and pressure, like we were sucked into a vacuum, and we were just trapped there, like we couldn't do anything, just wait. How did you know it had to do with is it a creature? Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know. And as far as how we knew, we just did. We knew. It was like, you know a person when you see him or feel him? He frowns, shifts. No, that's not right. I don't know what to say. We just knew. But this psycho motherfucker, he won't leave me alone. It's been years, and I can't shake him. He's so... You mean the Witchwalker? No! And please, stop saying it. I'm serious. I'm gonna ask you to leave if you do it again. My cellmate. He's like some kind of freaking cult priest in Yampa or something, and he's obsessed with the case. The chat room, I think, is like an extension of his weird congregation, and he sends me stuff, wants me to be a part of his cult. I don't know. I don't want him talking about me, and I don't want anyone here saying that word more than they need to. It's serious shit. I don't want to be a part of it. I am not a part of it. Do you by any chance remember his name? Yeah, it's Theo. Theo Wharton. He looks to Hannah and Freebird. A breeze blows through the canyon, rattling a number of trees. Ryder Smith's next words hit me like a drunk truck driver. But his congregation calls him Father Sky. 5. Maybe we should say it's important to keep your eyes to the sky. Mona Brown talking about the vase with the clouds on it. My father gave it to me. The strange emphasis on father, the slight pause, the almost reverent, obsessive, possessive way she spoke about him, the way Tillman got her to speak about him. Father Sky. My father gave it to me. Where does he live? Out in Yuma? Did she mean Yampa? Did she stop herself from saying it? A quick search, and there he is. Father Sky and his Sacred Life Church in Yampa. Right there in the open. Photos of white linen-wearing worshippers sitting in the grass around a white dome, faces tilted toward the sky. I remember suddenly the flyer I saw in the Mama Tried bathroom on my first night back. Feeling lost? Find yourself in Yampa. The same slogan running along the bottom of the webpage now for Sacred Life Church. Fuck. It was right in front of me. Could he have known that was my bar? Could he have put it there intentionally to fuck with me? Father Sky, Theo Wharton. Ryder Smith says he is wisdom teller, the guy in the chat rooms who predicted the killings would start again. Could that mean he's the same one orchestrating them? Seems not too crazy a jump. My pulse races. I walk toward the car, Hannah following. We may have found him. This might really be it. And I realize I don't have backup. I don't have anyone. We're fucked. Have been, Hannah and me. But maybe, if I tell the others, bring them in, maybe there's an out for us. I get back in the car, agitated, ready. I feel so certain that we have found something huge here. That feeling pressing in on me. This is it. I don't have to be on the run. We don't have to be. This could and should clear Hannah and me, right? Hannah walks toward the car. Ryder Smith watching both of us leave from the barn. My heart pounds, adrenaline coursing through my body. I hesitate, try to decide. And I do something that either is the best decision I'll ever make or the absolute worst. I know Jack's number by heart. I send him a text that might very well save or end my life as I know it. I tuck the phone away just as Hannah gets in. Theo Wharton goes by Father Sky out in Yampa. He's wisdom teller, almost 100% sure. We're on our way. The Sacred Life Church is a round, white, stuccoed earthen dome in the middle of a November brown field with blue water in the lake behind it, pines covering the flat-top mountains beyond. Hannah stands on the other side of the car, her eyes intense, darting around the field. It took us almost 2 hours to get here, taking the route through Burns, staying off 70 and main roads as much as we could. We hoped for no cameras, the whole time my heart racing. I don't know if I did the right thing texting Jack. I don't know. We could leave. We could just let Jack and the team deal with Theo Wharton. But this place, This property outside the small Maine town, this sprawling acreage among the rolling hills and mountains, it feels so charged, feels alive, a thrumming around all of it. I need to see. Hannah seems to respond to it too, scans the property for the source of the strangeness. For a second, that glitch, and I think I see shadows everywhere. 80, 100, maybe more, spaced at intervals across the property. Then I blink, and there's nothing. Just quiet, wind across the open field. Hannah's eyes cut to me. I look at her face, every part of me on high alert, and she narrows her gaze for a moment on me. Her nostrils flare around the nose plug. "You're nervous," she says. I shake my head and lie. "No," I say. I start to walk across the field to meet Father Sky. At the edge of the dome, I pause, wait for Hannah to catch up. She's hanging back a little. I don't know if it's the strange feeling on the property or if it's whatever she's seeing in me. Probably the fact that I am feeling now that I might have made an irreversible mistake in texting Jack. I just don't know. Denver is farther than No Name, though. I don't know how long it will take for them to get here, if they come. Maybe it'll take care of itself. I can cuff Theo Wharton and leave him for them. But I need to be sure. We reach the dome. 2 large antlers are bolted to the outside of the doors as handles. I pause, try to determine if I hear anything inside. My hand hovers over my gun. I wonder briefly if Hannah still has that pocket knife. "Ready?" I ask. She's still watching me, eyes narrowed, searching for something. After a second, though, she nods. I open the door. It takes my eyes a second to adjust to what we find inside. The inside of the dome is painted with rainbow swirling shapes. Feels a lot like Denver's International Church of Cannabis. Incense burns at intervals around the space, on either side of the doors we've just stepped through, the ones now falling shut behind us. The air is thick and choked with the incense, a strange, sweet, earthy smell to it. Light spills down from stained glass skylights, casting everything in bizarre rainbow color. On both sides of a center aisle sit 8 long benches that could probably accommodate 10 people each, and at the end of it, a multi-leveled raised dais with a giant sculpture made of what looked like antlers and bones. A multi-headed eagle perched on a tree branch, wings fully outstretched, preparing for flight, or in a show of intimidation. In front of the multi-headed eagle, sitting on a floor cushion on the dais in the only stream of light from clear glass above, the only white in the place, like a spotlight, is Father Sky. It must be him, wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of white linen pants. Barefoot, of course, the tanned, muscular physique of a man who spends much of his time outside. Healthy and good-looking in a clothing model all-American way. And with a look in his eye that says he knows he can get away with anything, has already gotten away with so much, from looks, charm. That violence there, he's dangerous. That edge, that wolfish threat. It's so clear that I think maybe he wants it to be. Beads of every color on his wrists, a red bolo tie around his neck. The same red bolo from my dream, me with Hannah on the mountain. I blink. There's no bolo tie. I take a breath, pull myself together. Nerves, probably. From texting Jack, meeting wisdom teller maybe, finally. Maybe meeting the person orchestrating all these murders. Father Sky smiles, watching me. "You made it," he says, staying seated. "Come on in. Don't be shy. All are welcome to the Church of Sacred Life." I glance to Hannah, who looks around the space, tense, a hand in her pocket. So she does still have the knife after all. Good. We step forward down the aisle, space for both of us side by side to walk through it. We stop at the second-to-last benches, leaving maybe 10 feet between us and the dais. "Wow," he says, leaning back on his hands and shaking his head. "Look at you two. You are..." He glances to Hannah, then to me. "Absolutely sensational." "Theo Wharton?" I say. "Really," he says. "I thought I shined bright. I mean, I've made it like my whole thing. It is my thing, but..." He shakes his head again, leans forward now, rests his elbows on his knees, his eyes raking over us. We need to ask you a couple questions, I say. His attention focuses on me, lit up in wonder and violence, hatred almost. There, just for a second, my heart picks up its pace. We might have found him. He might be the one, someone who would do all this to get to me, to even attempt to frame me. I try to think if I've seen him before, but I haven't. I don't think I have. Ask away, he says, shaking his head again. To see you both, in person, here. His eyes cut to Hannah, rainbow light spilling over her. He smiles. She looks away. What do you know about a chat room called Drifters Seeking the Truth? I ask. Father Sky sits very still smiling, still staring at us both like we're a meal he's about to eat. I'm in it, he says. My handle is Wisdom Teller. I run the whole thing. His words hang in the air. He just said it. It's not enough to arrest him. There's no crime against posting in a chat room. But if he's the one organizing all the killings, if I can get him to admit it, that'll be it. I can't believe he just said it. You're surprised? He says. I've been giving you hints. I've been trying to tell you. Trying to tell me what? Everything, he says. And there's nothing more. He just sits still, silent, watching, his eyes never leaving us. You seem to have quite a devoted following in there, I say, the chat room. Yeah, he says, tilting his head slightly, his hair falling back from his face. I don't know if I've seen him blink once. Here too. He nods to the benches. You should stay for a service. You predicted that the killings weren't over, I say. You said there would be more murders. Knew they were about to start up again. A slow smile spreads on his face. You get it yet? He asks me, and I feel something, a chill over my skin. I look up to see a shadow moving at the edge of the room. Hannah's watching it too. I tear my eyes from it, focus on Theo Wharton, his words bothering me. Hannah, in my dream, do you get it yet? Did you go see Ryder Smith? He asks. I nod, slowly. The shadow lingers. Another appears on the other side of the dome. Hannah's eyes flick toward it, and Theo's attention fixes on her. He smiles again. You're going to ask me about the boogeyman, he says, his gaze cutting to me. Hannah tenses. Do you know who is responsible for these killings? I ask. I know that it knows you, he says to me, and the shadows go still. Hannah does too. It feels suddenly very stagnant in here. The air thick, the walls tight, silence. The way you scream, Theo says. It's so loud, so bright. What do you mean? I say slowly. It knows me. I mean, you've met it, of course. The boogeyman. He nods that slow, strange nod, that predatory smile. You know the boogeyman. I've met the person responsible for all of this. He nods again, glances to Hannah, then back to me, smiles again. You get it yet? If you have any information that could lead us to someone, even if you're involved in it, we can work out a deal, a pardon, some kind of immunity. We do it all the time. All we need, we're all involved. Don't you see? You, me, Hannah Lawrence. He winks at her. Even Nat Tillman and Josie Maynor. Even Jack Murphy. How do you know my name? Hannah says. It comes out more like a whisper. I'm telling you, I know. It told me. Who told you? I say. What did? Behind Hannah, behind both of us, more shadows gather, drift around the space as though in a procession. More of them pouring in from outside, through the closed doors. We have to be imagining this. Hannah Lawrence, afraid of shadows, Theo says. You are the night. You are the dark and the... I glance to the corner, that thick incense swirling from the edges of the room, crawling up and over the low ceiling and coming to fall on us from above. What are you burning? I ask. What are we breathing in? Father Sky smiles. The room starts to sway a little, and I turn to find every one of the shadows now sitting in rows on the benches, entirely still, more than 100 of them packing the space, all the shadows from outside, a congregation in their seats. "Daniel," Hannah whispers, a look of terror on her face. I turn back to Father Sky, Theo Wharton, where she's looking, and he's standing on the edge of the dais facing us. His gaze has gone blank, eyes glassy. I saw Jack's daughter have a seizure once. She looked like this right before. I tense, don't know what to do. As Theo Wharton, Father Sky, in the stream of white light shining in from above, starts to convulse on the dais. His eyes roll back in his head, his face cast up to the sky, arms outstretched, and faster than I can track, his body folds in half, backward, feet still on the mat. The top of his head hits the floor behind him. Hannah jumps, his stomach up toward the ceiling, arms outstretched wide above the ground as music starts to play from somewhere. I don't know where. Hannah is frozen, eyes wide in shock. Music, discordant flute or wind instrument, plays from nowhere, and Father Sky starts to sway, slowly, his head making an arc on the floor, face coming around on each side to look up at us, out at the audience of shadows that do not exist. In a daze, I think, this must be what it's like to go to the circus. This is his show, what people come to see. It has to be, right? The incense, some kind of hallucinogenic, smoke and mirrors, a contortionist. It can't be actually. He snaps upright. Hannah and I both take a step back. I reach for my gun. Father Sky stands before us and looks out at nothing for a moment, above our heads. Then, as if something huge is shoved to his chest, he is thrown back, trips over his feet. He collapses on the floor behind his mat, in front of the eagle statue. He knocks over one of his singing bowls, the sound of it clanging through the space with the music, reverberating, echoing around us as it clatters off the dais. Father Sky blinks, tilts his head one way and then another, cracks his neck slowly, strangely. His movements different than before, less fluid, more jerky. He looks up, and I know even in my head that it sounds insane. I hardly believe it, even as instinctually I know it to be true. He is no longer Theo Wharton, no longer Father Sky. It's Father Sky's body, but the person before us is now something else. Hannah gasps. I look to her, eyes panicked, a whimper in her throat. I think she's trying to move, but she can't. She's frozen to the spot. I can't move. I can't. Father Sky opens his mouth, and when he speaks, it is a new voice, an inhuman one. One that seems to come from all corners of the space, from outside, from the earth itself. So low and rasped and strange that I think it is impossible. It's 10 voices. It's 100. It's whatever's in that incense burning in the corner, whatever Theo Wharton has drugged us with. It's the sound of every loss in a life and every moment of pain. "Danny," it says, and I am here but not here. Pressure, that strange vibration. Vroom. Happy in Afghanistan. Every crime scene. I suck in a breath. I try to take a step, to move away from Theo Wharton, from this room, from whatever any of this is, but I can't. I can't move. Listen, it says. You want. Reach. Outside the window, behind Hannah, there's movement. I can't turn my head, but I can just move my eyes enough to see red and blue, flashing lights. Trying. Need. Through the drugged haze and the confusion and the music growing in volume and the man before us and the congregation of shadows at our backs, information synthesizes all at once. They've arrived. Jack's here, probably with backup. I don't know what's happening in front of us, can't begin to understand it. But I called Jack here, and if there's any chance of Hannah and me getting out of this, of Theo Wharton being apprehended, I need to be able to move somehow. I need control. I close my eyes, and I remember my body, the way it moves, the way it runs and fights and lives. I know it so well. know sweat and pain and speed and breath more than anyone. It is the place I go when nothing makes sense, when this world feels too painful to spend another second in. I know this. I can do this. Even as I think it, I move my left foot slowly, sliding it over the floor just inches. Psychochemical warfare. They taught us how to do this, how to move through it, how to convince our brains that it isn't happening, that we do know ourselves and our bodies and our thoughts, even if it feels the furthest thing from the truth. I can do this. Whatever he drugged me with, however he fucked with the connection between my brain and body, whatever this circus sideshow is, my brain knows how to move. My body does. I do. It's all in my mind. I tell myself it's all in my mind. I push harder, feel sweat beating on my forehead. I push. It's all. I snap back to awareness, and my body is mine once again. Father Sky opens his mouth to say more, and I turn around to face the doors just in time to see them burst open. 6. Josie in the doorway, her gun trained on me. Garcia and 2 male agents I don't know. My ex-wife holds up her radio and says, "I have Stansfield, Lawrence, and Wharton. Daniel," she says to me, "you 2 are coming in and we're going to talk, okay? Don't make this hard." She doesn't see the congregation of shadows. None of them do. Because the shadows aren't real. Because none of them have been in here long enough to be affected by the drugs. I glance to the incense on either side of the entrance. We only passed through it. Got whatever of it fills the room now, but they're standing right next to it. I can feel Hannah about to run beside me, feel the tension in her. I don't know if she's still frozen. A voice cuts through my thoughts. Behind us, Father Sky, not Father Sky, says in that other voice, "Ask her." Josie and the other agents flinch at the voice. The awful sound, the reverberation of it through the chapel. Try to find the source of it. Garcia furrows her brow. One of the male agents swears. The other says, "What the?" Again, that uncanny, terrifying voice behind me says, "She knows." I turn, just for a moment, to see Father Sky, Theo Wharton, whoever the fuck we're talking to, staring right at Hannah. Flute music in the chapel. Tension filling every breath, every bit of air in here choked and thick with it, with the incense. The agents at the front, here to arrest Hannah and me. Theo Wharton on the dais, Hannah Lawrence, terrified beside me. What does that mean? She knows. That other voice, those 1,000 terrible voices in one, echoes through the chapel, sliding against the walls and falling down back to us from the ceiling. She knows. She knows. She. We don't have time. I don't have time to parse this out. I look at Josie, think if there's any way out for us from this. I know the look there. I made a mistake, a major one, telling Jack our location. They don't trust me anymore. And maybe I don't trust them now either. We have to get out of here. I turn back to Josie and open my mouth, start to try and stall them just long enough for the incense to affect them. It shouldn't be long now. The voice behind me rasps one more time. Help them. A twitch in the shadow congregation, a ripple, a wave, heads turning, if the shadows do have heads. This imaginary congregation starting to move as a whole. I hear a clatter and a bang, and I turn back once more to see Father Sky passed out on the ground, fallen back on top of the singing bowls and cushions. The music still plays, the echoes of the crash. I turn back to the agents. At the front of the chapel, Josie says, "Daniel, you're coming with us, and you're not going to put up any kind of fight. It's good you texted. We're going to figure this out." And his eyes shoot to me. Disbelief, confusion, betrayal. Josie jerks her head, and the 2 male agents start to walk around either side of the dome, around the shadow congregation, all 4 agents with guns out, trained on us. The shadows. "Josie," I say, and it's a warning because I don't know what's real. The shadows have all turned to the agents. But before I can do or say anything else, the shadows are up and moving. 2 groups of them, 4 or 5 each, rush to the male agents on either side of the chapel. They smother them, pile on top of the men, each writhing black mass. One agent chokes, falls to his knees, grabbing his throat. The other is shoved up against the wall, held up above the ground by the shadows. Josie yells, confused, eyes frantic. Garcia's head swivels between each of the other agents. No one grasping what is happening. The shadows are real. They're doing this. Garcia and Josie can't see them, but they're real. Help them. He meant help us. He was talking to the shadow congregation. Garcia rushes to the agent up against the wall, says his name, tries to get to him. The shadows take her to the ground. Josie watches all of it, trying to understand, and I can see a glazed look in her eyes. The incense starting to hit. To the side, the shadows swarming Garcia, pushing her down to the floor, covering her body. Josie yells, "What is happening? What's happening to them?" She starts to move, shaking her head and trying to push through the fog of the incense. I don't think she sees the shadows, her attention never moving to the ones still in front of her in the seats, the ones she is inches from. She doesn't see them turning, fixing their attention on her, standing from their chairs, moving. "Josie, stop!" I yell. And she does, just at the edge of the shadow congregation. Maybe some last vestige of marital trust, maybe old habit, but she looks at me with an incredulous expression, and then her eyes go glazed and roll back in her head. She falls to the floor. I look to Hannah. She's already moving through the center aisle toward the door, both of us released. The shadows make no moves toward her. I follow, say, "Wait, just a second." I bend down beside Josie and feel her pulse, touch her forehead. She's unconscious but alive. The shadows have returned to their seats. The other agents passed out on the floor. Behind us, Theo Wharton / Father Sky says in his own smooth voice, "Going already?" I don't turn back. I have more questions. Too many, but... "There are more agents out there," I say to Hannah. "We need to run, fast." She nods and I brace myself for whatever this ends up being. Somehow, the incense isn't affecting me anymore. I don't think Hannah either. We can move normally. We can do this. I glance back once, one final time to catch Father Sky watching both of us with that wolfish, furious smile. Dangerous. Every part of him. I know it. Feel it. Hatred on his face. Hatred maybe for me. "See you soon," he says. We throw the doors open and run. I take it all in, the field, the squad lights no longer flashing. To our right, 2 agents. To our left, a squad car, and of course Nat fucking Tillman looking up at the sky. We've got about 100 meters between us and the red wagon here. We run. Shouts on the right. One of the 2 male agents. Both of them rush toward us. One of them is big, not as fast, but strong. The other, smaller than me, is fast. "Guys, I don't want to fight you," I yell. "Don't do this." They don't slow down. The smaller one is almost on us, 10 feet away. I swear. "Don't stop," I yell to Hannah, and I see her run past me as I wheel on them. Small guy is going for the tackle, running at me full force. My mind, body, calm. I enter that other state, the one I've lived in so many times in my life, more than I should have. The fighting quiet. Everything slows down. I don't let myself think about how bad this is, how bad it looks, how royally fucked I will be in every court of law. We just have to get out of this. I bend my knees, lower my center of gravity, angle my body so he can't make total direct contact. Half a second away, I can see his chest heaving, the breaths he's pushing out, the look of focus on his face. Have to anticipate the moment of contact, when the tackle will come, have to use his momentum, He jumps, flies through the air. I sidestep, but not fast enough to avoid the hit. His right shoulder collides with mine, knocks me back a step, his arms moving to surround me. Before they can, I shove my left elbow into his solar plexus and throw my right fist beneath his chin in an uppercut at the same time as my right leg swipes behind his. He's thrown backward, lands on the ground, the hit hard enough that he's still for the moment. I look up just as the big man closes in from my side. 20 feet away. He's reaching for his gun, slowing him more. I hold my hands up in surrender. I can't turn to see where Hannah is or Tillman. The big man takes his time walking toward me. Talks, says that I shouldn't move or he'll shoot. All the normal things. But I'm not listening. I'm watching. I don't hear any of the words he says, but I know he wants me on my knees. I do it, lower myself down. He's going so slow, so fucking slow as he steps toward me. I need him faster, need him to move. Come on, just a little closer. I put my hands behind my back and he steps around behind me. He's tall. I sit all the way low so he has to bend down, down, down. My hand's almost as low as the ground. I sense him behind me, bent forward, his head inches from mine, and I throw the back of my skull into his face. He groans and I jump up and turn as he steps back, one hand on his bloody nose, the other lifting the gun. I elbow him, knock it from his hand, and it falls to the grass. I step forward, grab the back of his head with both my hands and long knee him in the throat. I jump back and he falls to the ground. I look up and I can't find Hannah. I don't see her, and a terrible thought crosses my mind. She took the car. She ran, left me here. But no, the car's still here. Then I see her, just over by it, past the trees. She's on her knees too. And Nat Tillman stands behind her, tightening her cuffs. Something shifts in me, more than the fighting calm, more than the adrenaline, seeing Nat Tillman there, standing over her. Hannah Lawrence on her knees. There's blood on her chin. Rage. I run. I push my legs and move harder and faster than I ever have. Nat Tillman, my only focus. Nat Tillman with his hands on her. I'm there before he finishes, before he has her up and standing. I am there, and I do not think, do not feel, as my arm rears back and my fist collides with Nat Tillman's face. I throw a boot into his chest and knock him down to the ground. Blood sprays from his nose, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Jesus, dude, he says, looking at his hand, covered in it. What the hell? I kick his gun out of his reach and pick up the handcuff key from where he's just dropped it on the ground. I say, Josie's inside unconscious. Not from me. Go arrest Theo Wharton. He's the one you want. I don't wait for a response as I pull Hannah up from the ground and help her get to the car. She slumps into the passenger seat, hands still cuffed behind her back. I close her door and run around to the driver's side, throw myself in just as the smaller agent gets up off the ground, raising his gun. He aims it at me and shoots, the crack of the gunshot pulling me back to memories I close my eyes against. I get the car started. I think he missed. I think I'm okay. I slam the door closed and pull my hand in. I throw the car in drive and peel it out of the lot. His next shot ricochets off the back bumper. We pull away. And then I feel the pain. I look down. My left hand is gushing blood. I hold it up higher, swallow, focus. Are you okay? I ask Hannah as we get on the road. She's leaning forward in the passenger seat, blood on her chin, hands still cuffed. I don't know where we're going. Away from here, as far as we can get. In this unique, memorable car that 7 agents just saw. I gotta wrap up my hand, get this blood to slow before I pass out. I lift it higher above my heart, blink myself into focus. Pain, adrenaline. Hannah says, yeah. Here, I say, driving with my left forearm and reaching over with the right to unlock her cuffs. Lean forward if you can. She does. It takes a minute, glancing back and forth between the road and her, driving with my hand bleeding and unlocking the cuffs, but I'm able to do it. She pulls her hands free and throws the cuffs on the floorboard. She reaches into the glove compartment where she finds some napkins and hands them to me, holds herself as far back as she can from the blood, wipes hers off her face. You? She asks. I nod, hold the napkins to my hand. It's not as bad as I thought, just my pinky's kinda half on. It fucking hurts, but there's too much going on. Just have to get away. Have to think. We drive. Don't speak. I try to take in everything that just happened, try to make sense of it. The sky is darkened. I'm not sure when. Hannah and Father's sky and Josie. I don't know when it happened, but it's dark. Really dark. Just as I think it, the first snowflake falls to the windshield and melts against it. Then another. He hurt you, I say. How bad? She searches through the glove box again, pulls out some wet wipes, slides one over her face. He didn't, she says. but I ran from him and tripped. I glance at Hannah. She's holding something in her hand, staring out the window. Her words sound a little different. What did you see in there? I finally ask. Could you? She nods. I saw them. The shadows. It was drugs, right? The incense? My good hand unsteady on the wheel. I grip it tighter. I don't feel so hot, a little dizzy. I don't think so, she says. It was real. The others, they just couldn't see what was happening to them. They only felt it, I think. I look at her again. Why? Why can we see them and no one else? They're not real. The shadows are real. And so is that shit with Father Sky. She turns and looks at me. You texted them, told them where we were. How could you? The priority is solving this, apprehending this killer. If we catch the right guy, we're off the hook. Are you kidding? That doesn't let us off the hook. We still look pretty fucking suspicious. You haven't given us any kind of chance, and you just totally fucked us. Now they know what car we're driving. Now we've fought and actually escaped them. Isn't that another offense? A bad one? I can't believe you. Then she goes silent. Tension snakes through the car again. What is that? She asks with a deadly calm. I look where she does. At the card that's just slipped out of my leather jacket pocket onto the center console. A 6 of spades with a fox drawn on it. The one I stole from her cabin. I clear my throat. I should have told you, I say. She stares at me. I'm sorry, I say. Are you serious? You're... Again, her voice a little different. She's holding her mouth in a strange way as she's speaking. Are you hurt? I ask. Do we need to... She's staring at me like I am the worst thing she's ever seen. And my eyes catch. Her hand that's fallen open on her lap. And the ribs. Daphne and me at Linger Estuary. The old photographs of the bodies. A snowflake falls, then another. As my head spins, as I realize what I'm seeing. What? Wolf depredation. Veneered or fake canine. Josie on the ground. The shadows. Theo Wharton and she knows. Teeth marks. The snow starts falling in a flurry now, dancing before us. Do you get it yet? Theo Wharton had said. The same words from my dream. The words Hannah Lawrence spoke to me in a dream on a mountaintop. The strange way she's holding her mouth. You've met the boogeyman, Father Sky said. We drive into the snow, my hand bleeding, the world rapidly turning white. And I don't know what to do, what to think or feel, because the tooth in Hannah Lawrence's hand, the one she's holding there, the veneer that just came out of her mouth, it's a canine. Part 4. Your Sweet Love. 1. Sometimes snow is a gentle thing that slowly blankets the land, softening the world around you and filling it with wonder. And sometimes it's an assault. Flurries multiply, thicken until your vision is white, until the world is muffled, then silenced, then suffocated, then smothered by a force greater than any of us. Is it the bad decision? Bad feeling, bad decision, snow coming down hard. Leaving with Hannah, fighting the FBI to flee with her, Hannah's canine veneer in her hand. It's her. She's the one. The road stretching in the growing dark. Colorado canyons, mountains, rivers. A hawk soars over us in the snow, and I can almost feel that I see us from its vantage point. Red car on long gray road in the white, soaring higher and higher as we grow smaller below. A finite red point in a sea of blinding white, our headlights barely penetrating. Time stretching, memories, music playing, almost feeling as though the car is moving of its own volition, as if we are being led forward in some elaborate game, every player and piece and move leading us towards some great inevitable future. We are completely blind to it. By the time we get to Grand Lake, I'm having trouble seeing. By the time we hit Estes Park, I'm scared we're going to crash. I haven't been going any particular direction, or not meaning to anyway, just away from Yampa, from the others. Hannah Lawrence did all of this. And Father Sky. The tires slip on the fresh snow. No chains. I need to pull over. Need to sort this all out. Get somewhere safe. It's after 8. We need a room somewhere. I squint through the snow and just make out the edges of signs. Gas, food, hotel. I see a sign. Take the turn. Head up a drive past an unattended guard stand. We pull up into the parking lot. Can barely see. We step out of the car into the whipping cold and snow. I grab the duffel bag, shove the files and knife in it, grab my cowboy hat. I'd rather have left the knife and the car somewhere else, not where we're staying, but we just have to get inside. We just have to figure this out. The chill bites my skin, adrenaline, a humming in my ears. It's impossible to see beyond a faint outline of the building. We walk around to the front of the hotel, Hannah and me. She pulls her jacket in tight around herself. She doesn't have enough layers for this weather, even with the puffer. Neither do I. Neither of us prepared because we never thought we'd be here right now. Hannah Lawrence, who ate those bodies, who very well might have killed all those people, organized it somehow. My ears are ringing. Every body, every drainage ditch. Years of my life studying this case, working this case, unable to find Hannah. Hannah. Do you get it yet? Ask her. She knows. You've met the boogeyman. A white, stately, sprawling hotel with a red roof comes into view in the pummeling snow. Light glowing out from the windows. American flags attached to the building above the columns whip wildly in the wind. The snow pelts us as we take the steps up to the front porch and then the 2 French doors. The red welcome mat below our feet says the Stanley Hotel. We open the doors against the wind, and as soon as we step inside, they slam shut behind us, a few small flurries settling down to the red, thick, patterned carpet below our feet. To our right is a vintage green, yellow, and black Stanley automobile with a fake Colorado Vanity license plate that says, in red, scratchy letters, Red Rum. In front of us, a round entry table like the one at While Ago Manor, holding an elaborate flower arrangement. Behind it is a grand wooden stairway, carpeted in the same red and white as the rest of the lobby, patterned green wallpaper lining the walls, and the thick, carved, dark-stained wood framing everything, stretching in beams across the ceiling. Sconces glow against the wood, and an old brass elevator reflects the light. Beyond the flower arrangement is a front check-in desk, the same green wallpaper and dark wood, and to our left, a witchy-looking girl manning a seance table. Fireplaces on both sides of the lobby glow, guests and shadows huddled near them in leather chairs. There are mirrors everywhere, on either side of the lobby, facing in toward each other, behind and surrounding the stairwell, on every wall. I take a breath, keep my focus. Hannah Lawrence next to me, mirrors all around, every muscle in my body tense. The guy at the front desk lifts his head as we approach. Cold out there, huh? He asks. Hannah looks around, might be considering running. But where? Where could she possibly run from me now that I know? Nowhere. Never again. I have no idea what happens next, but I know that whatever it is, this ends here, one way or another. Hannah Lawrence, who tricked me, who somehow knew about the Happy Inn, who somehow coerced all the killers? Why not? Didn't she fucking easily manipulate me? Didn't she fool me completely? Still, or because of it, I step closer to her. She steps back and I stay tuned in to her every movement. Do you have any rooms available? I ask the man at the front desk. His eyes trail down to my bloody napkin-covered hand, then back up, flick to Hannah and her nose plug. Without a reservation? He asks. Yes. Hannah shifts, and I tell myself not to look directly at her, even as every part of me is focused on her. And hasn't it been this whole time? Haven't I known on some level that I have been obsessed with her, caught in her snare from the moment I first heard her name? Told myself some fantasy that she and I were wrapped up in. Oh, shoot. Well, let me just see here. He winces, makes a big show of widening his eyes and then lowering his brows in concentration, looking at a sheet of paper. Wi-Fi's down. Been this way for a few hours. Gotta consult this sheet. But this is peak season, you know? Well, one of them, I mean. We're really a year-round establishment, but we're really booked up here. I'm just not sure. We'll take whatever you have, I say. I see Hannah flinch at this. Hannah, who has the gall to act like she doesn't trust me, to act like I am the untrustworthy one when she has been. Gee, guys, I'm really sorry. It looks like we don't. Excuse me? A tense voice behind us. I turn, prepare myself to grab Hannah if I have to, if she bolts anywhere. That feeling when Tillman stood over her, the rage I felt at anyone laying hands on her, touching her, the way I wanted to protect her. Tillman, who had her apprehended. I freed a suspect, one who actually deserved to be in custody. Fuck. But the girl who spoke behind us, one half of a young couple, she looks terrified. Hi, she says, pushing ahead of us. We're checking out early. Oh, was everything all right with your stay? The man who's been helping us asks. You know, we wanted to do this whole haunted room thing, she says, pointing at her boyfriend. And look, I love Stephen King, I do. I love the book and the movie and the miniseries. I love them, but that room, that's not... And all the people coming up and taking photos with our door while we're just trapped inside with this, ghost. We have to go. I glance around, understanding dawning. This is that hotel, the one Stephen King stayed in and got the idea for a book. Of course it fucking is. I knew that it was somewhere in Colorado. I tense further, ignore the shadow that brushes by behind us, Hannah stiffening as it passes. Once again, these pieces of my life laid out in front of me. John Denver Sanctuary in Aspen, the motel. But Hannah couldn't have meant for us to come here, could she? I was the one driving. She hasn't said a word since just outside of Yampa. Father Sky certainly didn't have a hand in us driving here specifically. No, I think this one was all me and my dumb fucking luck. The woman drops the key to the counter and her boyfriend shrugs in an embarrassed apology, but he looks a little shaken up too. Hannah takes half a step away from me and I move closer to her. She adjusts her nose plug, puts her hand up over her mouth and nose, again that look as if she's in pain. She doesn't get to do that anymore. I won't feel sorry for her, not now. How much of this is an act? Everything, maybe. All of it. And me, so fucking stupid. Well, the bellman says, looks like it's your lucky day. This never happens. Wow, when I tell you this room is booked up months, sometimes years in advance. If I could just write down some of your info. I left my ID at home. Could I maybe just pay cash? Sorry. Been a rough day. He watches us a moment, takes us in. Sometimes these rooms have a way of picking the right guests. Certainly was true one time in 217. He winks. I think in this instance we can make it work. I write down a fake name, address, and email, hand over the cash. What's up with all the mirrors? I ask. Oh, you should really take one of our tours. There's so much to learn. F.O. Stanley's wife, Flora, she was very interested in the paranormal, hosted seances here, collected special items. She believed that by placing mirrors facing each other, she could create portals into other realms. So this whole place very well might be just that, a kind of portal. Great, I say. Thanks. You can go get yourselves a bite at the restaurant or a drink at the bar. I'll send housekeeping up right away and get you in within the hour. I think you two might just be our luckiest guests yet. We step into the gift shop and buy another fishing hat for Hannah. Hers got lost somewhere in the shuffle in Yampa. And a baseball cap for me. Scarves for both of us. There are horror souvenirs everywhere for this haunted hotel. The book it inspired. I don't look at them. I don't look at the shadows milling around the lobby either. The one leaning against the shiny green car. I do not look at the mirrors. The Cascades restaurant, with its dark carved wooden bar, glowing amber stone bar top, backlit liquor bottles, and copper tin ceiling, gives the sense of stepping into a place out of time. The snow outside the window is so thick we can't see anything besides white, and the TVs are off. I don't see any cameras in here, but surely they'll have them all throughout the hotel. Still, if the storm can hold and the Wi-Fi can stay out, we might be okay. On the other hand, we might be stuck here until the storm lets up. So, there's that too. Not sure how to deal with my racing heart and the woman in front of me. Hannah, the center of my thoughts since the moment I saw her, and still I wouldn't see. We sit behind a long carved piece of glass shaped to look like mountains at a 2-person table. The glass shields us from anyone walking in or at the bar, but not from the 2 tables beside us, which mercifully are currently empty. 2 shadows sit at the bar, and one at a corner table near the window walls. Music plays, low enough I can't quite make it out. The waitress comes and reads us the daily specials. We don't listen. My eyes don't leave Hannah's face. Those intense green eyes, that wildness I've been so drawn to, the way she's watching me back. We'll have the ribs, I say, and a steak. Hannah's look, accusation, fear, distrust, rage. Hannah with half a canine in her hand. That's all we'll have, I say, and the waitress disappears. After she goes, Hannah says quietly, I don't eat meat. I lean back in my chair, lean forward. Don't know what to do with myself. I don't think that's true, I say. She goes very still, so still that I think I am looking at a completely different person, like a mountain lion, powerful and silent and deadly. For a terrible split second, seeing her across this table, I think that she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. How fucking ridiculous that was all it took to distract me. What does that mean? She says. I don't say anything, just try to understand, try to really see. How did you know about the motel? I ask. She leans forward, lowers her voice and whispers, How dare you? How dare you accuse me of anything when you broke into my home and stole something? You lied about it and you completely fucked us. You told them where we were. Because of you, we almost both... Because of me. I did this. How am I supposed to believe you didn't do all this? They want to arrest you too, don't they? My life was completely fine and normal before I was taken from... Who are you? Alrighty, the waitress says, pouring ice water into our glasses. Did we decide on some drinks to go with the food? I'll take a scotch, I say, never letting my eyes stray from Hannah for a second. Hers that distracted me from everything. Neat. I'm fine, Hannah says. She'll have one too, I say. I'm fine, Hannah says. I don't drink. Okay, I say. Then bring me 2, please. The waitress hovers for a moment, probably checking to make sure Hannah's okay, that I'm not some abusive or controlling husband. Clocking the bruises on Hannah's face, the faint outline of them. If only she knew who the woman before me truly is, what she's capable of. I'm fine, Hannah says to her, not taking her eyes off me. The waitress hesitates, then says, You just let me know if you need anything. Who are you? I ask again when she's gone, and I feel, looking at Hannah's face in the dim light, the glow of the table candle reflecting against her skin, her eyes, her nose, her mouth. I feel it is the single most important question of my entire life. You know who I am, she says in that lethal, quiet calm. And I don't know why, but my chest hurts at that. A feeling pushing up from somewhere. No, I say. I don't. We sit. The music plays. I can now hear its Pancho and Lefty. Hannah's chest rising and falling, her focus narrowed in on me. The waitress brings the food and sets it down between us, along with the glasses of scotch. The second the food passes in front of Hannah's face, she leans back from the chair. That expression of pain again, rage in her eyes. She locks them on me. The waitress disappears. Hannah's hands on the table, knuckles white. Her nostrils flare and she swears, adjusting the nose plug. She reaches across the table and takes one of my drinks, knocks it back with her eyes on me. Fuck you, she says. I will not feel sorry for her, I tell myself again. I won't. Not anymore, not now that I see, finally, what I should have seen from the very beginning. She stares at me for so long that I think I don't breathe at all. Finally, softly, just low enough for the two of us to hear, and with such a pained expression on her face that I nearly betray myself again, she says, "I didn't kill anyone." Now let's see, just to keep track here. You don't eat meat, you don't drink, and you didn't— God damn it, she says, slamming her hand down on mine on the table. Listen to me. Her skin, my skin, her hand on my hand. She seems to realize, pulls it back, her face flushed. I didn't— She lowers her voice. Kill them. You just what? The waitress appears again. Oh, hi there. I just wanted to let you know that your room is all ready when you're finished here. We'll take this to go and the check, I say. We both reach for the second scotch. We find our room, have to pass about 20 mirrors to get there. 2 young women are taking a selfie in front of it, and they scurry off when they see us approaching. A brass plaque on the wooden door says, "The Stephen King Suite." I open it, wait for Hannah to walk in first. She keeps her distance from me, the takeout container in my hand. Inside, the red patterned carpet from the hall continues through the room. On our left is a heavy wooden armoire, dresser, and chair. A large, dark wood 4-poster bed sits in the center of the room with a leather and wooden bench at the foot of it. On the other side of it, a seating area that blocks entry to the balcony. On the wall with the bathroom door is a large desk and chair and a bookshelf full of books. I don't have to look at them to know what they are. I stand just beyond the door, my back to it, Hannah hovering between the bathroom and the bed. Her attention moves to the hall door behind me. I'm blocking her exit. A shadow hangs back in the corner by the bookshelf. Talk, I say. Hannah's eyes flick to the takeout container in my hand, then back to me. Do you want this? I say. No? What's the nose plug for? I can't be close to... You didn't just start wearing it after the motel. What is that tube you keep hiding? Capsaicin, she says quietly. That word sounds familiar. It's to make it so you can't smell, to deaden the sense. That spicy smell on her, that's what it is. Why did you take the card from my cabin? She asks. Why did you lie about being there? I tighten my jaw. She glances at the takeout container again, her nostrils flaring. Can we get that out of here? I step forward. You want it? She takes a step back. I see it there. A flash. Want. Desire. No, she says. Are you sure? I take another step forward, reach it out to her. Here. Take it. She shakes her head. Her hand shoots up to her nose. What do you want from me? I want the truth, I say. I want every fucking detail. I want everything. She knows. My chest is heaving and I feel like I've just run a marathon, like I want to run another. This woman right here in front of us, of me, us here in this hotel room together. Okay, she says finally. Okay, just, I don't know, put that in the bathroom or something. I can't talk with it in here, please. Somehow that please sends that protective jolt through me again. I ignore it even as I put the container in the bathroom without losing sight of Hannah. And when I step back in, she's sitting on the bench at the foot of the bed, looking down at her hands, one of them still holding the tooth, her feet on the carpet. We should bandage your hand, she says without looking up. It's fine, I say. I don't really know if it's fine. I mean, it's just a pinky, but I don't know how much a pinky can bleed. It hurts like hell, actually. I hesitate, then call down for a first aid kit. A few minutes later, one arrives. Hannah makes no move to leave when I open the door. It's a long story, she says when the porter leaves and I sit against the door on the carpet, open up the kit. Great, I say, my heart going crazy in my chest. The snow casting the whole room in that muffled blue-white light. I'm grateful for something to do with my hands. 7 years ago, I went to California. I was looking for a change, she says. In my life, some kind of, I guess, like revelation. I was 22, I didn't know anything, and my life before, growing up, it was lonely. In college, I studied, mostly, and I had friends, but they were superficial relationships. I just never really found anyone who... She clears her throat. And then I met Eden. The pain on her face when she says the name. Anxiety courses through me. Fear, jealousy maybe. I rip open the alcohol wipes with my teeth and start to clean up some of the blood. I hiss against the pain. Do it anyway. Lone Pine, California, she says. I was hoping to hike and just, I guess, get a break from the world. It was meant to be a pass-through. It's where Tumangoya is, Mount Whitney most people call it, even though that's not its name. It's a small town. There's really not much. Manzanar, an old Western film museum, couple bars, hiker resupply, some motels. The Alabama Hills, these rock formations at the base of the mountain. My first night there, I stopped in one of those bars just to get a drink. I'd entered the lottery to see if I could get a permit to summit the mountain from the portal side, and I was waiting to hear, and that's when I met Eden. She was everything I wasn't, I guess. She was there collecting stories, trying to piece together a huge book on this country and the people in it, interviewing locals and getting to know everyone she could. She was fearless. The look on her face, pain, that type of deep, unrelenting grief. We hit it off, she says. And I mean, the kind of hit it off that only happens once, maybe twice in a lifetime with someone. Soulmates come in any type of relationship, and you never know when you're going to meet one, or if it's even possible. But we knew. It was bliss. She shrugs. I start to dab the alcohol closer to the part of my pinky that's hanging off. I exhale through my teeth. I didn't get the permit that first night to summit. We tried a few times throughout the summer, got matching tattoos of the mountain to sort of will it into existence. And it worked. Finally, we got it. We hiked up. We're up at a trail camp, which is like the last stop just before the top. Just us and a couple other hikers and a bunch of marmots. We could have summited in one day, come back down. We were strong. That kind of young and dumb that makes you invincible almost. But we decided to stretch it out, swim in each lake as we went up, take a couple days, camp and experience the camaraderie of pre-summit base camp. She braces herself, takes a deep breath, fidgeting with the tooth. At the campsite, while we were sleeping, a storm came in, a big one. The kind that gets hikers put on the evening news as the one death for the year. One of the others had told us weather might come, that he was reconsidering his summit and thinking of just hiking back down in the night. We shrugged it off and went to sleep. We were having fun. When we woke up, all the other hikers were gone and the snow was everywhere. We couldn't get down, could hardly even see. And Eden, it turns out, had a heart condition and hadn't brought enough medication with her up the mountain since it was just supposed to be one overnight. She hadn't told me about it. I thought we'd told each other everything, but... One tear falls and she swipes at it with the back of her hand. We couldn't get down. The blizzard. We couldn't even find the trails at all at this point. The snow was feet high. So we found this kind of makeshift cave in between some big rocks, and the snow kept coming. We couldn't see other than just white. Like now, she says, glancing out the window at the flurries that haven't stopped. We'd only brought food for a day and a half. She swallows. Eden made it 4 days before her heart. The snow never let up. It got worse. Once-in-a-lifetime record storm. She wipes her face again, the tears there, and says, I was up there for 32 more. After she died. 36 days total. I've stopped what I'm doing with the bandage, watching her, listening. Realization settles over me at her words. Why she is telling me this, what this story has to do with everything. A young girl trapped and cold and starving with her best friend's body. You survived, I say. She nods, takes a long minute, just turns the tooth over and over in her hand, that look of pain on her face, tears falling. I had no idea how much a person could hate themselves. I was really lost for months. I drifted in and out of towns. But I realized I couldn't be near people anymore. The smell of them. I stopped eating meat, couldn't look at it. And when I met James, the guy who owns the house in Aspen, I needed a place to land, get my life together. He was lonely, just wanted company. He gave me space and never questioned the nose plugs or the capsaicin or any of it. I think he just liked knowing there was someone around. Every day I'd drive down the mountain and to that trail you and I ran, and I'd run or walk, and I'd think maybe today I'd just end it all. If I didn't exist, the memories wouldn't either. What I'd done would cease to exist with me. Maybe today I'd just stop. Have you ever? She raises her eyes to me, vulnerable, raw, and I know exactly what she's asking. I know the answer I would honestly give, and it's the one she needs, the one she's begging for. I don't say anything. Her shoulders slump and she drops her gaze again. When it became clear that James wanted more and I couldn't give it, I couldn't even get near anyone. There was no way. I left, and I walked, mostly, at night, maybe kind of daring the night to take me, some bad man or big animal. Statistically, it'd be the man, I guess. I hiked trails and walked highways, drove sometimes, just drifting. I almost felt like I was between worlds, somewhere not quite here, nothing between the memories and me. But something about the dark of night, something about no longer existing in the daylight made me feel as though No one wants to be the darkest thing in the day, but I was at home at night. I don't know. I was in a hell of my own making, but it was better than trying to live in the daylight world again, being the darkest thing there and knowing it, she says. And there was this other thing. Ever since I'd passed into Colorado, I felt that I wasn't alone. I started hearing things, static mostly, sometimes this sort of pulse almost, heartbeat but strange, big, and I'd wake up sometimes to shadows moving around me. There are shadows everywhere, so many. I thought that maybe I just had cracked, that my brain, after what happened. One night I was sleeping in my car and I just felt something outside. It wasn't an animal or a man, wasn't the shadows. This was bigger. I knew it wanted something from me. Somehow I just knew that. I stepped out of the car and I followed the feeling. It took me down a highway down the side of the road into a field, an open drain pipe. There was a body in it. It didn't have any skin. I knew it was female, but nothing else. When was this? I ask, my voice barely audible. She meets my eyes when she says, 6 years ago, November. And she's talking about Claire Wright's body, 14-year-old Claire Wright. My ears ring. The room spins. I thought I was dreaming, she says. It was the worst thing I'd ever seen, besides Eden. It was Eden all over again, and not. And this presence. I felt it push in against my back, all around me. Felt almost its movement in the night. This out-of-timeness, this feeling that I was insulated from the rest of the world, at least for that moment, like it had blocked out everything else, and I knew it wanted me to find this. This was my fate, and I deserved to hate myself. I deserved to feel all of it. So I took a step toward it, and then another, and She stares at the carpet and somewhere else entirely. Then she lifts her gaze to me and says, I didn't kill any of them. They just started appearing where I was. That presence, whatever the thing was, pushing me toward them, putting them in my path. I thought it was the universe or God or whatever there is giving me the punishment I deserved. I thought I was in some kind of hell, and she tucks her hair behind her ear, takes a breath. I got this feeling that whatever it was that was watching me, that walked with me, it liked it. It liked me feeling everything I felt. Fear, pain, relief in the punishment almost, and it liked me eating. It happened 8 times, the thing leading me there, watching me eat the body. On the 6th body, I broke my tooth on a femur, had to go get a fake one. She keeps her eyes on the tooth in her hand, turns it over again. And then it just stopped after the 8th one. The bodies stopped coming. And I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd earned my place in the world again. That I was allowed to be here, now that I'd done what it wanted, had owned up to it, faced what I'd done to Eden 8 more times. And then a job came up, away from people, out in the mountains, and I thought it was meant to be. I thought I was being released. She laughs a bitter laugh. When it started up again, the killings, I felt the presence again. I felt it wanting me to go with it, and I knew somehow that there was another body. I somehow felt it. But I wasn't going to do it anymore. I wasn't going back down there, and I wasn't going to give in. I'd learned to live again, at least in the way that I could. I watched animals, looked after the land. I lived in the quiet. I could exist in the daylight, in nature. But I felt that tug from the night, from whatever the presence or thing. I could feel that it was upset, didn't like that I wasn't there, wasn't playing my part. It came to me in nightmares, in shadows moving around my cabin, in this dark sort of pulse. But I fought it twice. I didn't want to go back, didn't want to feel it ever again, and then Everett Brown came and found you, I say. She nods. And he stuck a tongue in your mouth. All of it, if I believe her, if this story is true. I could feel it wanted me to swallow it, to eat it. It was trying to remind me. When we were in Aspen, when you played that video of Ryder Smith talking about she swallows. And that file, everyone saying it, I knew that's what it was. That it was the name of this thing that had been visiting me. I don't know how, I just knew. But why, I ask? Why would it want you? What would it get out of you eating the bodies? I don't know for sure, but I have a theory. Do you know about the Egyptian plover? What? I say. It's a bird, tiny, and it sits inside crocodiles' mouths, cleans the meat from their teeth and eats it. The crocodile lets it sit there without ever closing its jaws because the bird is providing it a service. In turn, the crocodile offers the plover protection. Remoras with sharks, cows, and cattle egrets. Symbiosis. I could feel sometimes that's how it viewed me, the thing in the night. The witch walker, I guess. In the motel, I could feel it. It wanted me back because it felt we were in some kind of symbiotic relationship. It gave me what it thought I needed, the punishment and giving in to my shame. When you carry that kind of thing for so long, when it sits on your shoulders and your whole being, it feels good, almost, to give into it. Sometimes, when I was eating, it was fear and self-hatred and pain and guilt but it also, in an awful, unbearable way, felt like release. And that thing in the night, I think it liked my company. Like James in Aspen, protection in exchange for my being there. The shadow moves into the bathroom doorway. But this isn't my life now, Hannah says. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't eat any meat. I stay away from people, don't even let myself smell them. I think it wanted me back, and it was angry that I didn't want that too. I try to collect my thoughts. If I were to believe any part of this story, if any of this is remotely true, I run my good hand over my head. One part of it sticks, one part that makes me think. You think that's what spoke through Father Sky, the witch walker? That it wasn't just some circus act? I know it was. I know its voice. It comes to me in my dreams. Whispers along the walls of the cabin. I think... She looks away from me. I think it wanted us to find each other, for some reason. You and me. It wants something from you, too. It wants... What were you doing when it came back? She asks. When the murders started again. I was about to move. Somewhere far away? And now? She says, thoughts and connections lighting up her eyes. We left Denver and there's been another one. It's like the tongue in me. It wants you the same way it wants me. It thinks you're part of its ecosystem. It doesn't want us to leave. When I ran from my cabin, it pushed me towards you. It wanted this for some reason. This being you and me. Together. I don't know why. But I've never known it, whatever the fuck it is. I've never had some symbiotic relationship of night cannibalism. Well, I don't know, she says. I've told you everything I have, to try and figure this out. Now you, she says, you have to tell me what your part is in this. I watch her. Her story. I don't know if I should believe any of it. I don't know why I should when she'd lied this whole time. But that traitorous part of me that is so taken in by her says, of course she lied. She was scared. She was alone. And maybe she's a victim in this as much as you are, maybe more. You don't believe me, she says, her face fallen. You know what? Fine, I don't care. But for some reason, they think you're involved in this too. Your own coworkers and friends. And if there's one of us who shouldn't trust the other, it's me with you. You owe me answers. I don't have any answers. I told you. I have no idea why this is happening. Why did you steal that card from my cabin? She asks. Why do they think you're involved? I don't know. Yes, you do. Look, I'm trying to help, and you're just, because this sounds insane. More insane than killers having no idea why they're doing what they're doing, while they skin an entire body? More insane than some person somehow stealing my hair and coercing these people into doing these things after tying it around their tongues. I realize now, the simplest answer is that I did it all and left a calling card for everyone to find. And they could say, I've muddied and fucked the investigation from the inside, and that's how it's all gone on for so long. I'm the one who shouldn't trust you, Hannah says. Why do you then? I don't. Great. I push myself up to stand, move. Wouldn't it just make the most sense that I got messed up young by a bad thing that happened to me with my parents and have somehow been playing it out in these murders, intentionally not solving them, steering investigators off the trail? Isn't that the cleanest possible answer? And won't the judges and the public love it? I'm facing the door, my back to Hannah. Hannah Lawrence, who has a knife and could just... Maybe I just let her at this point. Maybe that solves it all. I don't think you did it, Hannah says. Her words sink in and I turn to look at her. How do you know what I'm thinking? I ask. How did you know at my house what message I got? That I was implicated by something? How do you always know? She stares at me and shrugs, helpless. She says, you can't pretend you don't feel it. What? I ask, the room very still around us, my heart pounding. The connection between us? I've felt it since I first saw you in that motel. I've felt it ever since. It was the same thing I felt when I met Eden. Sometimes it's just the connection between us. I can't. Her eyes on me now, searching. Is she manipulating me? Of course she is, right? I swallow, tell myself to slow down. So you can read my mind? That's what you're saying? I told you I get feelings sometimes. I don't know. You don't have to believe me about that. I don't care, she says. But there is something else in all this, something different from us, something not human, and for whatever reason, it wants you. If the killings stop, it might let me go, might not need me there for the bodies. If we can get to the bottom of what it wants from you, it may be the key to everything, to both of us being freed from it. I look around the room as if it holds some kind of answer, standing here by the door. Hannah Lawrence on the bed in front of me, the blizzard outside. I don't know what to do. I think we need to talk to it, she says. Talk to it. Ask it what it wants. It spoke to us through Father Sky. It's spoken to me before at night. I bet it can do it again. How would we even possibly? It comes when I'm at my darkest, my most afraid, she says. I still don't know what she's getting at. She takes a long breath through her mouth and exhales. I think we have to get scared. Really scared. That's when it comes. Before, anyway. What are you suggesting? I don't know. I mean, there's no handbook on this. Okay, so we get scared. I nod. Can't believe I'm going with this. Yeah, she says. Right. So, what makes you scared? She gives me a look like I am the dumbest man on earth. Yeah, I say. So, proximity. Not having the nose plug in, I guess. She stares at me and nods, her eyes already filling again. And you? She says after I don't say anything else. What do I say to this? A million things run through my mind. Everything. What comes out is dancing. Dancing. I clear my throat, run my good hand over my head again. This is a stupid idea. I don't know why I'm listening to any. We can dance. I don't want to dance. Well, I don't want to smell you. But if we're going to get anywhere with cowboy dancing. What? Like, cowboy waltz or square dance, folk dance, any of it. That scares you. Didn't used to, I say. But I don't give her more than that. I don't know if I can. And music. Certain songs, certain music. Okay, she says, terror in her eyes, my heart slamming in my chest. Okay, I say. So, we're gonna do this? Yeah, she says. She bites her lip, eyes on me. The snow outside, the shadow in the bathroom, that book on the bookshelf, that feeling of a great sweeping avalanche pulling at my feet. We call the witch walker to us. 2. There's a radio in the room, and as soon as I turn it on, it plays Lee Hazelwood's Your Sweet Love. I'm turned away, fiddling with it, pretending to, on the bedside table closer to the door. I take a breath to collect myself. I try another station, and it's the same song. This was the song that played all around us in the mountains in my dream. I dreamt this. Hannah and me, dancing. How? I turn. The shadow in the bathroom disappears as if it doesn't want to be a part of this. Hannah is there, her socked feet on the carpet, her boots in the corner behind her, in front of the 2 chairs. Mine are by the door. I stand again with my back to it. We watch each other as the song plays, every nerve in my body at attention. So, I say, we think it'll just come to us, somehow, if we do this. Do you mean through one of us, like with Father Sky? I don't think so, she says. I mean, it's never done that with me, as far as I know, anyway. But I think it might just be in the room with us, maybe. She's maybe 5'5", standing there in jeans and the green sweater. The shoulder of it is fallen down below her collarbone. My eyes catch on it, move back up to her face, light green eyes focused on me. She fidgets a little, anxious. She says, I think it's like the radio, almost, she says. My theory, anyway. Like, maybe the thing is always there, or it's always wherever it is, broadcasting. But even if it's trying to reach us, we don't always let it. We don't always turn it on or tune in to the right station. You think fear and pain are the right station? I don't know if they're the only ones, but they're the ones I've reached it through before. Or the ones that let it through to me, if that makes sense. She seems self-conscious, nervous both about what we're maybe about to do, but also to propose the ideas. This woman, who minutes ago I was certain was the cause of so much pain, so much violence, the one who is so seldom around other people. I nod. Okay, she says again. She takes a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, the muscles of her neck and collarbone flexing beneath her skin. All of her is tense. We don't have to do this, I say. I don't even know if I can. We have to do something, she says, shrugging that bare shoulder. They'll come for us as soon as the weather calms. And there is such a look of fear and resignation and sadness on her face that I think maybe she's right. I nod again. Okay, I say. She takes another breath, then she steps toward me on the carpet, body tense, nose plug still in. Then another step. I don't move, not yet. Up closer, and now that I'm finally allowing myself to look at her, really look at her, maybe, I can clearly see the bruising on her cheek and brow bones from the motel. I remind myself that she is the most likely culprit in all this still, even if she has the story she has, even if she's here trying to figure things out, even if seeing the bruises make me want to hurt the person who did it. All of this could be a distraction. She could have been trying to get me somewhere alone. But to do what? Physically, I could overpower her, even as fast as she is. She might have the knife concealed beneath her sweater in one of her pockets. She takes another step toward me. My heart is pounding. She comes within 2 feet of me and stops. From this close, I have to look down at her, but her gaze has fallen. Her toes scrunch on the floor in her thick socks. "Sorry," she says, breathy, a little hoarse. "Just need a sec." I don't move, not even an inch. I can smell her, ponderosa pine and campfire, capsaicin. I can feel the heat coming off her body, as close as we are. My pulse throbs in my fingertips, on my injured hand, everywhere. Then, finally, she looks up and nods. Once, quickly, she swallows. I don't let myself. I take the last step and close the distance between us. Lee Hazelwood's voice fills the room. My right arm slides behind Hannah's back, warmth through her sweater, the dip of her lower back beneath my hand. My left hand takes her right, as best it can with the makeshift bandage. Hold it out to the side. I pull her in a little closer. She sucks in a breath at the contact, and I look to make sure it's okay. She jerks her head in a slight nod. Mom and me at the Happy Inn. Rose. The radio playing and Christmas string lights on the headboard and TV. The little dancing Santa in the corner. "Danny, come on, baby. I'm gonna show you how to dance." I squeeze my eyes tight. Marianne a while ago in the living room with the record player, asking me to show her how to dance like my mom showed me. The 2 of us later in our new formal dancing lessons. I feel lightheaded. This was the worst idea, and I open my eyes. It's cold in here, really cold, unnaturally. I blink the room into focus and look back down at Hannah. She nods, out of breath, biting her lip. I think I understand. It's working, is what she means. What we're doing. This might actually work. We might be able to draw the thing out, ask it what it wants from us once and for all. I think we have to keep going. But it's like my legs don't know how to move. Like I've forgotten how to be a body. Fear through my whole body, adrenaline, just this dancing, just facing, allowing the memories. I close my eyes, try to breathe through it. Hannah Lawrence squeezes the palm of my hand in hers, warm, soft skin against the cold of the room, her pulse beating through her palms so I can feel it against my own. I open my eyes, watch as her left hand moves slowly, carefully up my right arm, comes to rest at my shoulder. It shakes. When was the last time she touched someone by choice? This could be the first time in years. I think of her in the motel, Everett Brown taping her into the bed, her hands shaking against me, against mine, or blood. I am here, and not here, with this woman. Bathtub. With Hannah. I blink at her, focus in on only her, not the feeling of dancing, not the memories. That pine and campfire smell. My hand against her sweater, the warmth of her body, the lines of her face, the pain written in all of them. Again, the useless thought. She is so beautiful, it almost hurts to look at her. How did this woman and I ever possibly get here? Still, by focusing in on her, somehow I start to move. We start to move. Lee Hazelwood sings, the otherworldly strings of the song swelling, filling the room with us, and we turn slowly in a modified waltz. I lead, and she lets me. I don't think it's her first time doing this, the way she moves. You can learn a lot about someone from dancing with them, Rose says. Fuck. Hannah, shaking more now. It's freezing. Mom, shit. I close my eyes, open them again. My fucking heart. The lights have dimmed, just a little, flicker in a way that is familiar. It's so cold now. It's working, I say. It comes out quiet, half-voiced. I'm not sure I could speak normally right now. Not sure I could do a lot of things. Hannah nods, licks her lips again. Yeah, she says. We waltz. The radio plays the song over from the beginning, a little crackly, staticky, slightly discordant. The cold starts to recede. No darkness pooling at the edges of the room. I look to Hannah. She looks panicked also. It's leaving. Why? Shit. Okay, she says. I can, She closes her eyes in what looks like pain, and her hand is off my shoulder. She reaches up to her face and pulls the nose plug free. She gasps in an inhale, nostrils flaring, and she lets out a small whimper. She puts her left hand back on my shoulder, so tense. You okay? I ask. We're close, so close now. Freckles dust her nose. I couldn't see it before, but there's one, very small at the corner of her mouth. She raises her eyes slowly, lets them stop and linger on my chest. Her nostrils flare again. Want, fear, I see it. She inhales long and slow through her nose and closes her eyes again, dropping her head slightly back in what is either pain or desire. Both. Her eyes come all the way up, and I see the tears in them, the want. The room grows cold again. Can you keep going? I ask. She nods, gives me a look as if to say yes, as if to say please. Just do it, so I don't have to. I hope I read her right. God, I hope I do. I grip her tighter behind her waist and pull her all the way into me. She gasps, and I think I misread, start to pull back, but she doesn't let me, holds me there, her body against mine, her chest and hips and stomach, and her hand holding on to mine so tight I could nearly faint from the pain. The way she fits against me. Have I ever felt? Has it ever been? Movement at the edge of the room. Darkness. My heart pounds. Hannah's eyes squeezed tight. She swallows, that look of pain. Hey, I say, it's working. Look. She does, and behind me she must see the same, because I feel her press into me just a little bit more, and I swear I feel the world spin. I hold her tighter. More black, moving, swirling in the corner. It's darker than the shadows, amorphous and thick. Something inky, oily maybe, sliding along the patterned carpet around us. A split second of telling myself I am imagining it, but at this stage, what's the fucking point? I can see it, and I can feel it. That smell from the memory at the park with Rose, chemical, bitter. It's back. The cold so sharp that I think it might burn us. Pressure, vibration, static, boom. Like we've been taken out of time, like the rest of the world is frozen. Hannah stiffens and I think she's going to pull away, that it's just too much. I feel something coming into the room, snaking its way toward us from that someplace else. What we're doing is working, but if she pulls back, I'll let go. I'll do it. I let her lead in that. Show me what she needs. My heart is. We take another 3 slow steps in our dance, spinning slowly in the room, the black mass starting to lift in tendrils and swirl up and around us from the floor. I swallow, my mouth dry. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I'm the one who will. We need answers, but just looking at it, heart racing, blood pumping, body numb, terror rips through me, old terror. I close my eyes against it, and I feel something against my chest. Hannah closes the final gap between us and leans her head on my shoulder. I almost trip. I can feel her breath on my neck, the tip of her nose against my skin, the way she inhales, taking in the scent of me. And I know what it is. I know what it's from, and that it's trauma, and that she's stuck in a loop, and that... But the feel of it, of her, and this thing in the room with us, this thing that makes me feel... She squeezes my hand again, and one of her tears drops to my chest, and I am brought back to myself. She's doing it to ramp up the response, of course. She's doing it to lure this thing all the way in. That's what this is. We need to feel fear to talk to it. That's all this is. Vroom. I can't waste it. Please, I say to the room, louder than I spoke to her. I clear my throat and try once more. Please, we're listening. Tell us what you want. Hannah Lawrence's cheek against my shoulder, the extreme cold, both of us cocooned, almost in this swirling black mass, swirling, stretching almost up to the ceiling around us. "What do you want?" I say to the room, holding Hannah steady, holding me steady, still moving, still dancing, the song still playing, even as both of us are shaking now, as our teeth are chattering in the cold that is unlike any I've ever felt before, that acrid chemical smell on the air, the pressure like being deep underwater. Vroom! The black mass closes in, almost entirely surrounds us. It's dark, and in the few gaps between the inky tendrils, I can see the lights of the room dimming further. I hold Hannah tighter and say again to whatever's in the room with us, "Please." Bam! Something crashes against the window. Bam! Again. "What was that?" Hannah says. We can't see through the black now surrounding us. I can't answer her. "Please, just talk to us," I say to the room, whatever's in the room. "Just tell us what you want. The black presses in on us, and everything goes dark. I lose vision entirely. Breaths, heartbeats, Hannah's hand in mine. I don't let her go. I can't see anything, nothing at all. Then, boom! I feel it. It's here, close to us. Hannah stiffens beneath me, her heart pounding so hard and fast I can feel it. A sliding, thick, suffocating feeling. The air suddenly clogged with something, though I have no idea what it is. Almost a current, a vibration that is so intense, so overwhelming under and through and around everything that we are suspended in it. In a half-second of delirium, I think of Daphne and her insects, the Lord of the Rings movies she used to make me watch, the giant spider that paralyzes the Hobbit with her venom. I think that's what this is, but it's not poison. It's energy, sound, vibration. Even now it mixes with the song, Lee Hazelwood's voice, contorts and distorts it, makes it discordant and off-kilter and even painful to hear, and still it plays. Freezing cold, suffocating, pressure on the ears, through the body, like standing inside a bell tower, inside a wind tunnel. I don't know if Hannah could hear me if I spoke now. Don't know if she's trying to speak to me. I don't know if I can speak, but I hold her hand in her back and she holds me, and it's hard to keep dancing, hard to keep moving in this cocoon of black, in this onslaught of strange sound, but we do, slowly, haltingly. And I beg it to speak to us, this thing, beg it to tell us anything at all. Hannah's hand is growing colder, her face, her shaking more violent. If it stays cold like this, she could become hypothermic. We both could. Pressure, so much pressure on the ears, this sound, this feeling so intense. Vroom! The thing in the room moving nearer to us. I can feel it, sense it. Static, discordant music, pressure, noise. I squeeze my eyes shut like it will help somehow. It's loud, so crushingly. Every muscle in my body strains against the pressure. My joints on fire. My brain. It's killing me, I think, whatever this is. I don't know if I can take much more. Don't know if... Hannah cries out. She pulls away, breaks contact, and all the volume stops. Silence. Slight ringing in my ears. The black recedes, pulls back to the corners of the room. It slips away through the walls to somewhere else. The lights come back on, dim and flickering, but there. The air clears. There is no one and nothing here in this room but us. I double over and catch my breath as some warmth comes back into my body. Ryder Smith said the thing came to them at night in prison, tested them, as if it was looking for something. Was it like this? Hannah runs her hands through her hair, holds them there, pulls it back off her face as she tries to come back to herself. "I'm sorry," she says. "I'm sorry. I know we were close. I just..." "It's okay," I say. "There's probably another way, a safer way." But when she turns to me, I see it in her eyes. If there is some other way, we have no idea what it is, and time to figure things out is the one thing we know we don't have. Against the window, red smeared, in front of the swirling snow beyond. I step toward it, see blood in 4 places, feathers stuck in one of them. Birds, that was what was hitting the window. Birds at night in a snowstorm? I turn back to Hannah and she's got that look of resolve on her face, of terror, and I think I feel the same way. I think we have this time, this room. For the moment, I don't think anyone will catch up with us, at least until this storm is over. And if there's any way to solve this thing, to even get to the bottom of a part of it, we might need to just do this, whatever this is. If we're going to communicate with this thing, we need to do it now. Still, the fear on her face. We don't have to, I say. No, we have to bring it back. We need. She looks around, frantic. She swears, searching. I can make it worse, she says. The fear, tight space. That's what we need. The bathroom, maybe. The meat and the tight space and the dark. It'll be. She chokes, tears streaming, and swallows down the terror. I think we have to, she says. I don't move. I don't know what the fuck that thing was, or what is right, but her words register. Bathroom. Hannah and me in the bathroom, together. Bathroom. Mirror. I think it might be now or never, she says. And the way she looks at me, the resolve with which she holds herself, makes me realize she's right. We have to do this, and if she can do it. Hotel bathroom in the dark. Hotel bathroom with a mirror. Hotel bathroom with her. If it feeds off fear and pain and grief and self-hatred, then this is it. This would have to be it. For me, the mirror. For all the victims, for the killers, and for this person in front of me. We draw this thing out and find out what it wants. One more time, I say the word to Hannah Lawrence, and I think it very well might be the last I ever say. Okay. 3. We step into the bathroom, a double vanity with granite countertop and 2 copper sink basins, the mirror behind. I don't look at it, not yet. On the left is the toilet and on the right a step-in shower. The takeout container sits on the edge of the counter nearest the shower. Hannah steps in first and her nostrils flare again. She turns to face me and I hesitate in the doorway. So I'll just come in, I say. I'm finding it hard to get air in, finding it hard to make my feet carry me forward. I guess, she says. Yeah. Tears fall silently down her face, tension radiating off every part of her. The smell of the meat is strong in here. I can tell already. I nod, and on the count of 3, I pass through the doorway into the bathroom, turn, keep my eyes off the mirror. Hannah steps to the shower side, and I'm in front of the vanity facing her. The closed toilet behind me, the mirror on my left, her right, the door to the bedroom on our other side. So we just, she clears her throat, close the door. Right. And then hopefully it comes, she says. Have we thought about what it's going to do when it comes? No, she says. I don't know. And if it doesn't come, we make it. We'll find a way. I nod, and she nods back. Whatever happens, I am certain that once I close that door, there's no going back. I wait until she nods one more time. I reach out my hand and do it. The click of the door closing. We are engulfed again in darkness, but the tiniest sliver of light peeks in from beneath the door. Just the thinnest line. Just enough for our eyes to adjust and to be able to get a sense of space. A little. After a moment, I can see Hannah's outline. If I turned and looked in the mirror, I'd be able to see myself. I don't. Not yet. I'm choked, fear flowing through my body like blood. It's not a bathtub in front of me, but it might as well be. I try to regulate my breathing, try to hold myself steady and solid. I can do this. The point is to feel fear. It's worth it to bring this thing in, to figure out what it wants. From outside the bathroom, the radio catches on static. Lee Hazelwood no longer playing, just a droning in-between crackle searching for a signal. I can hear Hannah breathing too. Uneven, quick. Nothing happens. Hannah takes a small step toward me. Her breaths, her body, static. She comes closer. The radio searching, moving between stations. When Hannah comes to a stop, she is inches from me. Again, I don't move. I can see her outline and I can feel her, smell her once again. It's stronger now in this tight space. She leans in toward me, touches her nose once again to the side of my throat, just barely grazing my skin, nowhere else. She inhales, slow and long and deep. A disjointed thought comes into my mind, a feeling that everything in my life up to this point was leading to this, as if somehow on some level I always knew I would end up here, in this bathroom with her. Her nose against my throat, her body so close. The room spins and I reach out and hold on to the counter with my left hand. Pain as my bandaged finger hits the countertop. I grip tight anyway. The cold starts to creep in. I can feel the moment Hannah notices it too. I don't know if it's the dark or the proximity. Any closer and every part of us would be touching, but something else is happening. An awareness creeps in at the same time, like maybe I'm not alone in my thoughts. Maybe a side effect of the fear. Too much adrenaline with not enough movement. Craving fight or flight, not getting it. Outside the door, the static increases in volume on the radio. Tunes into different songs, in and out. Willie's voice, static. John Prine, for a moment, static. Chris Christopherson, Emmylou Harris, Jim Croce, static. A sick feeling enters my stomach, and I know what it's searching for. I tense, brace myself for the inevitable. Again, this sense that all of this was always coming. A truck barreling toward me in the night, the room spinning, Hannah Lawrence inches from me, breathing me in, because of what she does to human bodies, what she is probably imagining doing to mine. The smell of the steak grows stronger in the tight space. I know she wants to reach for it. Again, that awareness, that feeling that in my mind there is something, someone else there besides me. The cold isn't coming fast enough, the radio's still searching. I know what I have to do. It would be so easy. The top of Hannah's head barely comes up to my chin. I can turn, even with her this close to me. Just turn my head. That's it, just turn my head and look. My heart is pounding, again, more. Fuck. I could give myself a heart attack. Dad. Shit. My palms are sweating now. I might be shaking. Hannah might be shaking. It's getting colder. A creak on the floorboards in the bedroom. Bam! Another bird hitting the window, I think. That creak again. The vibration whirring. Vroom! It's working. The radio lands on a song, and I knew it was coming. I knew to expect it and that I would have to face it, but still. When the opening notes of Annie's song play, Hannah whimpers. I try to breathe. The music travels, grows in volume so that it feels as though it plays in the bathroom with us, comes from the floor and walls and ceiling. John Denver's voice begins. You fill up my senses. Mom, I can't get air in. I can't do this. Vroom. The vibration, the humming, getting louder, bigger, pressing against my ears and my body, and the music growing in volume, and a woman saying something to me, speaking, Hannah saying words. I don't know what she's saying. I just have to. The song switches, a voice I've heard once or twice, a newer singer. Hannah freezes. Between the static carried to us on this too loud, too heavy, too strong vibration, he sings, Queen of the Rodeo. No, Hannah says. It's a whimper, a plea. Not this. The music gets louder and she's crying. I don't know what to do. In my head, the world of my thoughts, that other presence, it's screaming, crying out. I move toward it. Here between worlds, standing in this bathroom and existing in this mind space, everything in both so unbearably loud. I move toward the other presence in that other space, and I feel her. It's Hannah. Hannah in the bathroom in front of me, and Hannah there in the other world, that in-between. Somehow both of us in my mind, and whatever's in the bedroom prowling outside the door. It's here. We've brought it in. I hear the floorboards groan and creak, the pressure, static, that crackling strangeness. Maybe we just opened the bathroom door. Maybe we've done what we have to do in here, and the creature, or whatever the thing is, we can talk to it. We've done it. We've brought it here. I reach out my right hand for the knob and I turn it, prepare to push it open, for us to be met with whatever this thing is. But the door doesn't move. It won't open. I step away from Hannah, try the handle again. It's locked. Hannah realizes, reaches out, tries it, bangs against it. No, she says. No, no, no. The song growing in volume and the cold and that static, and it switches again. Annie's song, John Denver, and Dad's hands in Mom's hair, slamming her against. The shower turns on behind Hannah. The song switches back to the other one. Hannah crying. Hannah here and in that other space. Both of us in two places at once. All of it confusing, dizzying. In the bathroom, this body, I stay very still. In the other space, I move toward her, am drawn to her. I can't see, don't know if she senses me there. If she's aware of these two worlds, these realities that make no sense but also somehow click every piece of my life into place. In the other world, I reach out and touch her, and I'm on a mountain. Snow, blood, meat, body, hate myself. Teeth on thigh, teeth on stomach, meat, frozen, gnawing, tearing, ripping. Don't look at her face. Can't look at it. My friend, my friend, my friend. Body in the drain pipe, fresh. Blood still warm, still salty. Blood on my chin, my nose, my cheeks, my hands. Hands on a shin, hands on a hip. Tongue against the muscle of a thigh. Biting, ripping, tearing, chewing, hating. Fuck! It's good and terrible, and I hate myself. I hate Mountain, friend, Eden, dancing in the bar, the way she sways, the way she laughs with me, the way we both laugh, the song playing, our song, Queen of the Rodeo, Orville Peck's voice, Eden's laugh, Eden and me, eating, sucking, chewing, screaming. I suck in a breath, come back to the bathroom, Hannah before me. I was in her thoughts. Those were Hannah's memories. This thing, whatever's in the bedroom, doing this to us, making us feel this, putting us in each other's heads. I try the door again. It's so cold in here. Hannah repeating, no, 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 please stop. Let us out, I yell. Let us out and talk to us. We want to talk to you. The door doesn't budge. The song shifts back to John Denver, and the force of it, of something, knocks me back into the counter. Hannah stands, paralyzed, beside me. Then I'm mountain, motel, Mom, blood in the bathtub, Mom not moving, Dad standing over her, crying, motel, taped, duct taped into the bed, a man's body in front of me, no skin, blood, muscle, bone, the tongue in my mouth, the feel of it against my own, hatred and terror and revulsion and something else. No, no, no. Please don't do this. I'll do anything. I don't want it. Can't. Blood rushing to my fingers, toes, between my legs, the tongue in my mouth, the feel of it over my own. Want. Terrible want. I want it more than I have ever wanted anything, every part of me. Please! Hannah yells over the unrelenting sound waves, vibrations, static, the songs now switching back and forth, flipping between the two, all of it so loud. Static, music, noise, memory. Please stop. Please make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Hannah's hands on her face, in both worlds, here and the other one. Terror, hate, want. I am in the motel as a child. I am in the motel taped into the bed. I am in a bar and on a mountain and in Afghanistan and divorce court and in a car with truck headlights blinding me. Please, Hannah says again, here or in the other place, both, I don't know. I'm dizzy. The meat and the room and the smell and the cold. Please make it stop. She's screaming. Here in the bathroom, she's screaming. And in that other place, repeating, please, please, please. I don't know what to do. Hannah here asking me, begging me. I see that her eyes are elsewhere. She is elsewhere, stuck there. Hey, I say, it's time to come back, okay? We'll get out of here. You just have to come back. Please, she screams in the other place, so loud in my head. Please make it stop. Please. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it stop. Daniel! Hannah's voice in my head. Hannah, frantic. Hannah, blind and stuck on the mountain, stuck on the side of the highway, in the drain pipes, stuck in the motel bed. Daniel! Hannah calling my name. I don't know. I don't think. Just feel so much. Fear, want, terror. Please! I don't think. I bend down and press my lips to hers, and everything goes silent. Silence. Stillness. Dark. For half a second. For an eternity. Hannah's lips and mine. Her skin and my skin. Everything suspended. Quiet. Then I pull back, and it all rushes back in. Music, both songs, static, vibration, cold, loud, so loud, blood. The shower behind Hannah, the smell, ears ringing, room turning. This smell, I know it so well, and so does Hannah, and not water, it's not water coming down in the shower. I don't know how it's possible. Don't know how any of this could be real, but what's pouring down from the shower head, filling the room with its scent, what's actually physically here, it's blood. Hannah, blood, meat, salt, sound, too much, it's too much, it's all. She grabs me and presses her lips to mine. Silence again. Stillness. Hannah's lips. Hannah's hands on my shoulder, my side. Fuck. Hannah's tears caught on our lips, and relief. So much relief. We hold tight to each other, don't move. A lifeline, a tether between worlds. Silence here, the two of us. That other world, the in-between, memories flashing like a silent movie now, between us, hers and mine. All the worst moments, every moment of a life that makes us want to end it all. Every moment that I've carried, that she has. Hannah, who's had to carry all of this alone. She's seeing it all too. I know she is. My mom, my dad, the motel, the Stansfields, the car crash, Josie and war, watching my friends die, telling their families, watching everyone I love die again and again and again. Me in Hannah's mind, her in mine. The things she's feeling, that she's felt, every part of her laid bare and as clear and visceral as though I am living it now with her, for her, living it again and again. The mountain, her life before, every moment in the drain pipes in the motel. She opens her lips a little, her tongue finding its way into my mouth, and fuck. She groans, presses herself into me, clings to me. I don't know if the thing is out there still, but it's locked us here, her and me together, blocking out the noise, the pain. A great tidal wave, the avalanche that's always been coming. What is the point of fighting it at all? When this is what I've wanted from the second I heard her name, saw her drawings in her cabin, saw her face for the first time. I haven't stopped thinking about her, haven't stopped dreaming and obsessing, haven't stopped wanting. Her, Hannah Lawrence. I want her. I want her so fucking much. I move my hand behind her neck, slide it up beneath her hair, and pull her in as close as I can. She groans and meets me, presses her hips against mine. Fuck. I breathe again as she slides her teeth over my tongue, hovers them toward the back of it. We pause, her teeth on my tongue in her mouth. She could bite down. It would be so easy. She could take it from me, has me entirely at her mercy. She hesitates, and I can feel her growing want, her craving, her need. Both are heaving breaths. I should move. I should do something, protect myself, but I won't. I don't want to. I know now, feel with total certainty that I'd let her do anything. I might as well fall to my knees. She inhales sharply, and I can feel her need building. She's imagining it, biting down, the spray of hot salt down her throat, teeth sinking into soft flesh, taking a part of me into her, keeping it for herself. I can feel her, see her, thinking it, experience it myself through her. And I think, this is it. But she pulls back just slightly, and I can feel what it costs her, how hard it is. I want to give her what she needs. Something. Give her anything. I reach over to the takeout container, and with us separated slightly, all the sound rushes back. The vibration pushing in, the music, both songs overlapping, the worst songs from the worst moments of our lives, interchanging, the static, every scream from every terrible moment we've ever lived, the screams of loved ones, our own, loud, so loud, too loud. This thing outside trapping us here, it's still here, still so loud. I take a piece of steak between my fingers and I hold it up before her, fighting through the sound, the pain. She leans forward, tilts her head back, her mouth open. Hannah with her mouth open before me, her eyes on mine. She's so fucking beautiful. I drop the meat to her tongue. She groans, her eyelids fluttering as she closes her mouth over the meat in my hand. As I feed it to her bit by bit, seeing her like this, fuck. Juice runs over her bottom lip, drips down from her chin, and as she sucks the end of the meat into her mouth, I run my thumb over that bottom lip, lean forward and kiss the side of her neck, her jaw as she chews, lick my way up her throat to her chin to get everything that's dripped as she chews and groans and swallows and holds on to me so tight, I'm gonna have marks from her nails in me. I can't think of anything I want more to make this woman forget. Everything, all the pain, the suffering, to make myself forget with her. I take another piece of the steak and the vibrations and pressure and cold and sound push in, but I don't care. I don't care at all as she opens her mouth again to receive more. As I give it to her and as she chews, as I'm hit with another 10 memories of hers, of mine, 1,000 moments of a life, I do drop down, on my knees, before her, her hands still on my shoulders, more of that juice dripping down her chin, the blood coming down the shower, making the room thick, metallic, warming it up from the cold. I lift the bottom of her sweater and run my lips and my tongue along the skin above her jeans. A thought presses in, something I feel I should know or see or... Animal meat, human meat, cows, humans, animals, ecosystems, symbiotic relationships, aspen trees, wolves, something I'm supposed to. But Hannah's skin, her stomach, here, right here. I run my hands up from her hips to her waist, lick up her stomach to her ribs, slide my good hand up, and with one thumb I brush the bottom of her breast. She whimpers, and I do it again. Slowly I let it glide up to her nipple, just the edge of it. She whimpers again, and I drop my forehead to her stomach, try to collect myself. It's so much, too much. It's pain, and it's fear, and it's grief, and it's heartbreak, and I have never felt this much want. The floor is wet. I blink, my forehead against Hannah's stomach. I look down at it, try to understand. The floor, wet, beneath my knees, dark. I look back up to the shower. I stop my hands on her waist, my knees in the liquid on the floor. Blood filling the bottom of the shower, spilling out over onto the floor. Hannah's socks are soaked with it. My knees, my shins. It can't be real. I thought. I reach down with one hand, touch the warm, thick liquid, hold up my hand to inspect it. It's blood. It's actually... Mom. Shit. Dad. Grabbing her by the hair. Mom. Dad. Daniel. Slamming her head into the sink. Mom. Whirring, vibrating, everything too loud, the music, pressure, room spinning, pressure, blood on my hands. My mom's blood. It's my mom's blood. She isn't moving. Mom! Mom! Please! Daniel, come back. Hands on my shoulders. Hands pulling me out of the bathroom. They're taking me away from my mom, and she still isn't moving. Why won't she answer me? Mom! Please! Daniel, listen to me. You're here. you're not there anymore. Mom, please wake up. Please. Hands shaking my shoulders. Mom, shaking me. A face in front of me. Hannah. I suck in a breath. Can't quite. Motel. Daniel, she says. Hannah says, through the music and the dizzying sound and the cold. Shit, she says. She turns, tries the door again, but it's still locked. She pounds on it, yells something. I am here and not here. I am watching them take her away, and she's not moving. Why isn't she moving? Please, Mom. Come back to me, please, Daniel. Come back. Hands over my neck, my chest, the sides of my face. Down, back down, my chest and my stomach and the top of my jeans. Come back, she says. That other Hannah, in the other space, calling me too. 2 places. I'm in 2 places. 3. The motel. Hannah. Words. Shh. Daniel, you're here. It's okay. Hands on my chest and stomach. Mom, please. Daniel, you're not there. I've got you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Those words, the voice, saying them. Hannah, I'm not there. I'm not at the Happy Inn. I'm at the Stanley Hotel, and Hannah Lawrence is in front of me, and I'm not there. I'm not back there. She brought me back. Hannah did. I'm here. Hannah kneeling with me in this blood. She shouldn't be here. I don't want her in this. I push through the dizziness and stand, pull her up with me. The blood, hot, an inch thick on the ground now. I grab her waist and lift her up onto the counter. I go to the shower, try to turn it off. It won't stop. The blood keeps coming. I try the door again and it's still locked. I don't know what to do. I look around for a window, for anything to try and stop this. We shouldn't have called this thing here. Shouldn't have invited it in. These songs, this fucking music is going to make me insane. Is going to... Daniel... Hannah says behind me, through the pressure, the sound. I turn and she wears that anguished, resigned look I've seen before. I think we have to play it out, she says, to make it stop. What does that mean? Come here, she says, and even as she says it, she steels herself again, to be close to me, to be close to anyone. In that other space, I can feel how excruciating it is for her. How much it ignites that paralyzing want, every feeling. Are you sure? I ask. She reaches out, and I take a step forward. She pulls me in between her knees, my thighs against the counter, boots on bloody floor. I think, she says, touching my chest, you're gonna have to look. The music swells in that maddening pressure, vibration, static. Hannah's seen my memories. She's lived them, and I know she's right. Of course I do. Of course that would be the final thing. Maybe what this creature outside the door wants. But I can't do it. Especially here. Especially now. I lean my forehead against hers. Not yet, I say. It's pitiful, my voice, the words. Okay, she says. Okay. And she reaches up to touch my face as she kisses me. Again. Silence. Just us in the kiss in that other world, the one we occupied together, that in-between. I feel it now. No, something is in the bedroom still, pressing in on us, and maybe it can access our other space, certainly some other space. But this one, the one we inhabit right now together, it's just us, just Hannah and me. And in the bathroom, her tongue against mine. My hand sliding through her hair. Every inch of my body is on fire. No kiss has ever felt like this. I have never felt. It will never be enough. I can't pull her close enough, and the way I feel her, know her in this moment, that want, that thrumming ache, it's not just mine. Her tasting me, touching me, her tongue sliding against mine. I think to grab the takeout container, get the meat, give her more, but the containers fall into the floor, to the blood, and I know it won't satisfy her anyway. Hannah fighting through this hunger, this need to calm me, to bring me back. Hannah who is here with me, really here, sharing this burden, all of it. I want to do the same, to help her, give her something. And then, a thought. I pull back and brace against the sound, all the sounds, flooding back every time we break contact. I lift my bandaged hand. Hannah's eyes land on it. She realizes what I'm doing. She's about to protest, about to say I don't have to, but I shake my head. A tear falls down her face, and I lean forward and kiss it. I pull back, her chest rising and falling, and she watches me unwrap the bandage. I swear as it peels the dried blood from my skin. Pain, want, certainty. I let the bandage fall to the floor, and I hold my hand out in front of her. The wave of desire that hits me is almost unbearable. Her eyes on my hand, the way she's looking at it. I am painfully hard. Have been for I don't know how long. I don't know what's hers or mine anymore. She reaches up, takes my wrist in both her hands. She locks her eyes on mine. She opens her mouth and slowly traces her tongue from my wrist, up my palm, to the base of my pinky. My cock twitches against the counter. Everything terrible, incredible. She licks from the base of my pinky up to the tip of my finger, over the blood, the exposed muscle. Just a light flick. I suck in at the pain, but also the look of her. Her eyes on mine, her tongue on my skin. She does it again and I groan, push my hips against her, my cock straining through my jeans. She arches her back, presses herself against me, and Jesus, I set my good hand down on her thigh as she leans forward and closes her mouth over my finger, as she sucks slowly from the base to the tip. The room spins. I don't move. I don't pull it back. It fucking hurts and I feel sick, but the look of her, feeling, knowing how much she wants it, loves it. I squeeze her thigh with my other hand and she moans, staring at my bloody finger, her brow knit in pain and want, and she looks up at me, a final ask. I can feel her disbelief that I would offer this. Her, Hannah. I'd say yes to anything. I will say yes to fucking anything. I've been a goner from the very beginning. I nod. She makes herself pull back and I can see how hard it is for her. Can feel it. The sound pressing in, all of it. I keep my hand held there waiting for her, ready when she wants it. Her chest rising and falling beneath the sweater. The outline of her perfect tits I have tried not to notice. She reaches down and fumbles with the button of my jeans. I lean back a little from the sink so she can undo the zipper. I help her with my good hand, slide my jeans down below my hips. I almost tell her she doesn't have to do this, that I'm giving her what she needs, and I don't need anything in return. But I can feel what she feels, hear what she thinks, not quite in words, but I know. She wants this as much as I do. God, I have never wanted anyone like this, have never wanted anything as much as I want this, now, with her. Her across the table from me at Woody Creek. Her with that pen in her mouth at the three-sided shelter. Her running on a mountain trail. Her in my fucking dreams. Everything in this whole mess of a life to get us here. She's so unbelievably perfect. She unbuttons her own jeans, presses her hands to the countertop to lift herself. I grab hold of her belt loops, work them down over her thighs, her knees, step back and pull them off, let them fall to the bloody floor. She lowers herself to the counter and I slide my good hand up her thigh, around the back to her ass, squeeze it just a little. She groans, kisses me again, whimpers. I pull her closer to the edge of the counter. She touches my chest, trails her hand down until she reaches the top of my boxer briefs. Then she runs her fingers over the length of me, the thin fabric, all that's between us. Jesus, I say, out loud, in the other space, I don't know. You're gonna kill me. She reaches for the top of my briefs, slides them down, freeing my cock. If I wanted to, I would have already, she says out loud. The half-broken tooth in her mouth, all of her right here. I bend forward and kiss her hard, draw it out, take and give what I can. She breaks the kiss to spit on her hand and I think there's a little blood in it. My blood from my finger. She slides her hand over my cock with the spit and the blood, and I grip her ass with my good hand and I can feel that she likes it, Loves it. A little hard, a little rough. She leans back up and stares straight into my eyes. I bring my good hand up beside the other one, both hands held before her like an offering, and she knows what I'm asking. She takes my index and middle fingers of my good hand in her mouth, sucks them slowly, covers them in that spit. I push them into her mouth, watch her, feel her lips close around them, her tongue sliding, sucking, tasting. She's imagining it's the other finger, knowing, anticipating what she'll soon taste, feel, what I'm giving to her. Again, I push them in and out of her mouth. Then I pull my hand back, and I reach down, slide those same fingers down between her legs. Fuck. Even through the fabric of her underwear, she's so wet. I move it aside, find her entrance, and I slowly push one finger in. It feels. She feels. She lets out a sound that makes me want to do this 1,000 times, 1,000,000, that makes me never want to leave this room. She's so fucking wet, it's killing me. Perfect. She is so goddamn perfect. Where has she been all my life? And how is she here now? Her nails dig into my shoulder, her back arching. I slide the second finger in and she cries out. I groan. I slide them in and out once more, twice. I pull back just enough to watch them push in and out of her as she thinks or whispers, yes, God, yes. As I rub my thumb over her clit, still pump my fingers in and out, move them so fucking easily, the wet warmth of her. I see it now too. She's wanted this. Feel the memories, thoughts, dreams of me in her cabin, lying on that twin bed beneath the wall of drawings, her hand traveling down her stomach, into her. Fuck. Hannah. She sucks in a breath, and she reaches out, takes my wrist again, the other one, the one I've been holding up for her. It's too much, too hard, knowing it's there, waiting for her, that it's just there, and it's hers, and she can't wait any longer. I don't want her to. I position my injured pinky in front of her mouth. She opens wide, her tongue out just a little. I swear again, the sight of her, the feel of her, my good hand's fingers still inside her. I push my injured hand forward, place my pinky on her tongue. Hannah Lawrence. She looks right at me as she closes her mouth around my bloody finger. She starts at the base again, slides her mouth back to the tip. Her spit, the blood. I suck in a breath, hold the injured hand steady. Pain, terrible pain. I'm dizzy with it, with more than pain. Everything so intense. The blood on the floor rising, maybe 2 inches now beneath us. I pull my good hand back, slide it out of her, and I move my hips forward. I hover there. The tip of my cock touches her entrance, and I can barely breathe, just feeling that wetness there. John Denver playing that other song, sound and static and pressure and pain. It's only half a second, this suspension, this pause, but it's a lifetime. It's every moment that makes a person who they are. It's realizing that all of them mattered because they brought you here, and none of them mattered because they weren't this. Pain, fear, blood, self-hatred, terror, loneliness, want. I thrust my hips forward and slide into her. She bites down. I let out a groan. I'm blinded with it. It fucking hurts. It feels better than anything ever. I am here and not here, in this bathroom, in the other space. I am in a state of pain and ecstasy that I didn't think was possible. I think it might kill me. God, please let it kill me. If this is death, if this is... I pull my hips back and I shove into her again as she sucks and she chews on my finger, as she whimpers and moans, her eyes closed, tasting, spit and blood dripping down her chin. I have never seen anything so fucking beautiful. The room spins, everything pushing in, every terrible memory and moment. The music, the pressure, the thing outside the door that is powerful and wants to maybe hurt or kill us. Or Hannah takes and sucks and chews, and I push into her again and again. So fucking terrible and good. And Hannah's right hand up my shoulder, my neck, up to my face, her thumb under my chin. I know what she's doing. And I know that she has to, that I have to, but I can't do it on my own. I can't. I don't want to. I want to stay here and fuck this perfect woman. Keep fucking her, feeling myself inside her, but I have to. I have to. So I let her. She pushes my chin up and I close my eyes for half a second before I open them. I open my eyes. I see them in the mirror. Blood, bathtub, fear, pain, terror, mom, dad, blood, my eyes, my dad's eyes, pain in my hand, absolute fucking bliss of being inside Hannah. I'm staring at myself, looking at myself in the mirror. I hate him. I hate him so much. I am so afraid every goddamn second of everything that's happened before and everything that could still come, everything that I could be, that he made me. I fucking hate him. My dad at the center of everything. How could you, Rose? How could you? Hannah rocks against me, grabs my ass and pulls me in tight to her. I groan again, my eyes on the mirror, on. She pulls back, releases my finger from her mouth but holds my wrist with one of her hands. She says, "Don't stop." My eyes on the mirror. I move, shove myself into her. "More," she says. Pull out, push in. "More, harder, please." Hannah. Shove myself in. "Yes." My eyes on the mirror and the wet slap of, "Yes, God, yes, fuck, yes." I drive into her again and again. "Don't stop, okay? Don't stop. I'm so close. We're so close. Don't you fucking dare stop." I groan, growl, my eyes in the mirror in so much pain, and Hannah pulls my wrist to her mouth and closes her lips around my pinky. Hannah, sucking, licking, taking my finger on her tongue, between her teeth, consuming me, all of me, both of us, this pain, this fear, sharing it, living it, together. He disappears. My dad disappears from the mirror. That part disappears. It's just me in the mirror. It's just her and me. Hannah. I push into her again and again until there is only us in a black universe. Her body and mine. Her heat. Her want. Her need. There is Hannah. Music playing. Sound. Vibration. Pressure. Static. A lifetime of events leading to this. There is us in oblivion. And when I'm right there, when I can feel that she is too, almost over the edge, almost taking that great leap into the black together, I push into her one last time, just as her teeth rip the last chunk of meat from my finger, taking everything that's left, sucking, chewing, swallowing, all of it. There is no life, no death. There is nothing in the dark, just Hannah and me, just us. 4. I open my eyes to morning light and snow that only falls softly now. I sit up. There's no blood on the window glass from birds hitting it. There's no blood on the bathroom floor. I lie back down in the bed and stare up at the ceiling. Was any of it real? Just as I think it, the pain hits me, and I hold up my hand. There's a bandage on it. My pinky's gone. The bone, too. I turn my head. She's sleeping still. Quiet. Her hair fanned out over the pillow, face soft, and for once without the look of pain there. For once without the nose plug. I shouldn't disturb her. I should give myself some space, some time to think away from her, go for a run, or go get coffee or something just to clear my head. But even as I think it now, knowing what she's been through, having seen it myself, and I feel it still, that other space, it's still there, a kind of dark open night, and Hannah and me standing inside it. I close my eyes and imagine walking toward her in it, imagine reaching out and touching her. She makes a sound beside me, turns her head and opens her eyes. She rolls over to face me and looks at me. I watch, feel, maybe. Her asking the same questions to herself about last night. What was real? What wasn't? I don't remember leaving the bathroom, and I don't know if she does. I don't remember anything after that final moment with her in there. I don't remember re-bandaging my hand. Nothing. I reach for my phone. Wi-Fi is still out, cell service too. I put it down, turn back to her. What happened to the witch walker? Why did it trap us in there? Where did it go? Her eyes search my face and my questions pause. Her eyes on me. I feel a deep, pulsing ache in my chest. For once, it's not self-hatred, not fear or guilt or shame or pain. It's something else. So much louder and brighter, but it could still tear me apart, and I'd let it. It happened so fast and feels like it was always here. It's different now, isn't it? She says. What is? I say. I reach out and brush her hair behind her ear with my bandaged hand, but I know what she means. Of course I do. She's so beautiful in the gray, snowy light I can barely breathe. Still, I want to hear her say it, need to hear it maybe. Everything. Outside, something passes by the window, the shadow of a bird. Otherwise, in the quiet, falling slow and the mercifully silent radio, it's just us here, our heartbeats. She reaches out and takes my hand, lifts it to her face. Her nostrils flare. She eyes the bandage that will need a change soon, and she lifts my remaining fingers to her lips and kisses them each, looking up at me, openly without any kind of guard or filter. And I think, no wonder I've been obsessed with this woman since the day I first saw her. Her here, taking me in the same way. When you've lived in the dark, survived it, it's hard sometimes to explain to others, really explain how it's with you every second, how it is everything, how you're battling all the time, how you don't want to battle it at all, how a part of you grows to know it so completely you don't want it to go. But Hannah, Daphne at Linger, what did she say? When you find her, don't fucking let go. Hannah and me. Having seen so much of each other, to have lived it, ourselves in breaths and moments and memories, having shared all the worst and best moments of a life, lived each other's memories. I don't know that you ever come back from that. I don't know how I could ever want to. My whole life carrying all of this alone, up to now. And she's in danger because of me, because of this witch walker. We didn't talk to it, I say. Last night I couldn't. I don't feel any closer to knowing. What's happening, how I'm involved in all this, how I'm supposed to solve this case. She studies my face, but I can feel she's elsewhere too, piecing things together, searching for any clue. Maybe it did speak to us in the way it could. What do you mean? I ask. I got the sense that it sort of wanted us thinking of our pasts, those memories. Maybe it's not just because the dark feelings and the memories call to it. Maybe it wants us to find something there. Maybe not for me. That I understand, but for you. It's your hair around the killer's tongues, and it's your childhood motel room it brought me to. She trails her fingers down my wrist, thinking. She says, it seemed like there are gaps, though, somehow in your memory. Is that right? That memory of your mom in the park, that was in Aspen, but it's incomplete. There are more of those. Could it be something about that room specifically, or that park, or your life that it's been trying to get at, trying to remind you of? Flashes, Rose, other moments. Maybe, I say, but I'm caught on what she said. And for you, I think for me it's simple, she says, quiet, her hand on my forearm, her shin against mine beneath the sheets. I think I stumbled into something that was always about you. But the witch walker, I think it liked me being there. I think it liked being in symbiosis with me. I felt, sometimes, when I was eating. She takes a breath, her chest rising. I slide my hand over hers and squeeze. She says, it felt like it was happy, somehow, that it could feed something with what it was doing, like it was satisfied watching me. I take this in, try to understand. But symbiosis, like the bird you told me about, the bird provides a service to the crocodile, too. She bites the inside of her cheek and nods. Roles in ecosystems change, evolve. We still have wolves, even though, well, we'll see if we still do for long. But some wolves found it advantageous to adapt to live with humans, and some humans found that advantageous also. And now we have dogs. The purpose they serve now for us is largely just fulfillment. Some have other jobs, but we care for them, feed them, make sure their needs are met. I think when I'm there, the witch walker, it's not alone, and it likes that. I think it recognizes something in me, and maybe something in you. You think it wants you to be its pet? I think that it has one main want, and that is whatever it is that has to do with you, and everything else might just be accidents, or maybe it's just stumbling around in the dark like all of us, existing, trying to understand what the point of any of this is. I don't know. I only feel it sometimes. It's not like you and me in the other place. I think it thinks differently than us, like we can and can't speak to dogs. We can and can't understand other species, you know? So I could be wrong about all of it. Also, she draws her finger slowly, tentatively down my chest. Last night, I did maybe get distracted. I run my eyes over her face. Hannah Lawrence, here, right beside me. Emotion floods me, one I don't quite know. Overwhelming, too big. I lean down and kiss her. I need to feel her. To slow down this time, to take in every inch of her and make her make those sounds she did last night. This time without her reliving the pain, without everything else, and the way she reacts to the kiss, the way she presses into me, wearing just her sweater and underwear. I can feel her in both worlds, this one and the other, wanting something I can easily give, at least in this moment, at least one more time. I roll on top of her, slip my good hand behind her head, tangle my fingers in her hair as I kiss her harder. She slides her tongue into my mouth, and I press my hips to hers, her back instantly arching to meet me. I can feel how she wants to move, what she wants to give me. I can see it in her mind as she thinks it. Break the kiss, put me on my back, touch and taste every part of me on the way down. But as she tries to lift her arm to touch me, I pin it gently down against the bed. This time, today, I say into her mouth between breaths, Let me do this. Well, she says after a moment, a faint smile on her lips. Her lips I kiss again, hovering my body over hers. If I have to. I trail my mouth down her throat again, biting just a little at her skin there. She sucks in a breath and exhales a small laugh. There's gotta be a cannibalism joke in here somewhere, she says. I smile, lick her down to her collarbone. Then I feel in that other space just a little, but shame, guilt, doubt. Is that from her? I pull back and look her in the eye, place my hands on her thighs. It is. She's worried. About my finger, she's worried about me. She feels shame. To be clear, I say, I offered that to you. You did nothing wrong. I regret nothing, and I would let you consume every part of me if it's what you wanted. Doubt in her eyes, that feeling still there. She doesn't believe me. Hannah, last night was the best of my life. Her eyes fill looking up at me, battling that shame still. How do I tell her? How do I make her understand? I took your fox drawing, I say, my hands on this perfect woman, my eyes on her face, because I thought it was beautiful, and I've touched it and held it and carried it ever since the moment I knew you existed on this planet. I haven't stopped thinking about you, haven't stopped wanting to see you, wanting you, needing to know anything and everything I could about you. And I didn't want to want you or think about you. I fought it until I couldn't. You, Hannah Lawrence, have consumed my every waking thought since the moment I first saw your face, since I heard your name. I wanted last night more than I have wanted anything ever, and I loved every fucking second of it. Her brow furrows again and tears fall, a flood of emotions hitting me from the other side. So much, too huge for us now, too big to understand, painful, and also... Hannah pushes herself up on her elbows and takes my face in her hands, kisses me harder, with more urgency, scrambles to pull her sweater over her head, breaking contact with me just for the moment it comes off. "Wait," I say, pulling back. I swallow. "Did I do anything you didn't want last night?" She stares at me for another minute, and the corner of her mouth cocks in a slight smile. It hits me like a punch to the chest. I'm hard again, seeing it. Was already probably, but damn. She pulls me in again, kisses me harder. Then I slow the kiss down because whatever's coming next, whatever lies ahead for us, I need her to know what she means to me. I push Hannah back down to the bed and pin her arms with my hands as I trail my mouth down the most beautiful, perfect body I've ever seen. "What do you call a cannibal who only eats pussy?" I say between kisses. "What?" she says on a breath, and I can hear that smile there. I lick, kiss, bite down her tits, her stomach, her hip bone, across the plane of her abdomen, her skin, her perfect, smooth, warm skin. I lift my head just long enough to say, "A cadivore." She laughs. It's the first time I've heard her really laugh. It's musical and a little stilted, unused. I want to hear it forever, want to drown in it. "That's not," she says. "That's the worst." And then as I flick my tongue somewhere it hasn't explored yet, somewhere, if I'm being honest, I may have imagined tasting so long before now, she falls back, sucking in a breath. "And in every way I am capable of, with everything I have, in room 217 at the Stanley Hotel with a missing pinky and a feeling of something so right in the middle of all the wrong. I do everything I can to make Hannah Lawrence feel something other than pain." 5. "What happened to John Denver?" Hannah asks, her head on my chest, my arm around her. "We have to go soon. We both know it. I would stay here forever, just like this. In the end." Her hair falls over her face. With my free hand, I tuck it back behind her ear again. I have to focus to hear the words she just spoke, to understand the question. "He had a kid with a singer in Australia," I say. "He and Annie reconciled, kind of. In the movie, he has this camping trip with his kids and they all get on better terms. He hires his dad to pilot his private plane and his dad seemingly finally accepts his music before he dies. John learns to pilot on his own and he gets a little restless. The music business landscape changes and he's no longer the sensation he was before, but he writes songs and he plays and he flies." "And he dies flying?" My feeling is that he wanted to go. That's what it always seemed like to me, in the movie anyway. His dad died, the record deals weren't the same. He'd done all this charity work, Annie and their kids kind of moved on. He started toying around with his prop plane, making adjustments himself, then flying it. He had a malfunction flying near Monterey in California. He crashed into the ocean, but it's just a movie, and just my memory of it. I have no idea what state he was in the end." She stares up at me for a long time, my injured hand in hers, over my chest. She kisses my palm, looks down at it. When she looks back up, she says, "I don't want to say what I think," she says. "You can say anything." I think I know where we have to go, what the Witchwalker was telling us. I think it knew I would understand. I think it knew I could explain some of this to you, or that we'd get there together. And because of that thing, linking us in the other world, because I can almost feel her thought as she's about to say it, or maybe it's so obvious and I should have been looking there the whole time. And I remember once Daphne explaining to me, close family relations can sometimes show up as interchangeable on DNA tests or something like that. Is it possible? How did it not occur to me before? Could he be doing this somehow? Would he? How would he not have shown up as a match before? The only other person who was there that night in the motel who is still living. Could the hair be his? Could he be a part of this? "Will you be okay?" Hannah asks. "I'll be with you." I squeeze her hand, lean into her. I kiss the top of her head and rest my chin there, looking out at the snow. "Maybe it was always meant to be this," I say, and I know she knows what I mean. I can feel it, her and me, this, us, some cosmic fucking wondrous inevitability. She pulls back and looks up into my eyes. "I'm with you," she says. A shadow moves in the bathroom again. We both stop, turn to look at it because it's not a shadow. She's not. She is, kind of, but she's brighter somehow, more defined. A woman stands in the bathroom, sort of. A shadow person. I know somehow that she's the same shadow we saw in here last night, but I can see her much more clearly now. Just almost like a person, glowing, moving in the dark. An X-ray image of someone, or like a body heat signature in night vision goggles. The woman is cleaning the bathroom and the shadows. The shadows are people, or memories of people? Echoes? No. Hannah thinks the word and I know she's right. They're ghosts. And haven't I always known? Hasn't that always been the other piece I wasn't willing to face? That this is real. Ghosts are real, and I can see them. Maybe Rose was right. The ghost in this room, the haunted room that inspired the book that my mother carried around every day of her life, the book that inspired my name, over there on the shelf with all his others. I finally let my eyes move to it, all the Stephen King titles, and the one right in the center of them, The Shining. Hannah looks at me, and I don't know what to say. Hannah and me, both of us who see these things, who both can see or at least feel whatever the fuck got in here with us last night. Both of us who see each other fully, every dark and terrible thing, who joined with each other in two planes, two worlds, who now can see things clearly after coming together, after sharing our pain and stopping fighting who we are. The shadows are real, and I don't know if they're people now or if they just were, but this whole time I've fought it. Why have I tried so hard in every part of my life to fight what's inevitable? The ghost in the bathroom doesn't pay us any mind. We're the visitors here. People come and go, but she stays. I turn back to Hannah, that connection stretching between us, radio dials tuning into the same frequency. Hannah's thoughts and mine. This, here between us, what it could become. Daphne's words that linger estuary echoed through my mind, and I get it now. Lying here with Hannah Lawrence, I get it. I'm going to hold on to it. Hold on to her with everything I've got. And right now, we've got to do the thing I should have done long ago. The thing I've been dreading and fighting my whole life. Because Hannah's right, and this is what it's been all along. John Denver living so much of his life to gain acceptance or understanding from his father. All these fathers and sons playing out narratives again and again. Never even looking into my own eyes because I am so terrified of seeing him. Of course, the things we don't want are the ones that make us look at ourselves. I hold Hannah closer for one more second, the snow falling outside the window. I know at least that I won't be going in alone. Hannah and me in this together, going to Sterling, to the state prison. We're going to see my dad. Part 5. Avalanche. 1. I open the duffel bag Josie packed of my things and pull out my old clothes. The clothes I haven't worn since my parents were still alive. This version of myself too painful to be. The one that, if I'm being honest, I've probably always been. Black jeans, black pearl snap shirt, black cowboy hat and boots and leather jacket. A brown and black embossed leather belt with a Roadrunner belt buckle on it that Marianne gave to me. "You look good," Hannah says in the room, dressed, sitting on the side of the bed. I clear my throat, feel my face getting hot. She smiles. The internet is still down and cell service is spotty. We leave the ghost in the Stephen King suite. I glance past all the mirrors as we walk down the stairs, pass through the lobby, until we step back outside into the cold. We can't find the Wagoneer in the parking lot. Every car is snowed in, smothered, white surrounding us. No one else will be able to find it either. We try different hotel staff vehicles until we find one with keys inside that isn't buried. A gray SUV with Stanley printed on the side. It's conspicuous, but in the snow, maybe it's not easily read. We throw the bag in, the one with the murder weapon, all the files. We take the long road down from the hotel, and Hannah was right. Everything is different. Not just with her and me, with the entire world. The shadows from before, from my whole life, like the woman in the room. They are no longer shadows at all, and they're everywhere, filling the hotel as we leave, the parking lot, the road, and the landscape around us, flickering in and out. But all around us, brighter, more defined, shadowed and glowing, both at once. People, sort of people, in all different clothes, modern, old, everything in between, every age, every type of person. And other animals, rodents, birds, wolves, a saber-toothed cat, dinosaurs, things I don't even recognize. The snowed-in landscape filled with all of them. Some of them turn as we pass. Most just go about their business, whatever that is. Most of them there for a moment and then gone. Just fragments almost, echoes, I don't know. But we can see them, all of them, both of us, Hannah and me. Some of them linger, watch as we pass. The radio flips back on again, plays Lee Hazelwood's Your Sweet Love on repeat. The song we danced to last night. Hannah reaches over and takes my hand. The world outside is something new. The snow swirling, less violent now, still filling our senses with white. The cold wind pushing against the sides of the car. All these beings everywhere, drifting in and out of it. Us trying to understand. Hannah's hand on mine, holding tight on the center console. They don't all seem to be on the same plane, she says. It's like they're living all on top of each other without even knowing it. They're not looking at the other cars, just ours. Maybe because we see them, I say. Energy, echoes, imprints made by a life, or I think of Daphne for some reason, suddenly. What if these things we're seeing, these ghosts, what if they're the equivalent of DNA shed? We leave pieces of ourselves everywhere we go all the time. Could that be it? Could they just somehow be pieces left behind? But they can see us, feel us. Some of them want something from us. I feel it. They seem to be consciously here, now, not just an echo of something from before. Did we do this? I ask. Somehow? Did we? You want to know what I think? Hannah says, and I wonder how much of my train of thought she can hear. I think what we share, it's more like feelings, wants, images, maybe. She turns in the passenger seat and gives me a look that makes me think the answer is maybe that actually she can hear all of it. Yes, I say out loud. I think, she says, looking around at this new world in wonder, in fear. I think they're still here, she says, but not, like they've just... She furrows her brow, turns her head, chasing the thought. Then a new expression crosses her face, a realization. Have you ever been locked out of your house at night? She says. I nod. I think, what if it's like that? I don't know why I haven't thought of it before. They're locked out? Or we are? No, I mean, yes, them. I wait and we pass something on our left that I think is a fucking woolly mammoth. Hannah laughs a little, leans further out to see as we drive past it. I think, she says, sitting back in her seat, a faint smile on her face, that maybe death is like getting locked out of your house at night. You get locked out, and your first instinct is to start to try to find a way back in, a weak point, a window you didn't close, a door you might be able to pick the lock for. And the longer you're outside, trying to get in, the more you start to see it all in a new way. The home or life you've built, the lights on inside and the heat or the fire going, all your furniture and art and photographs. It's warm and it's yours, and you realize, looking at it from outside, finally in a way you only can because you're locked out of it, you realize what you have, what you've built, maybe even who you are, how beautiful it is, now that you can't access it. And even though you were just in there, you miss it already. Maybe desperately, appreciate it in a way you never could without looking in from the cold night. Maybe that's what death is, she says. Maybe it's like you just get locked out one day, and inside the lights are still on, and it's warm, and it's everything you know, and the people you love are still there, and you want to go back to them. And maybe sometimes you can just get so focused on wanting to get back in, on wanting to shelter from the night and stay, go back to your home that you know, that you don't realize how actually small a house is, how finite and closed and, you're standing outside. outside goes on forever, but it's also dark, especially if you keep staring at the lights of indoors. And it's new, this outside world. And maybe it seems lonely, even if it's not. I mean, I don't know if it is. But what I think is that sometimes maybe someone dies and they can't see that the whole of the world and the universe is at their disposal now, that all of it is their new home, and it maybe seems dark in relation to the house, dark in some ways and scary, and it's definitely not the warm, lit-up house they know and love, but it's so much bigger, infinite, and full of possibility. If only we're willing to turn around, let our eyes adjust to the night, to see that it's not dark, not really. If only we're willing to take that step forward, away from the house. And maybe after a while we forget the house altogether and realize we were never confined to it totally. We only thought we were, and the people we love exist elsewhere too, not just there, and not just in that way. The house and the night matter equally. Her words settle around us, the snow still falling, beings in the white all around. So, all these people, animals, they're just, I say, they're not looking at us, most of them. They're just beyond. They're just right at the edge of our light. And we're not supposed to be able to see them, but you and me. I think it's like we've got special antennas. We pick up radio signals from both sides, or to go with the house metaphor, it's like we've got night vision goggles or something. So we see them, but they don't see us. Or they're not really looking, most of them. Yeah, exactly. And maybe, she trails off. Maybe, I say. Maybe it's like you get away from the house, you do, eventually, turn and embrace the night. But every once in a while, maybe a car drives by, and its headlights are shining through the dark, reminding you of that particular kind of light of your old house, that forgotten kind. And even though the night is far more beautiful, far more luminous and expansive than the man-made, three-dimensional home ever was, maybe when we remember it, we get nostalgic, curious because of what it activates in us from memory. We lift our heads, so to speak, and think, what is that? And think we should walk toward it, maybe like the radio signals. Beings like us, I say. We catch their attention by, my shining boy. Shining. She nods. Maybe our headlights just, for some reason, shine a little to the other side. Our signals sometimes just get a little crossed. I take this in, and it feels right. And I'm not alone in it, for the first time. I squeeze her hand once more. Hannah. We are speeding through the snow, through an unknown world, to face someone I never thought I would again. And yet still the ache in my chest is something I want, for once. The radio goes to static, then back to the song. Hannah Lawrence's hand warm and solid in mine, like it was always here, and I just had to reach out and take hold of it. And, I say, now picking up her train of thought, the two of us in sync, connected now, maybe forever, I hope forever. I hear it almost perfectly. Maybe they're shining back, in the only way they can. 2. It should take 2.5 hours to get to Sterling Correctional Facility, but with the snow, it's longer. Hannah doesn't roll down the windows. She wears the nose plug again, but she's relaxed, a little more settled in herself. I've never been out here, have always known it was where Calvin was, so have avoided it, like so much. It's a problem trying to get into a prison, having to show ID, having to get the prisoner to sign off on visitation, scheduling it ahead of time, being in the logs and on the cameras. Except I have one idea, one card I've known I had for a long time that I haven't ever had a reason to play. I pick up the phone and call the prison, ask for a guy I haven't seen in years. Tom Banks, one of the security guards. They put me through and I ask him to call me back on this number from his cell. Stansfield, it's so good to hear from you. How are you? I hesitate. I have a major favor to ask, I say. I test with my sense in the other space again, decide to tell the truth. We need to get in and there can't be a record. We need to talk to the prisoner without his approval. But all of this could get Tom into a major shitstorm of trouble. I'm so sorry to ask, I say. I wouldn't if I had any other way. Stansfield, I've owed you for so long. If I can help with anything, I've got you. I tell him what I need. He agrees. I hang up, grip the wheel tighter. What did you do to get that kind of loyalty? Hannah asks. I take a breath, put on my blinker to take the exit. Long time ago, when I was good at my job, his son was kidnapped on a road trip at a rest stop, taken across state lines. And you found him. I swallow, hold myself steady as we drive toward the prison. Past all the ghosts, all the echoes of life on Earth, millions of years, the rise and fall of apex predators, of eras and species. This is it, I guess, I say, and Hannah grips me tighter. Out in the snow-covered landscape sits the imposing geometric complex, the large sign in front, American and Colorado flags behind it. We're here. I pull into the lot and through the snow, park and open the door before I can convince myself not to. The cold's barely hitting. I'm nervous. I'm so fucking nervous. 34 years old, and the idea of seeing my old man is far more terrifying to me than a world full of ghosts. Hannah walks close to me, presses in against my side. We skirt around a ghost wolf, lingering near the entrance. I don't know the rules. Don't know if it matters if we touch them or not. Don't know if they can hurt us. But of course they can, they have, haven't they? The wolf watches us as we pass. Inside, Tom's waiting. He takes us to a private room, says the Wi-Fi's been down, meaning we shouldn't have any problems. Lucky, like the Wi-Fi at the hotel and the car getting buried back there, like the storm is helping us, like the world wants all of this to happen, or something does. Just the things a delusional guy thinks before it all comes crumbling down. Hannah and I sit in 2 chairs opposite an empty one, across a table. I leave my jacket on. Hannah does too. I shuffle my boots on the floor. My palms are sweating as they go to get him. Calvin. We don't talk. It's quiet in here. I try to breathe. I have a bad feeling. Of course I do. The door at the end of the room abruptly opens and I swallow, turn. A guard steps in, an inmate beside him. Here, in the room with me. Shit. Bruises on my wrists, on Mom's. The bottle in his hand, swinging at her. Both of them yelling, crying, both of them crying. In public, at home, anywhere. Dad and Mom in the front seats of their cars singing along to country music, smiling at each other. Dad showing me how to throw and catch a baseball in the parking lot of the motel we lived in before the Happy Inn. Dad throwing the bottle at the wall behind me, just missing my head. Dad lifting me up onto his shoulders and making sure I could see the stage at a show at Fiddler's Green. Mom, as he slit her throat. Dad staring at me through the mirror at the Happy Inn. Dad, here, now. Bad feeling. Dad, here, and me. It's him. Hannah squeezes my hand. Calvin Keller sits across from us. I blink, try to push past the memories. See him here, now. He's shorter than I am by a few inches, balding, heavy wrinkles. He's thin. I remember him with a beer gut, but I guess he can't drink in here. His eyes look the same. They look like mine. All of him, like looking in a funhouse mirror, an alternate reality in which I've made his choices instead of my own. A lifetime of wondering if one day I'd wake up and turn out to be just like him, if it's genetic, if it's a broken thing passed down, being terrified to get close to people, because what if that same switch flipped in me? A lifetime of hating myself for carrying any part of him forward. Fear, hate, guilt. The overwhelming, all-consuming guilt for escaping it, for getting a family as loving as the Stansfields, for getting to live in that big house and go to school and have friends and safety and a hot meal in front of me every night, for knowing I didn't deserve any of it. All of it from this man in front of me now. All of it his doing. Calvin Keller. It used to be my name, too. He sits down, looks at Hannah with a question in his eyes, and then glances at me. Squints at us, trying to figure out who we are. My heart is pounding, and I feel like I'm 4 years old. I feel like a little boy who's scared shitless. Maybe that's all I've ever been. He does a double take at me. Hannah's hand grips mine below the table as my dad sees me for the first time as an adult. As he recognizes me. I want to throw up. I want to run, Hannah's hand on mine pressing into my thigh. We stare at each other long enough, Calvin and me, that Hannah nudges me, reminding me we don't have much time. I clear my throat again, open my mouth to speak. Before I can say anything, he says, "You look so much like her." His voice unlocking more memories, more moments. I don't, Dad, drunk, yelling at Mom to get her nose out of her books and act like a wife. Mom, gone. Me, hiding behind a dresser. Dad finding me and asking me where she is. I don't know. And I try to speak, try to push this forward and be a man. "Am I dreaming this?" he asks. My dad asks. I shake my head, wishing we both were. This man who could be the spitting image of what I would become if I let myself. This man who is the worst possible version of me. I clear my throat again, heart racing, palms sweaty, and I take a breath. "No," I say, and I see him flinch at my voice, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. "You're a man," he says. "Shit, I must be old. You were just—" "I need to ask you some questions," I say. "Calvin," he says. "That's not my name." Confusion flashes in his eyes. "Picked a new one. With my family," I say. That hurt him. It's clear in his look. And I know I did it on purpose, but it gives me some resolve, some momentum. Dear old Dad taught me that. You hurt me, I hurt you, I hurt you, I feel better. I clear my throat again. Shit. I need to understand what happened that night. Why it happened. Why you came in yelling at her. What it was about. A tear runs down his face. He swipes at it with a finger. "I'm so sorry, Calvin. That's not my name. I'm so sorry. Why did you do it?" My voice breaks. "You know, no one gives you a guidebook on how to be a dad. No one tells you murder probably wouldn't have been in it. Protecting you is all that ever mattered to me. I just knew I had to keep you safe, and she was going to take you away from me, and I couldn't trust her. She was going to take us away so you couldn't hit us anymore. So you couldn't break bottles over our heads, or throw telephones, or books, or TV remotes at us. So you couldn't stumble in drunk and beat the shit out of the two most helpless people you could find, the ones who were trapped and waiting for you all day. I regret all of that, every day, and I will for the rest of my life. But you don't know your mother. After she took you to Aspen." Aspen. John Denver Sanctuary. The rock in the middle of the river. I pause, thrown off. "What happened in Aspen?" I say. He stares at me, then says, "You don't remember." My pulse pounding, in my hands, my throat. I can't talk to him. His voice, so many moments pushing in, tears burn at the backs of my eyes. He shakes his head. She didn't mean it, to take you away. To do what she did. He runs his hands over his head, the same way I do. "I ask myself all the time," he says, "if I regret that night, and I regret that you saw it. I regret the way that must have affected you. I can't imagine. I regret that by doing it I ensured you wouldn't have a dad around anymore, and..." He swipes at tears in his eyes, that nausea threatening again. I want to look away, but I don't let myself. "I regret all the times I lost my temper and hurt you both leading up to it," he says. "But that night, in the Happy Inn, was maybe the one time I was a good father. It was maybe the only time I really did right by you. That woman was poison. And if being here is the price for that, I'll take it. I think about it every day, and I welcome it. The pain, the penance." He stops talking, and what do I do with that? What the fuck am I supposed to do with any of this? "If I hadn't gotten to Aspen when I did," he says, "she would have taken you away forever. And that night at the motel, she was going to do it again. You're my boy. You can't understand what that's like, what you do for your kid." I see every moment he hit me, feel every ounce of terror hearing the key unlock the door, not knowing if he'd come back and be my dad who loved me, who I could play with, who would hug me before bed or before leaving, or if he'd be drunk and angry, if I was going to have bruises and cuts and the dizzy ear-ringing feeling after my dad's fist colliding with my head. John Denver's sanctuary, my ears ringing so loud. Calvin Keller in front of me, John Denver in the movie, spending his whole life just trying to win the approval of his dad. All the men on this earth with all the shit fathers. Except, I don't know if I can call myself one. Noel Stansfield was the best dad anyone could have hoped for. The worst thing he ever did was leave this world before I was ready for him to. But I'd never have been ready. And he went with Mary Ann, didn't make her go alone. Even in the end, he was there for her. He was there for me until then. He was as kind and decent as anyone could be. Thinking of Noel reminds me of who I am, even while my heart pounds and the nausea nearly overwhelms me. I remember, I sit up straight in the chair. I'm not that little boy in the happy inn. I lean forward, toward him, and his hand still in my own, and this time I hold his eyes. I don't flinch, because I'm Daniel fucking Stansfield, and I don't have time for this. What do you know about the Drifter murders? I ask. Calvin gives me a blank look. What is that? Surely you get the news in here. Surely people talk. Ryder Smith, Theo Wharton, different prison, but... I haven't heard of it. What is it? What about a witch walker? Again, he stares at me, those tears still falling. You really look like her. Miracle, I guess. You looking more like her than me. She was so beautiful. Except I don't think he's right. But it doesn't matter. I swallow, make myself sit up straighter. I need some answers, I say, or we're gonna have to go. We're looking for something and it's important. Well, I don't know what that stuff is. I try to keep my head down in here. Go to services. Got a lot to atone for, and I'm just trying. I feel the earth moving beneath me and the whole of the sky pressing in. As I once again ask my father the question that's cursed me my whole life, the question that's eclipsed everything, every accomplishment, every fear and want and hurt, the only question. Why did you do it? I ask again. The words come out softer, more hoarse than I mean for them to. Pain flickers in his eyes, instantaneous. He doesn't pretend not to know what I'm asking, but he shakes his head slowly, the tears falling. I need to know why, I say. Was it just because we were leaving? The man in front of me tries to pull himself together, but he can't. I'm sorry, he says. Calvin, I say, his name feeling like poison in my mouth. Tell me why. The last word comes out shaky and desperate, and I don't care. Why did you take my mom from me? Why did you take my life away? Even if it was to lead to family, even if I'd end up getting everything, why did you rip her from me? He sniffs, wipes his face again, and presses his fingers to his brow. He is miserable. It's not an act, not for sympathy. He is truly, deeply, profoundly unhappy. Why? I say again. That book, the one she always carried around, the Stephen King one, you ever pick that up? The hotel room we stayed in last night, that book on the shelf I could have taken and didn't. I don't say anything. She wrote in there, you know, little notes, all kinds of things for years. She ripped a page out of the back and wrote me a letter on it. I think she thought it was going to get to me after we left. He looks at me, and I can't read his expression at all. You should read it one day, when you're ready. Not the letter, I don't know where that is now, but you should read the book. You're saying you read her letter saying we were going to leave, and you came to the hotel, and I didn't mean to kill her, he says. He sniffs, rubs at his eyes. Maybe I did. I don't know what I meant to do. I was just so scared and I couldn't lose you both. I couldn't. After she took you to Aspen. You have no idea how much it hurt. The idea of that. Yeah, I say, you're right. I don't know anything about hurt. After a second, he stops crying and he takes me in again. You turned out strong, he says. Thank you for coming here. It's a gift. I think, seeing you, I think I might have done something right in this life. I think I might have done okay. 3. Hannah and I are in the Stanley SUV in the Sterling Correctional Facility parking lot. I don't know where we're going to go, if it's back to Aspen to regroup or somewhere new. I need to drive. I need to think. I talked to my dad. It didn't do anything, didn't give us anything new, nothing to help us get out of this mess. Of course not. Calvin Keller being useful in any way, the idea of him possibly helping me. I start the car. Whoosh! A hawk shoots out of the sky, dive bombs a smaller bird right in front of our windshield. I see it as if in slow motion, as the hawk hits the smaller bird with its talons first and then its beak. The hawk breaks the smaller bird's spine in the air. The small bird drops to the hood of our car with a thunk. The hawk caws loudly, hovers, then flies away. Static on the radio. What the fuck was that? I ask, staring at the dead animal on the hood. I almost can't speak. Calvin Keller. Dad. Dad in front of me. I'm still shaking, probably. He must live here, Hannah says. The hawk. The magpie probably just moved in. A hawk will do anything to defend its territory. I look at the small, unmoving creature on the other side of the windshield. Nature can be brutal, Hannah says quietly, sadness in her voice. I get out and look in the trunk for some work gloves. There aren't any, but there's an old newspaper. I slide it under the bird as carefully as I can in the snow, telling it I'm sorry. I walk to the trash can and can't bring myself to do it. I take it over to a tree instead, dodging a few ghosts on the way. People lingering, watching. I lay the bird down in the snow beneath the tree. My dad's face in my vision, my dad's voice in my ears. I slide the newspaper out from beneath the little bird. This small body, a life so quickly taken, so carelessly. I leave the bird in the snow and stand to throw away the newspaper, step over to a trash can. I turn back to the Stanley SUV, but out of the corner of my eye I see wings flapping, glowing but shadowed, rising up to the sky from beneath the tree, soaring up over the car. Calvin Keller in jail, and me standing out here, the ghost bird flapping its wings. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say it looked an awful lot like that magpie in the snow. I stand there for a minute, and I watch it fly away. I step back through the snow to the car, something nagging, a thought, something Hannah said. A hawk will do anything to defend its territory. Hey, I say. Hannah, did you... I stop in my tracks because when I see her, when I come around to the side of the car, Hannah is cuffed again, standing outside the passenger door. Tillman is beside her. Tillman, who's pointing a gun straight at me. All right, guy, he says. We do this the easy way or hard way, but you're both coming with me. 4. Hannah and I are cuffed in the back seat of Tillman's car, her wrists in front of her, mine behind my back, with the child locks on and a paranormal podcast playing. Tillman also cuffed my ankles, just in case you decide to try and break anything else on my face, he said. His nose is bruised and bandaged. It'll be less than 2 hours back to Denver, and then all of this is over. Hannah and me going down for this, and of course it would be this way. How many nights have I stayed up thinking about the drifters in their cells, about how they were so certain of their innocence? Of course I would end up here too. Maybe if I go, they'll be let free. But Hannah... Silent tears stream down Hannah's face. She's thinking of incarceration, of being indoors, panicking, being in this car now. I understand. Through that other space we share. It was one thing when she shared the car with me, who she's been close with, Even now my pinky hurts and I welcome it. But Tillman's a stranger to her, a different scent, and he's now cuffed her twice. Can you roll the window down for her? I ask. He shakes his head. No can do, bud. You two are gonna sit quietly and do what you're supposed to for once. What's happening with the case? I ask. Tillman gives me a look through the rear view. It's not us, I say. I have nothing to do with the murders, and neither does Hannah. What his father Theo Wharton said. Tillman sighs, flips on a blinker. After a second, he glances back through the rear view, says, "He got away. We have no idea what happened. By the time I got inside the dome, he was already gone." Are you serious? Tillman, we need to find him. He's the best lead we've got. He's maybe the only thing that'll get Hannah and me out of this. All right, brother, we don't need to do anything. You have lied and broken too many laws to count. You too are in custody. You put Josie in a bad spot knowing what she did about your past and asking her not to tell Murphy. And on top of all that, Tillman's voice grows in volume. He says, hands gripping the wheel, "Yeah, you know what? If I'm being real honest, and I'm sorry to say it this way, but you're a real shit partner. You keep everything to yourself. You're sneaky, distrustful, and frankly just have a real bad attitude. So how about you just sit quiet for once and let me do my job since you never intended to help or do it with me as a team?" The car is quiet for a second. Aside from his podcast, I clear my throat. "You're right," I say, "about all that stuff. And furthermore," he says, his voice louder and angrier than I've ever heard it, "you really thought you could just pull up to a jail where they have your dad, who we all just found out was your dad, and not think we'd immediately come to get you? We thought the Wi-Fi was out. Thought you wouldn't know. Didn't need Wi-Fi, just regular freaking logic that you'd come here. I just want answers," I say, and I thought, stupidly I guess, that I'd have more time. Well, joke's on you, 'cause I was already on my way. And we could have gotten answers together before now if you'd just been any kind of team player. I shift, try and sit upright with my arms behind me. You're right, Tillman. You're a good agent, probably better than me, and I'm glad you're here, and that you got us. Hannah shoots me a look at that. Her face is pale, her cuffed hands held over her nose and mouth. I take a deep breath and say to Nat Tillman words I never thought I would. We need your help. Tillman shakes his head. Dude, what are you not getting about this? I don't let myself hesitate, don't let myself think, the highway carrying us forward. For the first time as an adult, I say, I see ghosts. The words linger in the car, over the voices of the podcast. Tillman is silent. I clear my throat and say, I always have, probably always will. A long pause, again, then Tillman looks back at me through the rear view, says, I didn't want to admit it to myself because, I thought I was insane or holding on to some childhood fantasy. I don't know. But they are literally everywhere. There's a fucking ghost stegosaurus ahead of us. Ghost stegosaurus, Tillman says. Let me just tell you what we found, where we are with things. You're right that I've been a shit partner and I've broken laws. And whatever happens at the end of this, I just want to see the right guy go down. We need your help, Tillman. I'm telling you, it's not us. Tillman deliberates, his podcast playing, driving in the snow. After a long minute, he turns down the volume slightly. I take that as the best invitation we're going to get. I tell him everything. Everything except Hannah's part in it. She moves to touch my leg with her own, a movement Tillman clocks in the rear view. Every now and then, Tillman asks a clarifying question. I have no idea if he believes us, if he's really listening to any of this. I wouldn't be, in his position. At the end of us telling him everything, there's a long pause. Then Tillman says, So, you two both see ghosts, which you didn't really know were ghosts before, but now you do. There's a thing called a witch walker that wants something from you both, unclear what. Daniel's been remembering his mom in a river in Aspen for unknown reasons. Father Sky/Theo Wharton seems to have, if not orchestrated this all, then at least known about everything. And someone's been trying to frame you both and may have been targeting you two specifically for a long time. Oh, and also there's ghost dinosaurs. Yeah, I say. This radio thing you talk about, how come it's not happening in here right now? The radio turns to static and Highwayman comes on. Tillman eyes me in the mirror. I shrug as much as I can. So, something's listening in real time, he says. He thinks. We wait. Why the hair around the tongues? He asks. Did you ever have long hair? I guess as a kid, but not since. And for why, we don't know. You guys think this witch walker thing feeds on fear or pain? And that's why it's come to you? That seems to make the most sense, I say. But I guess we don't know for sure. And Father Sky is some kind of human familiar to this paranormal entity? I mean that, or he wants to be, but it talked through him, so seems like they've got some kind of thing going on. It's quiet, aside from the song now playing, a little staticky, a little discordant. Tillman's face looks pained, thoughtful, sad maybe. Sad for us. After what feels like minutes, Tillman lets out a long sigh and shakes his head. He looks at the windshield, doesn't turn back to me. I'm sorry, man, he says. I exhale, feel Hannah tense up beside me. A protective surge rushes through me. We're going in, and these murders will all be pinned on us, and we'll spend the rest of our lives in jail. I'm sorry, I say to Hannah in that other place, desperate, frantically searching my mind for any way out. I'm so sorry. I can't let this happen to her. I calculate what it will take to get out of this car, whether the three of us can survive what might very well be a crash if I rush Tillman. I'm not gonna let them take you, I say to her in the other space. I slow down, try to find the fighting calm, try to prepare myself for whatever's next. Next stoplight, I'll need to be ready. I'll just figure it out. But she can't go in. He can't take her. I will not let Hannah be locked up. Tillman reaches forward and tries to adjust the radio. Maybe back to his podcast. Maybe to signal that we're done talking. The radio station won't change. He stares at it for another second. I'm so sorry, he says again. And they're the three worst words I've ever heard. We're approaching a stoplight. I brace myself. Tillman says, that I didn't make you feel like you could be vulnerable with me. Music, snow, Tillman's words. He's pulling up to the light and, it's important in work and friendships to create an environment of openness and trust. Tillman continues, safe spaces. And I'm sorry it wasn't a safe enough space for you to tell me these things. What is happening? You know, back at the brewery, he says. I saw your beer go down. It was just upright and almost full, and then it just was on its side. You. And the way you look at fixed points, the way your eyes track stuff moving through the room, stuff that fully doesn't exist, and cold spots tend to follow you. I don't know if you're even aware of that, actually. Seems like you're not. But I've been walking with you a lot, and they're almost always nearby, and you finding that motel key. I mean, the easy answer is, of course, that you did it, but why? And I can't think of a good reason. I'm stunned. I don't even know what to say. You believe us? I ask. It didn't sit right that you guys did this. I mean, he says to Hannah, I don't know you, miss. But either way, I didn't think it was you two. And I didn't think it was Oliver Wright either. But he's gonna get tried for it all too, probably, since almost every victim or killer is in some way tied to one of his properties, as you pointed out. And since he's made himself so involved in the prosecution. And I know, us bros gotta get territorial sometimes, but I'm just relieved you shared this so we can actually get to freaking work here, finally. The car comes to a stop at the red light. I don't move. Nat Tillman believes us. Wait, what did you say? Hannah, stiff beside me, leaning forward, her mind whirring, moving too fast for me to follow. I'm saying we can finally, no, the other. Territorial, she says. Oh my God. Tillman and I both look to her. She turns to me. The hawk, and what he just said, and I don't follow, Tillman says, glancing back. Hannah's mind speeding, mine fighting to keep up. She says, the drifters skin the victims and walk distances with the skins, then drop them. Do you have a map of all of their routes? We have a map of all the fixed points, but we don't know the exact routes they walked. Not most of them, I say. We've tried to track phone data, but the phones always cut out and are usually left with the skinned bodies. Can we figure out the routes? Maybe. Skin has blood, Hannah says. Smell. Bodies have smell. Do you see? Covering themselves in the blood of the skinned victims. Walking. Tillman says, scent marking. Hannah nods, excited. Yes, if we can get a map, a better one, if we can figure out the routes. Tillman at the house in Greeley, talking about the path Frank Wheely walked in the grass to us. The flight path matters. Dude, Tillman says, you're a genius. She's a genius. I can't believe I didn't think of it before. What? I say, what am I not getting? Ritualized territorial displays, Tillman says. I look between them. A lot of animals use them, Hannah says. Ways they signal boundaries and needs to other animals. It can be visual, auditory, olfactory, like wolves, scent marking and howling to show what their territory is. We've been thinking like people, Hannah says. But maybe whatever is doing this doesn't. So, I say, we redraw the map, see if there's some way to figure out what the territory is. Either Father Sky or this witch walker, or if we can see the outer lines. Maybe we can figure out what they're defending, Hannah says. And from who? I look from Hannah to Tillman and back again. Tillman on board, listening to us, believing us, and Hannah beside me. We need space. We need to map this thing. We need somewhere to go. Do the others know you have us? I ask. He looks at me in the rear view. Not yet, he says. Okay, we can do this. I think this could be something. Maybe there's a chance. So I do something else I never thought I'd do. I take a breath and I say, Tillman, you ever been in a haunted house? 5. The wind howls against While Ago Manor, the world white outside the windows. It's getting dark, the snow still coming. I light candles around the living room and hand Hannah and Tillman flashlights. Hannah stands far from Tillman. Tillman can't stop looking around the room, his jaw open. I pull out some of Marianne's big drawing paper and toss it on the coffee table. Hannah and Tillman get started drafting a makeshift map of Denver, while I pile some logs on the hearth and get a fire going. For some reason, the shadows here haven't changed, haven't become that brighter, glowy ghost version, but have remained shadows, black and lurking in the corners. I don't know what it means, don't understand it. You know, it's actually kind of cozy in here, Tillman says. And as if in response, a door slams and footsteps run above us. Tillman looks up, tracks the movement along the ceiling. The floorboards creak. Is someone else here? He asks. I shake my head. He watches me. So this place is really haunted? I shrug. Can everyone hear it? No. So why can I? I consider this, watch as the lights glow just a little in the living room above the map. Watch as Tillman's eyes widen when he clocks it too. I shrug again. Maybe you've got a little shine too, I say. I turn away before I can see the grin on his face. It takes us the better part of an hour to get it all mapped out, and Pete Nolan's path wasn't the only one Tillman suspected was different than we'd originally assumed. Hannah found all the original bodies while they were fresh, and she never encountered one of the drifters leaving the body, which means the direction she came from couldn't have been the one they walked. With that information, we're able to redo a few of our original routes. We rework it again and again, adjust so many lines we would have had thought obvious before, flight patterns, pieces aligning to make. We step back, look at it all. Not a perfect circle, but about as close to one as anyone could get by following roads. One large territory encompassing most of the city and surrounding areas, and smaller ones within it. Shit, Hannah says. We stand in silence in the candlelight, the fire crackling behind us, the snow flurrying outside the window. The three of us look down at the map of Greater Denver. the roots intersecting to make these circles. The lights glow a little brighter. A long minute passes in which none of us says anything. The house is silent, warm even. Aside from the flicker of flames, everything inside the walls of While Ago Manor is still. Dizziness, nausea threaten again as I realize what I'm looking at, as it fully sinks in. The paths on the map, the circles, around While Ago Manor, the Happy Wander Inn, Josie and Nat's house, and Hannah's cabin, the largest one extending up below around the city. You said scent marking is about defending a territory? I ask Hannah. Yeah, she says, thinking. So, my house, your cabin, Nat and Josie's, the motel, that's its territory? Maybe it views it that way. Why? Tillman asks. Well, Hannah says, if it feeds off fear and pain, and Daniel experienced what he did at the motel. Maybe it identified me as a food source, I say, when I was young, and it's followed me from place to place since, at least as far as it was willing to go. It never left Colorado when I did, I consider that. I wonder if it can't go beyond certain places. Maybe there are barriers to its movements, something it's tethered to or can't move past. I bend down and look at the routes on the map, the flight paths as Tillman called them. I look for the first one, Claire Wright, taken from the gas station, her body found by Heather Ridge, her skin ending up near Baker. I put a number 1 by it. Then I go to the next one, number 2. The first 3 murders with our new map, the routes the drifters would have taken, creating a perimeter around While Ago Manor. A phone pings. I stare at the map and try to think about how any of this makes sense. Could someone feel they have a claim on my house, my life? Can't be Josie, or Nat Tillman next to me. It's not Hannah. I know it's not, so what could this possibly mean? Hannah steps in closer beside me. I reach out and take her hand in my bandaged one. The phone pings again. Whose is that? Tillman asks. I realize it's the burner, the same ping from the last time Wisdom Teller, Father Sky, posted. I let go of Hannah, grab the phone from its place on the table. I read it out loud. Playtime's over. If the gumshoe wants to have some real fun, come join J.M. and me where it all began. I look up at Tillman. Panic crosses his face, and I register just as he does. J.M. Josie Maynor? Jack Murphy? Where it all began. Fuck. Hannah realizes too. On the map, the circle down below the center. Because that avalanche, that great tidal wave of snow and cold and dark, has only ever been pushing us toward this all along. The shadows of While Ago Manor are silent as the 3 of us look back to the bottom circle on the map. My vision warps and distorts as I look at it, almost as though the perimeter is pulsing around it, beating like a giant heart. We're going back to the Happy Inn. 6. The snow is thick. Ghost creatures dot the highway, are lit up in our headlights. Denver glitches in and out of reality. White snow, white light, ghost heads turning to watch us pass. Tillman can't see them, but his hands are tight on the wheel, his focus on getting to the motel. Hannah holds one hand over her nose and holds mine with her other. She's scared. I can feel it in the other space. It's gonna be okay, I say. We're gonna end this. You're going to be free of this thing. I'm going to make sure it's true. I have to. However Father Sky is tied in with the Witchwalker, whatever any of this means, we are ending it here, tonight. Tillman slows, waits for the exit, and I see it. The Wander Inn, glowing white and blue. Then that glitch. It's orange and yellow in the white night. The Happy Inn. Tillman, do you... Yeah, I see it. I blink. Back to normal, the Wander Inn. Then glitch back as we drive toward it. Vroom. Like we've passed through a section of air charged with something different than the rest. It's not the Wander Inn. The Happy Inn is here. Us in the glitch world. The memory world. Off the side of the highway, glowing bright, lit up like a beacon in the swirling snow. In the dark, just like it was when I was a kid. Brighter even, wilder, orange and yellow, red clown nose and hat. Free smile with every stay at the Happy Inn. It's like the Wander Inn never existed, like this was always here and always will be. Maybe it has been. My John Denver cowboy boots on my feet. Tillman says, "This is the way it used to look when you were a kid?" I nod. I don't know how any of this works, why it's here again, why we can all see it. The snow falls slower over the motel, as if time functions differently in its immediate vicinity. I smell that strange, bitter chemical smell, the one from the field, the one from the memory with Rose at John Denver Sanctuary in Aspen. A crackling static in the air. Hannah shivers. I turn to look at her in the back seat of the car, her eyes on mine. The world falling silent for a moment between us. Hannah, who'd had to be in this room for days, even if it looked different. Adrenaline courses through me already. There's so much I want to say, wish I could give her right now, but I feel her, here, and in the other space. And maybe that's enough. Hannah and me, here and there, together. I'm not letting go, I say. I mean of you. I mean of us. A tear falls from her eye and she nods. She squeezes my hand again. Tillman pulls the car to a stop, the tires crunching over the snow. And it's time. Everything seems to go in slow motion as we jump out, run through the cold, as we see Josie's car is here. So is the Stanley SUV that we left at the jail. Can that be right? How? And room 6. The door looks exactly as it did when I was a kid, even down to the same indentation at the bottom from when Calvin one time tried to kick it in. Slow motion as we run to it, as Tillman tries the handle. It's locked, but we hear voices inside. Tillman swears. I run to the innkeeper's suite. Time, strange, strained, everything staticky and crackling. A sign in the window says office closed. I can just see inside to the drawer where they keep the keys, or where Sherry used to when I was a kid. I take my jacket off and then my shirt, wrap the shirt around my good hand and punch through the window glass. It rains down onto the floor, and I clear enough shards to reach in and open the door. Inside, I pull out the small key drawer. I run the keys back to Tillman and Hannah, shrug my jacket back on, and close it up against the cold as Tillman digs through the keys until he finds the right one, the orange and yellow plastic keychain dangling. When he puts it in the lock, his hands are shaking. The door swings open. Vroom! The room looks exactly the way it did when I was a kid. My mom's makeup and jewelry on the bathroom counter, our cassette tapes and VHS tapes, my cowboy boots, the sunset paintings and scratchy yellow and orange carpet. The TV's on, playing Take Me Home with the volume on. My dad's bottle of whiskey sits beside the TV. Space feels off. Reality does. The door slams shut behind us. We all take half a second to understand what we're seeing. Jack Murphy sits on the edge of the bed, slumped against the headboard, a wound on the side of his head, bleeding. Father Sky stands over him with a familiar crude bone knife, a cold, calculating expression on his face, intense, wolfish, blood smeared on his off-white turtleneck and pants, his brown shearling jacket. No wounds on him as far as I can tell. The knife from Hannah's cabin, from the bag we left in the Stanley SUV with the files. Did Father Sky follow us there and take it? "Come on in, Danny boy," he says. "Been waiting for you, too." He nods to Hannah and Tillman with a smile. Tillman charges forward and his body flies back through the air, hits the wall beside the front window, plaster powdering. I blink, gun in my hand, try to understand what just happened. Then I see it. I don't know why I didn't at first. This room so strange, making me feel sick, and that chemical smell, but ghosts. It's not just us in here. Ghosts at the edges of the room, 3 of them. I would guess part of Father Sky's shadow congregation. One of them holds Tillman against the wall by his throat. Tillman chokes, kicks his eyes wild. I start to move toward him. I'm thrown back too, into the door, the handle hitting my lower back hard. I groan, a ghost holding me against the door. It's strong. I try to fight it, but I can't. It's too strong. Tillman chokes, kicks his legs at something he can't see. Hannah stays in the corner to my right, assessing Jack. "Stop," I rasp out. Father Sky waves a hand, and Tillman sucks in a breath, the ghost backing off just enough to let him. Tillman falls to his knees on the carpet, and the ghost lingers beside him, ready to keep him there. The one on me doesn't let go. "So, this is the place where it all began. The origin story of the Daniel Stansfield," Father Sky says, looking around the room. "This was where your life changed forever, and mine." He leans back to flip his hair off his face. "What do you mean, yours?" I ask. "I'm gonna get there. But I just want to say before we begin that I get it. This is actually a pretty great movie." He swings the knife to point at Chad low on the screen singing "This Old Guitar." "What did you do to Jack?" "Thanks for leaving this in the car," Father Sky says, tossing the knife from one hand to the other. "Was convenient to find." "So, you went to visit your old man. How did that go?" "How do you know about my life?" I ask. "Do I know you?" He catches the knife in one hand and then cuts his eyes to me. That strange predatory stillness. "The thing is, you don't know me, but I know you. And maybe that right there is the whole crux of this thing." He lifts the bone knife, tilts it back and forth, his eyes never leaving me. I wonder now if he made it. If he is the one who planted it in Hannah's cabin, who gave it to each of the drifters to skin their victims. "Are you responsible for the drifter murders?" I ask. Father Sky tilts his head, tilts the knife, watches. "You know, I couldn't believe it at first. That you people with your jobs and power, that you with your ability would have no idea. It's just..." He tosses the knife to his other hand, and before I can stop it, before I can even blink, he stabs the knife deep into Jack's thigh. Jack lets out a groan, head still hanging, slumped against the headboard. "Stop," I say, and I push against the ghost holding me. It's too strong. I can't move. Father Sky says, "To answer the first question, I guess you could say I'm a fan. I mean, I do know who's done all this, and I have been telling you through the chat room the entire time that I know. But who am I? Just Theo Wharton, just a no one." He smiles a charming smile. "But there is something I want, and these murders have provided me the opportunity to get it, so no, I'm not responsible for them. You can think of me as a ghost passing through. Or maybe..." His eyes cut to Hannah, wild. "A carrion bird, coming to pick from what's left." Hannah stands with her back to the wall beside the TV stand, watching him. "Why is Jack Murphy here?" I ask. It takes Wharton a moment to tear his eyes from Hannah. Then he turns and looks at Jack like he's forgotten him. Jack, whose leg is now bleeding. "I called in a hint to the station that maybe you three were here. And then I posted in the chat room saying the agents were here for you, so..." He smiles again. The knife drips blood to the carpet. "Now it's a party." "Agents," Tillman says, catching the plural. "Oh yeah, maybe you know her. Curly hair, pretty smile, butterfly tattoo right on her..." "Where is she?" Tillman says. "Somewhere in the motel. She got a bit cut up before." Again, the easy smile, the ever-watchful gaze. "But I think it's been good enough. I just needed extra bodies for pain, and I thought having her here would get you here. You can go find her," he says. The ghost lets Tillman go, and he pushes up off the carpet to stand. "Just a word to the wise," Father Sky says. "This place is a bit treacherous. It's a little hard to know which way is up just now. Time, space here is..." He shrugs, narrows his eyes, and smiles again. "You can thank your friend for that. Be careful out there," he says. Tillman glances to me, and I nod. I'm moving somehow, sliding to the window wall next to the door. The ghost holding me is moving us so Tillman can get out, holding me by the throat, my toes just on the ground. Tillman opens the door, the cold rushing in, and disappears into the night. The door slams shut behind him. Father Sky's eyes land back on me. Daniel Stansfield, he says. Calvin Keller, the prodigal son. What do you want from me? Who are you? I ask. You have so much power, he says, eyes narrowed on me. And you don't even realize. You know I can do party tricks, and I'm very good at them. You've seen. I have a devoted congregation, living and dead. But I don't have what you have. No one does. Just you, too. His gaze cuts to Hannah, that violence simmering behind his eyes. You two, shining so bright. What do you want? I say, to get his attention back on me. Okay, I'll tell you a little about me. It's privileged information. I make my congregants work for it for a very long time, and they want to. He flashes that smile to us, licks his lips. But we all know how special you two are, so I'll give you it for free. He sits down on the bed beside Jack and tilts the knife back and forth slowly. Take Me Home plays on the TV. I haven't looked to the bathroom yet. My focus is on Wharton and Hannah, on the ghosts who haven't moved to touch her, but could at any moment. You okay? I ask her in the other space. She nods. Father Sky whips his head to me and throws the knife across the room. It hits me in the thigh, right where he got Jack. I make a sound, try to move, pain flashes. So rude, he says. Side conversations. Well, I'm about to give you such a gift. Every answer, everything you've been searching for so long. He steps across the room and pulls the knife from my leg. I groan, the ghost still pinning me against the wall, still not letting me move. Hannah watching everything, calculating, trying to see what she can do. That other ghost who held Tillman before hovering, its attention on her. I grew up on the other side of the mountains, Father Sky says, backing up again, the bloody knife in his hand. Jack's blood, mine, maybe Josie's. He sits on the bed, flips his hair back. And I always had a bit of a gift, you could say. Saw things, knew things, just enough. Not like you two, but I've always been persuasive. He winks at Hannah and a dimple shows in his face. But there was one night that changed everything for me. That broke open my whole world. Can you guess what it was? The question is directed to me. I don't say anything. I'm 2 years older than you, he says. I was 8 when it happened, when I woke up to the brightest light of my life shining all through the night, and this feeling, I knew. I could tell that something much bigger than any of us had entered the world. I didn't know what it was, where exactly it was, or what it wanted, but I knew from that moment that my life was changed forever, because I had to find out. He lifts up the knife and slides the blade against Jack's arm, blood spilling onto the bed between them. Jack lets out another half-conscious groan. I try to move, but I can't, my throat held by the ghost, my arms inexplicably somehow glued to my sides. Hannah takes a step forward, and the ghost that held Tillman rushes her. It shoves her down on the floor beside me, all the way down on her stomach. Stop, I say. So I searched, Father Sky says. Hannah pinned to the floor, her face pressed to the carpet. She whimpers. I fight, and the ghost knocks my head back against the wall. Father Sky continues. I studied religion, physics, science, mythology, because I had to know what it was that I had experienced. I was a man obsessed. A UFO or something like it seemed most obvious, but it just never resonated. Something in me just knew it wasn't it. I went to jail for a bit, unrelated to any of this, and when I saw the first Drifter murders come on the news, I knew, instinctually, that I had found what I was looking for. Finally, I knew that the thing that had entered our world when I was a child was responsible for these murders, and if it sounds outlandish, you'll remember I'm a holy man. I've learned some things, and I've got some, he waves at the ghosts, connections. So I started following the murders, and I started a chat room because I've found the internet to be a very fruitful place for research and for finding those who seek to follow. This culture of checking in with the masses to know if an opinion or point of view is okay. Heading to the comments section first thing. It's ideal, really, for cultivating a congregation. I started learning everything I could about the case, about all of you. I came to Denver and... He stands, and I try again to fight against the ghost holding me. Hannah's eyes are squeezed tight on the ground. She's not doing well. I have to do something. Hey, Wharton says. This is where it gets emotional for me. Pay attention, or I'll have to hurt her. Hannah breathes, tries to keep herself calm, but I feel her screaming on the other side, the panic at being trapped. I try and calm her there, send a feeling that I'll figure this out and that it will be okay. So... Here's the big part, Wharton says, standing in front of the bed, Murphy behind him. The big reveal of my life. Can you imagine what it felt like to realize, to do a little digging into your past, the lead detective on this case, to find simultaneously that the very same night the light appeared to me as a child, a murder took place here at this very motel? So I looked into adoption records, and one thing led to another. He waves the knife around, more blood spattering his turtleneck. But this is the part you have to understand, he says. That night changed everything about me, made me who I am, determined every day since. And when I put it all together, when I came here and saw you, how bright you shine, when I truly realized what had happened, the light I saw, what I felt that night as a kid, the single most formative moment of my life, spiritually, in every way, what I thought was God come to earth and maybe God calling to me, it was you. It was just another person, a child a couple years younger than me, who just shined brighter. And pain does shine bright, but this, it was you. That feeling of a god entering this world, that was the witch walker coming to you. He laughs a little. Me? Well, it turns out I was just inconsequential. I was nothing. What do you want from me? I ask, trying to make sense of anything he said. I told you, I'll get to that. The ghosts dig into us harder. Hannah's breaths come faster. John Denver sings, and Jack Murphy is slumped on the bed, and Father Sky watches us. He says, but I will admit to having tampered with just a bit of the case, because I don't know. Maybe I wanted to be a part of it all. Any guesses? A memory comes in from Hannah, a realization, understanding. Father Sky in a backpacker's outfit passing by the cabin while Hannah was sketching something outside. He waved to her, and she waved back. There she is, he says. You can let her up. The ghost backs off her. She sucks in a breath and pushes up to sit. The ghost hovers nearby, no longer touching her. Father Sky walks over in his moccasins, bends down in front of her on the floor, reaches out and tucks her hair behind her ear. She flinches back, and he smiles, drops his eyes to her lips, runs his hand down her neck. You, he says to her softly, you are exquisite. Should you ever want it, there's a place beside me at the church for you. You deserve to be worshipped. What evidence did you tamper with? I ask through my teeth. I broke in and took her camera and photographed the person I knew would be the next victim, he says. He sits back on his heels on the floor, looking back and forth between us, the light of the bathroom glowing behind him. What do you mean? I ask. How did you know who the next victim was going to be? I told you, you are so unbelievably daft. I truly cannot fathom how you didn't feel it. Feel it? The witch walker. It put a vibration on the two that were going to be next. The next victim and the next drifter. It did it every time. Why? What do you mean a vibration? Not a why, more of a because. And maybe vibration isn't the word. Maybe a light? It put a light on them. I don't know how to explain. I just feel it, know it. You have it, the two of you. You vibrate differently, shine so bright, since it's attached itself to you both. What? Danny, with the way you shine, it would be child's play to know. Just by looking at them. For the life of me, I have wondered this the entire time and I can't figure it out. How do you not know? I don't have an answer for that. But if he's right, if any of this isn't an attention-seeking lunatic's fantasies, maybe it's because I've pretended for so many years that none of this was real, closed myself off from it. And if that's the case, if I could have solved all of this so much sooner by just... Why would you take a photo on my camera? Hannah asks. Why would you steal it and put it back? Father Sky sets the tip of the knife to the carpet, spins it. He looks up at her with another smile and says, Because I could, darling. He tosses his hair back again, turns his eyes on me. To learn that what I thought was a special calling from beyond was just some other kid? He laughs, bitter, angry. The light that shined that night was from you. You screamed, and it was so loud, your grief, your pain, that it shined a light everywhere, and if you scream loud enough, shine bright enough, you're bound to wake something up. He tosses the knife and catches it. You woke up the witch walker, and me too. He tilts his head. I just wanted to put my mark on the thing. I was looking for Hannah, following her light, and I saw the camera with her and thought, why not? I didn't know if the feds were going to get her for eating the bodies, but both Hannah and the victim being taken to the motel, now that was a twist. I didn't anticipate it, I'll admit. I just thought if the feds did take her, it would just be a fun little trick. He leans back, smiles at her again. Maybe I have a vindictive streak. I'm not too proud to admit I've been quite jealous of you both. I strain against the ghost again. Father Sky is only a foot away from me. I can't move. What a fucking joke. So, in conclusion, because we don't have all night, I am here because the Witchwalker has attached itself to you, he says to me, then points the knife to Hannah. Both of you, and I want it for me. To do what? Hannah asks. With the kind of power the Witchwalker could confer on me, the kind Danny here won't just reach out and take for himself. Well, I think I'd be pretty unstoppable. Sky's the limit, you might say. His smile grows wider. Why Jack and Josie? I ask. Why did they need to be a part of this? Why Tillman? You should know better than anyone that the Witchwalker flocks to pain. I needed you to send out your beacon and... He stands, takes a few steps back towards the bed, his eyes still on us. Thank you for keeping me on track. It's time for the big trick. He sits down beside Jack and pins his eyes on me. Ta-da! He slides the knife across Jack's throat. Jack! Blood. Blood. Mom. Jack! There it is, Father Sky says, holding the knife to his own chest. Jack's blood spilling down over his hands, into his lap from the knife. He taps his fingers against the handle. Tap, tap. Jack! I yell. Jack! I push with every ounce of strength I have, and I can't move. Can't get to him. This can't be real. This can't be. Jack slumps forward, his body tipping over the edge of the bed. I fight against the ghost hands holding me. Father Sky's fingers tap against the knife. Tap, tap. Jack falls to the floor and I yell. Father Sky tilts his head back to the ceiling, eyes closed, and smiles. Thank you, he says. So bright. Tap, tap. I'll fucking kill you, I say. I will. Bring him over here, he says, and I am lifted off the ground, shoved forward, thrown to the bed where Jack was a moment ago. Father Sky stands and the ghost and another pin me before I can reach for him. They turn me on my back and hold me down. I kick and fight. Hannah calls my name, screams in the other place. I see her out of the corner of my eye, fighting the one now holding her back again. tap, tap. I can't do it. They're too strong. I can't. So now the next trick, Father Sky says. I need to get the witch walker to first detach from you and then attach to me. I've done research, a lot, and I found some stories way, way back of something very like a witch walker entering the world. Another time, another place, but they determined that it needed a tether, something physical to tie itself to the person it was attached to. And I was thinking, well, there was the tongue in Hannah's mouth and the hair wrapped around the tongue of every drifter. Tongues are sacred. So my thought is this, maybe this is crazy, but I think maybe I take your tongue and I put it in my mouth. Maybe I have to eat it, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking if I take it from myself, if I make it mine. Tap, tap. The witch walker might think I am you. I might be able to trick it. Tap, tap. And if I can't trick it, well, you're going to die here tonight either way. If you're dead and it's still stranded here, it will want to attach itself to someone new, and I don't shine like you two, but I shine. Tap, tap. And if none of that works, then at least I'll have the satisfaction of knowing a total stranger ruined your life just like you ruined mine. He flips his hair back. Want to see another trick? He smiles at me, cocks an eyebrow. Mountain, snow, trapped. Hannah cries out. Jack on the floor beside me. I can't. Friend. Teeth. Meat. Hate. Hungry. Hate. Scream in the other place. No. Hannah. She's sitting in the corner with her head tucked into her knees, rocking back and forth, whimpering. No ghost holds her down now. She's just sitting. What are you doing to her? I say to Father Sky, who stands at the edge of the bed watching her. Snow, wind, blood, meat, ripping, tearing. Little supernatural hypnosis trick I learned, he says. Memory is powerful, and our worst ones can trap us. You know that, Danny. I just led her to it. She's doing the trapping herself, and isn't that always the way? Ghosts holding me. I fight against them, try to fight, but I have to do it. I'm so hungry, and I can't. I have to. Oh God, Father Sky steps toward me, holding the knife in one hand and pulling a pair of pliers from his back pocket with the other. Crude instruments, he says. But sometimes that's just how you gotta skin the cat, or whatever they say. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hungry, so hungry. I bite, chew, rip, tear, squeeze, lick. Yes. Oh God, I hate myself, hate Hannah. I send it into the other place. Hannah, you can get out of this. You're not stuck there, okay? You're not. The ghosts push down on me, sharp pain in my leg. I'm bleeding a lot, I think. I fight. One of them shoves my shoulder down so hard I think it dislocated it. I struggle against the weight, holding me down. The ghosts, I can't move. It's like I have no strength at all in my body. Hate, hungry, need, hate. Hannah, I call to her. Father Sky steps up to me and taps his fingers to my chin, then pulls it down, opening my jaw. I turn my head away, can do that much, but then one of the ghosts holds it in place. I can't move, can't do anything as he opens my mouth again. Cold, scared. What did I? Oh, my God. Hannah, I call. Hey, you're not trapped in this, you're not. Fuck, how do I stop this? How do I get her out? Father Sky brings the pliers to my face, and I think, maybe I can't pull her out, unless I... Hannah, help, I call, like in the bathroom, like before. You brought me back before, and I need your help now, okay? You can get out of this, I need you. Even as I say it to her, though, I can't move. I can't fight it, and he's got my mouth open. Hannah! Father Sky pulls my tongue from my mouth with the pliers. I try to fight. I push with everything I have. I can't. I've always been powerless to these ghosts. I've always... Hannah! But she can't hear me. She's too deep in it. Her pain, her shame. I feel it. I feel everything. Father Sky tightens the pliers on the end of my tongue, stretches it out as far as he can, pain ripping through the back of my throat. Hannah! I send through to that other place. Father Sky lifts the knife. Hannah, I send. Whatever happens, Boom! The pressure changes in the room. The air gets cold. Yes, Father Sky breathes. He lifts up the knife with his other hand and angles it down. He presses the tip into the back of my tongue. The knife is dull, but fuck, this is pain. Blood fills my mouth. Black tendrils snake through the room. The pressure. Voom! Annie's song. John Denver's singing it on the TV. Chemical smell. The river in the park in Aspen. My mom. Rose. Father Sky presses the knife down harder. More blood spilling. Hot salt liquid filling my mouth. I let out something between a groan and a yell as the staticky, crackling sound, the oily, inky black crawling over the carpet, up the cabinet to the TV, over John Denver's face, up the walls of the room and spreading over the ceiling. Father Sky breathes heavily as he slices down through the left edge of my tongue. You know, he says, I've always thought. There's a loud crash. Glass and liquid rain down over me. Father Sky pauses, lurches forward, meets my eyes. Confusion crosses his face. Then he stops cutting, releases my tongue. He turns around. Hannah is there. Hannah no longer in the corner on the floor, no longer stuck in the memory. Hannah with her hand on the handle of my dad's liquor bottle. I blink, fight through the haze and pain, the dark. The bottle now sticking out of Father Sky's back. On his right side, just below his ribs, blood pouring from the bottle like a tap. She lets it go, watches the blood. I try to stay here, fight the dark that's pulling me. Father Sky looks at Hannah and doesn't move for a second. Time stretched and suspended as the black tendrils start their crawl down toward us from the ceiling. Voom! Crackling pressure, dark and Father Sky swings the knife up toward her, toward Hannah. I snap back to attention. Hannah! Hannah! Her eyes on me, the knife arcing toward her stomach. I can't speak, can't move, blood filling my mouth and my throat and my vision going dark and the black tendrils descend as the knife makes contact with her. I scream. Everything goes black. 7. Hannah! I reach for her, try to feel her in the other space, but it's thinner. Our connection now, it's Hannah! I don't hear her. I don't feel her. I can't find her. I try to feel my body in the motel, but I'm not there. I'm only in the other place. Where is she? I'm out in a dark night. I'm looking at the bright lights of the Happy Inn, not from the road, not in our world at all, in the deep, never-ending night. Snow falls here in slow motion, orange, yellow light from the motel glowing, pulsing, cubby holes of existence, small pockets of warmth behind each window and open door. I watch Tillman running, chasing, the rooms stretching in ways they're not meant to. Doors opening to floors, falling to the ground, stairs leading back into rooms. Everything stretched and warped and backward and upside down because this is a place out of time. Because the Happy Inn exists between worlds. Because I did it. What does that mean? I grasp at the thought. No, I should know the answer. It's there, just at the edge of my... Room 6 is dark. It's the only room I can't see. Hannah! I scream into the night. I want to run to her, but I can't run. I can't move. Snow blows. Blood fills my mouth. Drips down over my lip and chin. Blood pours down my leg. I can't move my arm. The pain is terrible. There is silence on the other end. There is silence here. I don't hear Hannah. I don't see her. Voom! But I'm not alone. Voom! A shape moves in the snow between the motel and me. I can't make it out yet, but it's massive. It comes closer and I start to see more. 14 feet tall. maybe 30. It's hard to understand space here. Everything's stretched, warped in the black. I can't see where the ground begins and the sky ends. A motel suspended in nothing, a creature floating in the dark. I crane my neck, look up to try and see its face in the falling snow as it approaches. Vroom! I can't see it clearly. It's dark as the night I'm in, black and iridescent, like gasoline on asphalt, almost camouflaged, ancient, long, spindly, as if made of metal or black bones or voom. My eyes catch on its spine. Sharp black bones jut out all up and down its back, the longest ones near the back of its shoulders, forming a brittle spiked wave up and down its body. It stands like a quadruped, momentarily on its hind legs. I get the sense that it's fastest on all fours. I can't see its head, too high up in the black above, but I know it watches me. That black, oily ink swirling around it, like watching someone through infrared and seeing their heat signature fluctuate. The black tendrils somehow a part of this thing's. I don't know what. Energy, existence. It's terrifying. It waits. Where is she? I ask. Please, is she okay? It stands before me, close. It could reach out and touch me if it wanted to, could kill me without a thought. Am I dead already? Hannah! I call out again, in the only way I can. Okay. It doesn't come as a word, more a feeling, a certainty, a thought in my own head. It's like the voice that came through Father Sky, this thing here communicating. I sway, dizzy, dazed. You're the witchwalker, I say. Think. Vroom. It doesn't say anything. Where is she? I ask out loud. It sounds wrong, my tongue, the blood. Okay. Vroom. Where? Snow flurries down in slow motion around the giant creature, the motel glowing behind it, farther now. Blood in my mouth. Hannah still alive. The dizziness, nausea, time stretching, warping. Too hard to speak. I ask without words. What are you? What do you want from me? It takes a step toward me. Vroom. I stumble back a little. I can do that much. It comes closer. Vroom. I stay. I try to step back again, but I trip over my feet. Just barely keep from collapsing. Pain ripping through all of me. It approaches, bends down. The movements are slow. It is so big, that crackling, popping static, like we're underwater. My heart pounds in my chest, being near it. Life and death, and power and fear. I feel sick. I feel like my head is going to explode. It bends down further, and I think I will see its face soon. I struggle to breathe, struggle to hold myself up as it bends toward me, arches its spine to bring its head near mine. And I just see the beginning of its head. Vroom. I am ripped from my body. There sits a black swirling infinity, an endless night of beauty and rest in creation and destruction and existence, an open plain of possibility, of matter, of being, of life and death and dark. Burrowed in its depths, suspended among the galaxies, among countless stars and nebulas, a creature sleeps, curled in on itself, a being of consciousness. As it rests, its physical form shifts, changing all the time, fluctuating. It had another home once, on a planet, in a dimension. It does not remember why it is here now. It only rests. Its mind is quiet, at peace. Eternity stretches around it, expanse, sweeping, swirling, infinite. It is at home. It is at rest. It is at peace. It is scream! The sound, so loud, too loud. The light it emits so bright. Scream! The creature opens its eyes. It wakes. Scream! Scream! Full of pain. The creature remembers itself. Remembers it is a being, remembers what it is to be, to relate to other beings, to want, to need. The scream so bright, it calls to the creature. It reminds the creature of what want is, of need. The light calls it. It needs to go to the light. It wants. It shakes itself awake. It follows, hunts, searches. It chases the sound, the bright searing light across planes, dimensions, worlds, universes, consciousness. It takes a moment. It takes a century. The scream keeps calling, pulling at the creature. Want, need, light, and there. Somewhere in the great expanse, in a universe, in a galaxy, on a planet, a pinpoint, nearly invisible to it at first. Scream! That light shining so bright, the source of the light is small. So small, this tiny, terrified thing, its pain so bright and loud that it ripped a hole between dimensions. A little being in a dwelling of many doors, orange, yellow, white, color and light. The little boy shines, shining his pain, a scream that crossed existence. The creature wants, needs. The creature pulls itself to the planet, to its plane, steps through the hole between dimensions, makes itself very small to watch. Boy, little boy, that is what they call it in this world, the little one who screamed. Boy. The creature knows this. It remembers or learns. The boy is gone from the orange glowing dwelling with many rooms and many inhabitants, but his scent is still there. The light from the scream is there. The hole he ripped is there. The blood of the boy's mother is there. And the creature understands. Want, need, pain. It takes what it can of the boy, learns what it might. The boy's genetic material on an item it one day learns is called a brush. The boy's shed on the brush called hair. The creature shrinks back through the hole into the great infinite night. But it watches, learns, always notes where the shining boy is, where the light moves. It watches as the boy goes to a new family, new dwelling, a thin place, a place the creature can watch him through. Not quite the hole the boy ripped in the orange-yellow motel. It learns it is called that, but the creature can watch him there, feel him. While ago manner, they call it. The creature watches the boy grow. It is very fast, this growing, a blink of an eye. The creature doesn't understand this earth and these beings, but it wants to learn. It wants and needs. Intense want, staggering. It thinks that maybe it has been to this planet and dimension before, long ago, but it was so different. Open land, space. Now it is crowded, too full. It watches the boy, doesn't want to leave him. He shines, shines, shines in his pain. The creature can smell it, taste it, feel it in every atom. The boy grows, leaves. The creature can't find him. It can't move easily in this physical plane, not with the concrete and buildings and roads and sidewalks. Can't move far beyond the hole. It doesn't understand this, but it tries. It can't find another way in from the other side. There is only the one hole the boy ripped, and it can only move so far. It waits for the boy to return, and it learns about humans, about all species of this world. It learns it can enter their minds and bodies and experience life, can walk through them, but still not far from the hole. Not past too much concrete and road and building. It walks as prairie dog and mountain lion and field mouse and dragonfly. It experiences life as every kind of creature. It watches and walks this earth, steps into it, and it feels. Such want, staggering, overwhelming need. This is home now. This is the boy's home. And the creature is tied to him. the light so bright, the need in the creature. The boy might one day return, must one day return. The creature searching, always waiting for that shine, craving it, tasting the air and scenting for it. And the humans pour more concrete, dig deeper trenches, build more dwellings. The animals are restless, the earth is restless. The creature decides. It calls this place home now and will protect its home however it can. Vroom! The boy returns. He is a man now, grown human. The creature sees in his mind, understands violence, war, blood and pain and fear. But the boy has love too now, a mate. He has a new dwelling with his mate, near enough to the others that the creature expands its territory, stretches to monitor all their places. But it feels the territory is not well. Crowding, so much crowding, building, pushing in, threatening their range. Animals dying, earth out of balance. The creature tries to talk to the humans through words, stepping into other humans, trying to speak to them, but their language doesn't make sense to it. It tries to speak with them through feelings, through sleeping thoughts. It tries to walk through other animals and communicate. The boy is the only one who shines so bright, who might understand the creature. But the boy cannot hear, does not want to hear. All he sees and hears and feels is pain, violence, fear. He doesn't want to hear anything else, wants only to look at his pain again and again. So the creature thinks, the creature wants and needs and maybe pain, violence, fear. Maybe that is how the humans communicate. Maybe that is why they keep pouring concrete and digging out the earth, killing, causing pain, violence, fear to the other animals here. The boy thinks only of his pain. Maybe it is what will make them understand. The creature hatches a plan. Vroom! The creature will show the other humans its territory, the boy's territory that the creature shares, that other animals share. It will tell the humans not to concrete and metal and asphalt it, not to choke the land. More, it will use pain, violence, fear to ask them, to show the lines of its boundary. It will show the territory belongs to the boy. It will use his genetic material to show it. Hair, mark its territory with its genetic material. Show the others. The boy's mother left blood behind in the motel, and her scent has never left it. The creature can use blood. It can use violence, pain, fear. It can enter the bodies of the people, and it can make its need known in a way they might finally understand. Vroom! Then, another light. Not so bright, not so loud, but something new in their territory. A girl. She also shines. She also thinks pain, violence, fear. She also is hungry. The creature has food. It wants and needs. It can feed her. It gives her what she needs. And the land choking stops. The building stops. The animals feel less fear. The girl does not need to feed again. She is happy. But the boy is not happy. The creature thinks. He needs to know, understand. It is the boy's job, his life work, to find answers, to know why. The creature doesn't know why he doesn't understand. It tries to show him, but the boy won't listen. Does not want to see anything outside this plane, even though things cross over from both sides. Even though he sees these things all the time, he cannot look past pain, violence, fear. Does not want to. His new parents die, cross the plane. He loses his mate, and the creature feels his pain, sees the shining light and hears his scream, and it doesn't know what to do. Its need intensifies, its want nearly blinding. The light, the light, the light. The boy leaves again, and the creature waits. despairs, wants and needs. But it knows the boy left before and he came back. It knows that animals migrate. Then the building, choking, starts again, and they have no space here, the animals, the creature. It can't leave this world. It wants to look out for them. The boy, the girl, the animals. It needs to stay. It feels want, need for its children. The boy, the girl, all the creatures in its territory. Must protect them. Need to protect. It tries to call its children back, needs their help, pain, violence, fear. It offers the girl food. She won't take it this time. The boy will not return. It does it again, pain, violence, fear. Mark territory. But the girl will not eat. The boy will not return. The building, choking, the need that woke it from its slumber, the pain that ripped through worlds. Protect, stop, light, stop, pain. Protect the boy who shines so bright, who hurts, who fears, who is alone. The creature needs to protect the boy, needs to make him safe. It thinks, maybe if the boy and the girl meet, they will understand. If the boy and the girl meet, they will see. Maybe if they meet, they will help it defend their territory, their home. New mate for him. Mates, the girl and boy, the same. Bright light, shine, pain. She will explain. She knows. She does not fight it like the boy does. Maybe. Vroom. I fall to my knees. In the dark, in the swirling snow, static, crackling. Black all around, snow falling in slow motion. The motel suspended in the dark, the cubbyholes of light. Room 6 is now illuminated. I can see it. Jack and Father Sky are there. Josie and Tillman and another one. He found her. I don't see Hannah. I call for her, but The creature stands between the motel and me. The creature who I can barely see, camouflaged in the night. The light catching off its iridescent black bones from the motel. From me. I look down. Faint light emanates from my body. I try to understand. Everything I was just shown. Everything. This creature. The witch walker. It heard me screaming that night. Here. At the Happy Inn. It heard me and... I suddenly see the poster board in Jack's garage. His daughter's project. Wolves adopt orphaned or abandoned young. The moment in the bathroom at the Stanley with Hannah when I thought, animals, ecosystems, something I was supposed to understand. This thing, this creature in front of me, this witch walker as we've labeled it. It heard my cry and it came to answer. It came to my children. We thought it fed on fear and pain. We thought it wanted the fear, the pain, the light for itself. We thought it liked them, needed them. We were wrong. And after the hotel, Hannah and me, after we were together, after we opened ourselves up to each other, we could see the ghosts, not just their shadows, hear the witch walker more clearly, the two of us. We opened ourselves up to it, to the frequency or station. The witch walker was right, putting Hannah and me together. Mates. The creature stands upright again and I can't see its face. This creature who crossed galaxies to come to me, to try to protect me. Why? Because pain, fear, alone. Because light, pain, sadness. The feelings, understanding flash through me. I blink. Realize I'm still bleeding. Think maybe all of this is me slowly dying, dizzy. No reason other than this creature trying to help. And the building, what is it talking about with the... You want construction to stop? All construction? I say, think. You want people to stop land development? Images flash, animals, plains, species, grassland, prairie, riparian forests, Denver, its surroundings, this creature, entity, its home, my... But, I think, people will never stop building. I can't stop them. A feeling comes through. Disagree. No, I mean it. This violence and this killing, you hurt people. Images again, memories, my own. Afghanistan, SWAT kicking in doors of homes. I shake my head. It's not the same, I think. The feeling again. Disagree. No, it's not. Enemy fire, bullets spraying through the air, shells flying, blood, and it's not the same. It has to stop, please. No more death, no more violence. The snow falls, the happy inn, this creature in me. It's cold and I sway a bit. I don't think I can stay here long, stay anywhere long. Where is Hannah? I reach for her, try to feel her. The creature watches me, the witch walker. Must protect. Buildings stop. No more violence. That isn't protecting us. You have to. It slams me into a memory. The force of it hits me in the chest and I'm thrown back. Vroom. Mom, Rose in that pink dress at the John Denver Sanctuary. The park Hannah brought me to in Aspen, the one I recognized. Rose calling me toward the water, taking our shoes off, wading through the river, climbing up onto the big rock in the middle of it, looking out at the green grass and trees, at the John Denver lyrics carved in the big stone at the trailhead, the picnic basket and Mom's crinkled old paperback, the 2 root beer bottles, the bruises on her face from Dad, the cut on my head from him too. We've had a perfect day here, Mom and me. In John Denver's Aspen, I wear a hat just like his. Mom got it for me, special. You know I love you more than anything, right? She says. She hands me my root beer, her book beside her. She holds the other root beer bottle and squeezes my hand. Her hands are both shaking. There's a funny smell. We had to stop at that old drugstore in town on the way here. Mom let me go upstairs to the kids section and get a toy cowboy there too. I keep it in my lap. She says, "This is life, Danny, okay?" She says, "This is the world. It's the sun and it's green grass and it's putting our feet in the water together. Nothing scary. Nothing bad." She's crying. Why is she crying? Maybe thinking about Dad? I look at the bruises on her face from him. I don't ever like looking at them. You know that, right? That this world is a good place? A happy place? Tears on my mom's face. The sun shining against the water, against her tears, under the trees. Sun shining against the glass root beer bottles. Mom's eyes on mine. That odd chemical smell. I don't know what it's coming from. Mom, what's wrong? I ask. You know that this world is a happy, beautiful place, right? She sniffs, her hands shaking. I nod, my heart pounding. Bad feeling. Okay, sweet boy, she says, the tears falling. Let's drink up, okay? I take a sip. It tastes funny, bitter. Mom is crying and shaking. I don't know what to do. Bad feeling. I don't know how to help. Don't know. She sings to me sometimes when I'm scared and sad. John Denver, my favorite. Her favorite is Blaze Foley. I know how the songs go. We've listened to them so many times. I turn to Mom and I hold her hand back and I sing, "If I Could Only Fly." I sing the chorus and the water in the river flows and I hold my mom's hand and the sun shines on us. And I hope it works. I hope I can do something to make her not sad. She stops for a second, listens to me singing. Her eyes change. They move from the river to me. They go from scared and sad to something else. She watches me, then blinks like she just woke up from a dream, like she can only just now see me. Then her eyes go wide, and she grabs my root beer bottle and throws it in the water, and later, sick, ears ringing, sweating, vomiting, can barely stay awake. A motel in Leadville. Couldn't make it back to Denver. Sick, both of us, Mom and me. We're throwing up, shaking, ears ringing so loud. Dad coming and pounding on the door. Dad taking us to the hospital. Dad yelling at Mom in the car, ears ringing. Dad shaking a box of something at her, Mom crying, her head falling to the side like mine. At the hospital, Dad says, "Kid was playing potions. Put a bunch of BC powder in his and his mom's root beer. Didn't know what he was doing." I don't know what he's talking about. What BC powder is? Where did the bruises and cuts come from? The nurse asks. I don't hear what Dad says to them, ringing too loud. I feel terrible. Dad runs his hands over his head and watches them wheel me back. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was crying too. Vroom! I gasp, on hands and knees in the snowy dark, try to clear the ringing from my ears. That memory, the one that keeps clawing its way out of nowhere. Mom and me at the park, BC powder. Aspirin? Chemical smell, bitter. Root beer. Dad and Mom and Jack Murphy in his garage. It's crazy what you do to protect them. Anything. I mean, any. Calvin Keller in jail. That woman was poison. My bad feeling that night at the Happy Inn. The root beer bottles on the counter. Mom, you and me, we're gonna go somewhere he can't find us, okay? Somewhere safe and happy where he'll never get us again. Protect. I look up at the creature, understanding hitting me all at once. No, it can't be true. It can't. But of course it is. I see it. Remember it now. Maybe I always understood. Maybe some part of me always knew. My mom tried to kill us both, I think, because she was scared, because she wanted to get away from my dad. My singing stopped her the first time in the river. My dad stopped her the second at the Happy Inn. Dad hit us and she didn't think we could escape him unless we left this world altogether. My mom tried to kill me. My mom, the witch walker, it had access to these memories before I did. Humans, pain, fear, violence. Violence in order to protect. Death in order to defend. Protect. Dizzy, ears ringing, blood loss. It's hard to keep thinking. The creature steps closer, and a voice calls out from somewhere far away. I turn, try to hold on to sight, light shining, moving away from the motel. Dizzy, I blink. Hannah. Hannah coming toward me. Hannah in the night, her hair shining, green eyes, her light so bright, the dark pulling. Hannah, I say, think, send and feel. Stay back from the witch walker. Stay. She doesn't listen. She comes to us, runs through the dark to my side. The creature stays where it is, watches. She's here. She's okay. I collapse down to my hands and knees, can't hold myself up anymore. She's okay. Hannah drops down beside me, both of us here in the falling snow, in the dark. I couldn't find you, she says, thinks. I was looking, and I couldn't. She reaches for my face, my neck. She pulls me to her, kisses me hard, and I feel her warmth. She's really here. I lean against her. Did he hurt you? I ask, think. Did the knife get you? She shakes her head against me. Daniel, hang in there, okay? Your signal is thin. You have to. My body feels weak. I lean against her, hold on to her as tight as I can, and I can feel her seeing everything I just saw, being given the same transmission from me, from the creature. I don't know. She stiffens, pulls back to take in the creature next to us. Her eyes on the thing that has been stalking her, the thing that has made her face her past again and again. Somewhere far off I can hear, feel sirens, back through the motel, back in our world. I think Josie's hurt, Jack is dead. Father Sky, I don't know. Protect. It came and took us from the motel when we were in danger. It's been trying to talk to us for so long, has attached itself to us. That's what Father Sky said. The witch walker isn't leaving, it won't go, and it won't stop killing because humans will never stop building. Humans will never stop working to shape the earth into what they want it to be. I don't know what to do. The dark, it's... How do we stop this? I ask Hannah. She looks at me, down to the blood pouring from my leg, the blood in my mouth. Dizziness hits again, and I lean forward, press my forehead to hers. "We have to get you back," Hannah says. "Get to a hospital." "All of this will continue," I say. "It doesn't want to go. I can't make it stop. Killing, more death. We can't draw it back there." "Protect." We can both feel it. It doesn't want to go. "Home." My vision is getting darker, harder to see Hannah's face, my ears ringing like when I was a kid. Hannah who understands and who knows every part of me, who doesn't turn away. I say, "Go back." The dark spreading in my vision, the dizziness. We haven't known each other long, and some part of my brain registers that, but they're the easiest words in the world. "I love you, Hannah." She pulls back, holds my face in her hands. I blink her back into focus, cling to the image of her against the dark. She kisses me. There's so much in it. It's everything. I'm dizzy, the ringing's so loud, but Hannah, her lips on mine, her hands on my face, tears on her cheeks. I blink, try to understand. Hannah crying. Hannah pulling back from me. Hannah standing. "Good," I say. "Go back to the motel. Safe." She turns to the creature before us, and her light starts to shine so bright. Crackling, static, transmissions coming through, thoughts from Hannah, images. Egyptian plover, little bird in crocodile teeth. Time I stop fighting who and what I am. "No," I say. "Wait, are you?" Images flash to me. Us in the Stanley Hotel, in bed, in the bathroom, her hand in mine in the car, at the jail, at Woody Creek, in the three-sided shelter in Aspen. The first moment she turned and locked eyes on me out the car window at the FBI office. Us in While Ago Manor when neither of us trusted each other. Us running together on the trail. Hannah and me together. "I love you too," she says. As the dark pulls me, even as I start to understand, start to make sense of what she's doing, saying, "No," I call out. Try to, "Hannah, stop!" But I can't see. I can't see because her light is blinding, because there is nothing now but Hannah's light, Hannah's pain because she's luring the witch walker somewhere else, because she's hurting enough for it to follow her, protect her. That's her plan. Symbiotic relationship, light so bright, so full of pain. Hannah's pain because she's leaving me. "Hannah, no." The light shines and sears and fills every atom of the universe, and I open my mouth and scream, "Hannah, please!" I can feel something new ripping open, a way out, a way somewhere else. "You can't go." The connection between us growing tighter, growing dim. "There's another way. There has to be. Then, please!" Blinding light, and then suddenly, I'm alone. No witch walker, no Hannah. They're gone. It's dark, quiet, snow, a motel and me in the endless night. "Hannah," I call out again, but the dark is pulling at me, and Nat Tillman's voice sounds in my head as the world tilts, as I fall all the way to the ground, lie down in the dizziness, the world spinning, Tillman's voice saying, "Eyes to the skies." I look up, delirious through the swirling snow, blink, and I realize it's not snow. It's the sky. Galaxies, stars, universes, all around, above, below, everywhere around, suspended, falling, no up and no down, everywhere in the night. Stars, light, and before me the glowing orange-yellow motel suspended in all of it, the happy inn existing between worlds because of the hole I ripped in it. While Ago Manor, Nat and Josie's house, Hannah's cabin, sitting on a planet in a galaxy in a universe in a dimension, Denver, Colorado, Earth. The darkness comes to claim me, and it's the last thing I see. Our own little cubbyhole of light, and it all shines so bright. Part 6. Poems, Prayers, and Promises. 1. I open my eyes to pink-orange light shining through the window, spilling over the bed, pulling me from sleep. I'm in my old room at While Ago Manor, the small one. On the bedside table sit the 2 copies of The Shining. I read half of it last night, my mom's copy, her notes in the margins about me. Danny saw my mother today, told me that she said she loved us and missed me, and that she's happy on the other side, that she'll be looking out for us. My little boy is astounding. The memories came again when I woke in the hospital after the motel. The river with Rose, at the John Denver Sanctuary in Aspen. Everything Calvin said in the jail. The chemical smell I remembered. The one that kept coming back to me. I blocked it out because that is what a child with trauma will do. The chemical smell of BC powder aspirin poisoning. You know I love you, right? That night at the Happy Inn, she had written Calvin a suicide note, explaining why she was doing it. He had hurt us so much, she was taking us somewhere he couldn't touch us. She thought the note would get to him after she'd done it. I know because she wrote practice notes in the back of the book over the pages of text. You can't take my boy from me. How could you? Calvin had said. Calvin saved my life. Calvin killed Rose to protect me from her. Rose wanted to kill us both to protect us from him. And I had the answer here the whole time. To my life, my past. I just didn't want to look at it. I just couldn't face myself and the truth. And I don't know if she was really going to go through with it. I guess I'll never know. Halfway through the book is a photograph, Rose and me at a Western bar, each wearing matching cowboy boots and hats. She's laughing, her hands in mine, facing the camera. I'm looking up at her like she is the whole light of the world. I push back the sheets and wince. Stab wounds, dislocated shoulder, a couple fractured bones, 1 leg, 1 arm. The ghost somehow did it. The same leg higher up, that stab wound from Father Sky. My tongue is healing, should fully heal, they said, but it will take time. I'm missing 1 finger. I can't think about that. I can only think about that. Please, I say out into the other space. Nothing. I slowly limp out of bed and down to the basement. I'm in this shoulder sling in these casts for a while. I was in the hospital a week. They wanted me to stay longer, said recovery could still be weeks, months, said I'm lucky to be alive. I close my eyes and send out a signal. Please. Static. Silence. My phone buzzes. It's been almost 3 weeks since everything happened. The first week when I was in the hospital, my phone was blowing up nonstop, inundated with hundreds of requests for comment. The media frenzy unbelievable. I've made it clear I don't want to talk to any of them. Finally, they're starting to slow down. Theo Wharton / Father Sky will be taken into custody once he's out of critical care. The Witch Walker never stopped searching for me. Sometimes it was drawn by Theo Wharton's light, not as bright as Hannah's and mine, but still there. Sometimes it went to him at the jail. Sometimes it visited children whose lights shined a little because kids always shine a little, I think. But it wasn't satisfied. It wanted Hannah and me. We were the 2 it had chosen. The knife had been lab tested, and we can't identify the material it's made of. As far as we can tell, it is made of nothing known to us on Earth. I don't know how the Witchwalker moved it, how it took my hair from the motel room, how it moves anything through physical space here. Unless it was by possessing a person and having them carry it. I don't know if it ever possessed Hannah or me. My best guess is that when Hannah found the knife on her bed, the Witchwalker maybe thought Theo Wharton was a threat to Hannah, that maybe Wharton was back near her cabin, so the Witchwalker gave Hannah the knife for protection. I don't know why it wouldn't just kill Father Sky. I don't know so much. But then I think of Hannah, what she might say. Interspecies communication can be difficult. It's hard to understand the wants of other animals. Besides survival, we never quite get it. This thing that thinks differently than us, the Witchwalker that somehow for some insane reason decided to spend its life protecting Hannah and me in the strange ways that it could. I don't get a lot of its motivations, and maybe I won't. I don't know if it's coming back. Josie and Jack had enough evidence pulled together to take Oliver Wright down for embezzlement, tax evasion, fraud, and with Wright's involvement with the prosecution of the drifters over the years, as well as his land's ties to the crimes, he might go down with Father Sky for the rest of it all. The timelines match up exactly between when Wright was building and the Witchwalker was killing, when Wright stopped construction and when the murders paused. It was right there in front of us. I talked to a bookkeeper, figured out my financials. Marianne and Noel left me significantly more than I realized. I put a lot of it into a fund for Jack's family and for the families of the victims and killers in the case. I should have done it sooner. Hate myself for not thinking of it, for not realizing I can use this money for good, just like my parents did. And with a lot of the rest, I'm buying almost every property Oliver Wright was about to develop. His investors are grateful for the buyout offers, given the crimes he's about to go down for, and I've been put in contact with someone at the city to discuss plans for making the lands public, putting protections in place so there will be no more building, at least where I can help it. I close my eyes, reach again. Where are you? Please. Silence. I brace myself and I limp over to the storage room beside the gym. In the corner, the box of all my parents' papers, photos, sentimental and valuable items, whatever they deemed appropriate for the While Ago Manor trunk. And for the first time since they died, since their executor handed it over to me, I kneel down, slowly, painfully, and open it. It takes a long time, carrying the items up the stairs, to the main floor, then the second, to the end of the hall and into the room with the trunk, piece by piece, book by book. I tried to pick the whole thing up, but with only one arm and a bum leg on that side to support it, I couldn't do it. It hurts in every way, but it feels fitting that it should take so long, that I should sweat and push and strain to carry these items that were two people's lives, two of the people who meant the most to me. Within an hour or so, I've got everything upstairs. I lay it all out on the floor, in the bed, where the two copies of The Shining used to be. And one by one, I open each item or document or photo album, and I learn even more about my parents, how much they helped the world, how much they traveled, letters from friends and family, revealing how much they impacted other people's lives, seeing how much they preserved from my childhood, ticket stubs to concerts and games, team photos, yearbook photos, Yule cards from every year. It's December now. Yule will be here soon. The darkest day of the year, a celebration because it means it will get no darker. It means that from that point forward, we are moving toward the light, or it's returning to us. Marianne loved it. Death is the worst thing, taking the people we love and hovering always, waiting to take another. I would do anything to be stringing up garlands with my parents, jazz on the record player, fire crackling, snow falling outside. The giant tree Noel would let me pick out with him. At the end of the holidays, we'd take the dead tree to the edge of the forest and lay it on its side, thank it for making our home festive, hang pine cones on it with peanut butter and seed for the birds, watch it become home to more creatures, watch on our bellies with binoculars in the snow to see who else might have arrived. I reach out to the other place, desperate. There's no answer. The house is silent as I hold Marianne's and Noel's lives in my hands, as I prepare to put them in the trunk, in their own box within it, the third owners of While Ago Manor, to rest here with the others per their wishes. I try to feel it, what it would be like to love a place so much, to want your legacy to continue inside it, to want to rest with those who came before you and didn't know anything about you or your life. And I do it. What Noel always wanted me to do. I reach in and I finally do it. I open the other boxes in the trunk, the former owners of While Ago Manor, the history of the house. I learn about them, their lives, their legacies that live on here and in families elsewhere. When I finally close the trunk and look up, I'm not alone in the room. And they aren't shadows. They aren't Marianne and Noel either, but two couples, the ones whose lives I just learned about here. A kid, 12 years old, standing with one of them, a young girl with the other couple, and a woman who is her grandmother. The former owners of While Ago Manor, the ones who wanted their memories kept here, whose remaining families I could reach out to, see if they want to see any of what's in here. The shadows that terrified me my entire life, standing before me now. Not shadows, ghosts. They're just people, echoes of people. Denver, Colorado, while ago manor. Noel's voice sounds in my ears as I push myself up to stand and limp through the house, looking for him and Marianne. Some places just pull harder on you than the rest. I haven't seen them. They're not here, but maybe. I slowly limp back to my room and get back in bed. I reach out for Hannah, for my parents. I reach until I can't anymore. 2. Jack's funeral procession winds through the city ahead of the service. There's snow on the ground, winter in full force, but today the sun is out, reflecting off the white. Josie and Tillman take up the front in Jack's government car, American flags waving from the windows. I drive Emily and the kids in Jack's old Charger from the garage. Brianna holds his Santa hat in her lap in the back seat. We take our motorcade from the FBI office to the church and cemetery across town. It was announced on the news, and some have come out to stand and pay their respects as we pass. After years of these atrocities, the city can rest easy for a bit, and they know they have Jack to thank. Emily cries when she sees them all. He would have loved the attention, she says. I smile a little and watch as a figure fades in and out among the crowd, popping up in new places as we go. Just a faint light, just a flicker, just to watch us roll by. The light catching on his aviator glasses. Back at the office after, I take my badge inside to drop it off before I head to the wake. Inside, it's quiet. I throw a few things together at my desk. A notebook, some pens. I slide the nameplate into the trash can. I already put in my resignation from the hospital, the second I could. We're hoping there's enough with Father Sky to convince judges that the killers weren't responsible for their actions. And with Oliver Wright unable to still work to keep them in jail, hopefully their convictions will be overturned. Doesn't do anything for Jake Evers and Pete Noland, who killed themselves. It does nothing for all the years the others still in jail have lost of their lives, the trauma they'll now always carry. It does nothing for the victims whose lives were lost, for any of their families. Tillman's the shoo-in now for Jack's position, special agent in charge, and they've already put him temporarily in it. He's the best man for the job, and I gave my endorsement. He found Josie at the Happy Inn, got her to the paramedics. She was cut up all over by Father Sky, but Tillman got to her before there was too much blood loss, which was good because it turns out she's expecting. She told me in our one brief conversation since. I'm happy for them. I pull my badge out of my pocket and inspect it. I was about to hand it in a month ago back in Salt Lake. Crazy how much can change in a month, in an hour. Again, I send out the signal. Hannah. Static. Pain in my chest, everywhere. Where is she? I hold out my badge. Nat Tillman wanders over to my desk. Stansfield, he says. Tillman, I say, and I hand the badge over to him. He takes it. I've heard congratulations are in order. Josie told you? I nod. He laughs, wrings his hands together. I'm a little nervous, but I'm excited. It's, pretty scary, being someone's dad. Something tells me you're gonna be a good one. Dude, stop it. You're gonna make me cry. You just gotta teach him to keep looking up. He gives me a surprised look, then shoots me with a finger gun. Finally getting something through that hard head of yours. I smile, run my hand over my face. Anything? Tillman says, his tone serious. I shake my head. He's asking if I've heard from Hannah, if I've found her. Hannah, who disappeared from the Happy Inn that night. When the cops got there, they found Theo Wharton, Jack, Tillman, Josie, and me. Hannah nowhere in sight. The radio frequency just static. I can't find her. I can't reach her or the witch walker. I'm sorry, man, he says. But it hasn't been that much time. And you two... Look, I mean, some things just make sense in the world. Some things don't. I know he's thinking about Jack. A wave of pain washes over me, settles deep. But I just think sometimes this world is a kind place. We can't give up hope yet. I nod. Tillman studies me a long minute, my badge in his hand. You don't have to go, he says. I'm done, I say. I'm good. Okay, he says. Well, come on then. He opens his arms and walks toward me. I groan as he pulls me in for a hug, pats my back. "'Kay, man, let's keep it PG. I pull away, turn, and limp for the door. "See you around. Maybe get a beer." "Maybe two," he says. I snort a laugh. "Yeah, maybe two." 3. Downstairs, I wave at the security guard. It's my last time walking out of this building. A relief. Such a relief. After all this time. I take it all in, limp up to the glass doors, ready to walk out into the bright Denver day. I push the door open to step outside, and it almost hits someone. "Shit," I say. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see." I turn and I stop. Blink. Here and not here. Glowing. Shadow and light. Somehow combined. His face calm. Not crying. Not miserable. Pete Noland is standing in front of me, outside the doors of the Denver FBI branch office. Pete Noland is... I stare at him, feeling, breathing. I think I'm breathing. I can't... All the guilt, all the shame, the fucking agony of knowing I couldn't fix it. "I'm sorry," I say. "I'm so sorry." I can feel tears, and I make no move to stop them. He doesn't say anything, because they never do. The shadows, the ghosts. But he's here. Pete Noland is... okay, maybe. We stand that way for a while, Pete Noland and me, in the cold, my breath visible. And then he slips, fades, and I can only catch a glimmer. I turn to the parking lot and... 13 more of them. Some just shadows, some clearer, brighter, all standing around the lot, surrounded by snow-packed ground, watching me. Ramona Lopez, Ross Thompson, Claire Wright, Jake Evers, all the others, all of them are here. Is this just my brain trying to reconcile with the guilt? With the fact that I couldn't save any of them? That all these murders were because something had attached itself to me? Because I couldn't figure it out fast enough? Tony Howell waves to me, and Pete Noland is again by my side, just for a moment. He steps up to me and passes through my body, a chill and a tremor running through me, as if to say, "We're real, asshole." As if to say, goodbye. 4. The hike up to the cabin is brutal. I don't know how I could be more pathetic. I try 3 different days, 3 different times before I'm able to make it. I know she's not here. Of course she's not. But I have to try. I'll go to Aspen next. I'll go everywhere she ever lived. I'll climb that fucking mountain in California. If there's any chance of finding her, any chance of seeing her again. The sun shines in that Colorado way, the snow-covered path crunching beneath my boots. A bird lands on a branch in front of me, a small black bird with white wings and beak, starting to brown for winter. A lark bunting. We learned about them in school when I was a kid, our state bird. The wind swaying through the pines and leaves, icicles hanging down. When I finally get to the top, finally get to the cabin, Hannah isn't there, just a new ranger. "Did you know her?" he asks, looking me up and down. "Is she family or?" "Yeah," I say. "I know her." He hesitates a moment, then says, "Hold on." He comes back with a small box. "These were left here, on the wall. I get a little claustrophobic, so I needed a cleaner surface, but they were so beautiful, I thought it'd be a shame to throw them away." I know what's in the box before he hands it to me. All of Hannah's sketches, the playing cards. "Thank you," I say, and I'm not sure if I convey how much I mean it. When I get back down the mountain into my car, the sun is setting over Colorado, the sky full of thick clouds, orange, pink, and yellow, all of it reflected off the white ground. Geese fly in a V over the snowed-over prairie grass, these plains that butt up against the mountains, that stretch across the belly of a nation. Hannah waiting somewhere nearby in this grass to photograph that fox. Noel and me lighting up the ecosystems in the museum exhibit. This land nothing but itself, nothing but the life it holds in it, which of course is everything. I blink as I see a herd of ghost bison walk past in the gold light of the sun shining. Denver, the place that built me. I start the car and head back to the city. I pass a sign stuck in the ground that says, "Keep predators away from our homes," with an image of a wolf on it. A hawk will do anything to protect its territory, Hannah had said. Won't we all? Protect. I drive through the night and I send out that signal. I can't accept that she's not there, that she took the witch walkers somewhere too far from me to reach them. Daphne's voice ringing in my ears again. Don't ever let go. I won't, but where is she? Hannah. Pressure. A chill. The radio turns to static. The night feels a little darker. A little vroom. Coyotes yip as the static gets louder. No music, just sound. Just that crackling in between. The coyotes get louder as I spot them over on the side of the highway in the field. Not ghosts, real, alive. They're in a frenzy, yipping and calling, and a yelp, a scream, something calling for help. I slow, squint, and stop the car. And that terrible sound, blood on the snow. I swear, push myself up out of the car and shine my light over to see the coyote pack, blood on two of their faces, and a dog in the middle trying to fight back. I swear again, run limp around to the other side of the car and reach in for my gun. I lift it, the terrible screams of the dog growing, the static louder and louder from inside the car. I shoot at the ground near the pack. I have to do it twice before they run off, before I can get to the dog and assess the situation. Maybe 40 pounds. Some kind of yellow lab pit mix, maybe. She's whimpering, whining. Her leg is bloody where they got her. It's freezing, getting colder by the minute. She's not getting up. I hope it's shock. Fuck, it's hard to tell, but I don't have time. She's not big. I can do this. I can squat down. I let out a groan as I do, as I feel the wound in my leg reopen. I have to stop for a second and try again, the pain making me dizzy. She's scared of me already, whimpering and now thrashing against me, in shock from what happened to her. I'm sorry, I say. I'm sorry. I push through the pain that I know is going to fuck me up for so much longer, and I get my arms underneath her. She fights me for a second, and then she lets me pick her up, still crying. I get her in the back seat of my car, and I get in as fast as I can to drive. She doesn't stop whining, yelping all the way. The pain is terrible, my pain, hers, the volume of the static. I get the heat on and try to warm her up. I repeat over and over, it's okay, shh, shh, you're gonna be okay. I'm gonna make sure you're there. An emergency vet I've passed 1,000,000 times. Somehow I get myself and the dog out of the car and into the facility. I call out, help! When we step into the bright fluorescent light from the night, someone comes right away, rushes her to the back, and I collapse into a chair, blood soaking my bandages, my jeans. They rush the dog to emergency surgery. I tell them what happened, how I found her. Someone calls paramedics for me. The paramedics come. They tell me I'll have to go back to the hospital, and I tell them I'm not leaving her. They field dress my wounds and make me promise to go when I'm done here and let someone else drive the dog and me home. I nod, agree. Don't listen to anything they say. As they're speaking, I feel something in my jacket pocket. I reach in and pull out my badge. How? I sigh, run my hand over my face. Tillman pulling me into that stupid hug, putting my badge back in my pocket. An hour passes and I sleep in the waiting room chair. Someone comes out and wakes me. She's out of surgery, and I'm so sorry. We had to take the leg. Is she? She's gonna be okay. She's just a tripod girl now, but we think her recovery should be pretty smooth. I exhale. Maybe want to cry. So you said you found her, the vet says. She's not microchipped. Are you planning to? Yes, I say. Yeah. She smiles a little. Do you have a name in mind? For our records, we can give her one if you want, just for the system. Music plays in the waiting room softly. I didn't notice it before now, dancing to this song, with Rose, with Marianne. I clear my throat. Dolly, I say. That's her name. They send us out an hour or so later with medicines and instructions, and she's loopy from the drugs, but she can walk on her own. I lift her into the back seat of the car and get slowly back in. I talk to her on the way back. we're going to go to the house, and we're going to pack up some things, and then we're going to get on the road, and you and I are going to heal up. And we're going to find a place of our own, okay? I'm, Daniel, and your name is Dolly. Now, I hope that's okay with you, and I don't know what I'm doing. I look back in the rearview mirror, and she's panting, holding her head up, seemingly listening or watching, so I keep talking. She's not whining, at least. The radio starts to static again, and I feel something in the night. A little pressure, a vibration. My eyes scan the night, everything. Search for the witch walker, for Hannah. Blaze Foley plays on the radio. John Denver, Dolly Parton, static. John Prine, static. Dolly whines in the back. I'm gonna keep you safe, okay? I say to her. You're safe now. Don't you worry. Hannah? I call. I near the exit and I hear something. Something else. Vibrations. Heartbeats. Flurries start. Snowflakes appearing suddenly, landing on the windshield. Boom. The witchwalker. It's back, but next to that pressure, that vibration, beneath or beside it, smaller, softer, I hear two heartbeats in the dark. I reach out, send my signal into that other space. Hannah, I say. Hannah, I yell. My heart is racing. Come on, Hannah, please. Time stretching, warping, static, music, static. Dolly whimpers in the back. I console her, tell her it's okay. Scan everywhere, try to find where they are, how it's movement beside my window. I almost swerve to the right, but my eyes catch it. Understand just as I do, it's a bat. No, it's a bird in the snowfall, flying right next to my window like a magpie, or it's a hawk. No, I must. Hannah! I yell, static. The music stops, the vibration pulls back. It's gone. No, please. I reach, yell, scream into that other space, send my signal out as hard as I can. Please, Hannah, if you're there. Silence. I start to turn the wheel, start to turn back, but Dolly whimpers in the back and vroom. The radio turns back on, switches from station to station, different voices, some talking, some singing. Static. Here. It repeats again, using new voices, new stations, taking time between but repeating. Here, static. With you, static. It's her. She's here. My heart, I call into the other space. Are you okay? Hannah, talk to me. How do I help you? How do I get you out? How do I bring you back? The radio shifts again. Not. What do you mean? I say. Please let me. Different. Missing. But. Miss. You. But. A hawk sweeps to my left, swerves in front of the windshield, screeching into the night. I laugh. Cry. I don't know. That's you? I ask. The hawk sweeps by again, talons grazing the top of the car. Lee Hazelwood comes on the radio, the song we danced to at the hotel. I start to pull over. I can do something. I can find her, and the song stops. Static. Back to switching between stations, voices. Nope. Fix. There has to be different. I know. I'm so sorry, Hannah. Different. But freedom. And then, no, she can't mean. You don't want me to help? You won't let me free you from that song again. Lee Hazelwood, Your Sweet Love. You don't want to come back? It's a plea. I start to push on the brake, but the pedal won't go down. The car keeps moving forward. The hawk screeches toward the sky and the radio goes back to static heartbeats. Hannah. Then just static. Then nothing. The crackling fades. The pressure returns to normal. Just Dolly and me. The headlights on the road. As I take the exit for Cherry Hills, Dolly stops whimpering. Denver night. Hannah gone. I don't know what to do. I stretch through the other space, but she's not. So I drive. Try not to feel my heart breaking. Try not to feel the worst pain imaginable. I take the turn into While Ago Manor. I can't think about Hannah, about the quiet in that other space. She doesn't want to come back. Doesn't want me to try and bring her back. Is she protecting me? We can find another way. I'll go in her place. Or we can find a way to make the witch walker happy. Dolly lets out a whimper again. Hannah, I felt her. This can't be the end. I won't let it. I can't. You know, I say to Dolly, I was just like you once, sitting in the back seat of a car that some stranger was driving, taking me to a strange new place, to this place. I was terrified. This exact tree tunnel. It was daytime, but it's always dark in this part. I remember that the social worker's headlights turned on even in the day, just like they are now. That's how dark it was. Hannah, please. It was scary, but it became home, eventually. It became the best home a kid could ever have. Some quirks, for sure, but I pulled to the gravel drive, headlights shining toward the house, snowflakes in them, and I catch movement again by the passenger side window. The bird scrapes against the window with its wing, again. My heart races. Hannah. I pull the car to a stop, roll the windows down, and I inhale. Fuck. I smell campfire, ponderosa pine, capsaicin. The cold wind blows into the car and the bird is gone, but a whisper of something. I swear, I close my eyes, send my signal to the other space. I can feel you. I say it out loud. I can feel you. Another plea, a desperate prayer. There's movement in the headlights. At the far end of the lawn, a rabbit. No, a chipmunk, or... The radio suddenly flips to a talk station. Someone saying, you know, it's crazy. Human animals use wide-angle vision only about 5% of the time. For only about 5% of our lives do we take in all possible information and then narrow it down to what's needed. Before we even know what it is we should focus on, we've already narrowed in on a finite point. We live 95% of our time on this earth already dialed in, without knowing what we should dial in to. Non-human mammals, on the other hand, most of them live in the opposite visual range from ours, 95% wide angle and 5% focal vision. Hannah. And yet, all of us are endangered. Kit foxes from suburban sprawl and habitat loss, the extermination of wolves, for the comfort of human homes, human agriculture, this big fat mess of our local hot-button issue, sending coyotes right up to the dominant meso-predator spot in their shared territories, which is basically everywhere here. And us humans, well, Hannah, we're just so dialed in on what we think we should see, what we think matters, and what we think life is, that we very often don't see what is right in front of us. We're so tuned in on what we think we want to see that we miss the big picture. Tillman talking about UFOs, keeping your attention open, eyes to the skies. And I get it, what Hannah's trying to show me. A tear falls. Sometimes you really just can't see what's right in front of you, what's been there the whole time. A light flips on in the upper window of While Ago Manor, the room with the trunk. In the light of the room, through the window, two figures dancing together. Two figures I've been looking for years. Noel and Marianne. They're here. This house. The ghosts of my family. Static on the radio. A song comes on. It's John Denver, and I don't fight it. I don't fight anything. While Ago Manor, the badge in my pocket, the lights on and my parents inside. John Denver sings, "Today is the first day of the rest of my life." The rabbit darts across the lawn, but it's larger now. Grows, shifts. A wolf. It looks at me, and then howls into the night. Dolly lifts her head in the back, whimpers. The throbbing, vibrating pressure of the witch walker. It's not here. It's somewhere off, distant in the dark, not crossing the perimeter of this property, or maybe not quite stepping through the hole into this world. Waiting just outside for her. The witch walker, there, here, but somehow beyond. Maybe she's found a way to talk to it, to reason with it. I don't know. There's so much I don't know. The wolf in front of me in the snow. I blink and it's not a wolf at all. It's a fox. The same one from the playing card I've carried since the moment I took it from the cabin wall. A fox trotting toward the garage. A fox stopping at the door and turning back to face me. Expectant, almost. And I understand what she meant. Hannah is different now. Different, and not at all. A future stretches before me, one I am beginning to understand. She'll come and go when she wants. She'll hunt or exist with the witch walker in another realm elsewhere, and she'll be with me here. She will go and explore in that vast and limitless night. Hannah, whose light shines across space and time. Part of me wishes she would stay forever. Of course I fucking do. In my weaker moments, in a lot of moments, I would do anything for that. But a bigger part of me knows, understands. You can't tame what's wild, and there's no reason to want to. The fox lifts its head to the sky and yips into the night. Dolly looks to me. The fox waits for us, and I feel her, as if fingers graze my neck, as if a hip leans for 1 second against mine. I feel Hannah. The fox turns around and runs straight through the wall into While Ago Manor. And when I sigh, it's resignation, but maybe it's really relief. It's not fighting anymore. Not fighting who I am or my place in the world. It's facing all of it, the pain, the loss, the fear. And why would I fight? Why would I keep fighting when I have absolutely everything? Looking in at this house from the night, the lights glowing inside. The music plays in the car all around. All right, Dolly, I say. John Denver sings, "Today is the first day of the rest of my life," as I cut the engine and turn off the headlights. Let's go home. This is Andrew